Yo, yo, what is up? What is up? Today we're gonna be checking out a little bit of Crowder. We're gonna be watching some Crowder and reacting to it. So let's get into this. All right. It's already on, so
So that's a wedding in India. All cultures are equal. You should see how they deal with divorce.
Did we really need the
Was it 2 per hour? 1 per minute?
2 per hour.
2 per hour.
Oh, it's hour?
I think
Oh,
2 per
geez.
hour
Oh,
died by
higher than I
trains.
thought.
in India.
Those are 2025 numbers. We could be wrong.
They could be pumped up by now.
Plus or minus 2. And
They
if you,
added a few
thought,
trains.
if you thought that was bad and us experimenting with AI in the wee hours of the morning, you should see a Bollywood divorce.
a Bollywood divorce.
He stayed. Important though, he stayed on the tracks.
He did.
He did. And
Yeah.
He did.
didn't get hit.
He defecated
It's
later.
like
Follow the railroad tie road.
he's like Ghost Pajit.
He looked like Indian Applejack.
Yeah.
That's what Tim said earlier.
And by the way, don't get me started on the funerals.
You idiot, I'm trying to call you from tomorrow. Can't you see my call, you
So, like I said, some people may perceive it as racist.
It's not.
He said, I'm trying to call you from tomorrow.
Why can't you take my call? You're going to die.
Oh, look, it's Dante.
I
Now,
would love to see the Indian Ring movie.
yes.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, this is Chase Bank. You are going to die in 7 days. If you don't give me your credit card number.
Google gifts.
Hello, lady with the long hair who comes out of the TV. Someone has stolen your card. You have to give me your number.
Yeah, that's the movie is the well girl gets haunted by the Indian guy.
Hello. That's the garage. That's not even the same movie. Give me your pin.
Die in 7 days.
How does look? How do
I'm not a
all
fan of, like,
credit card
scary
fraud, the
movies or-
scams that target old people who are on social security, how do they
I
all
will
come?
say, Indians are the most scam happy people that I've ever encountered. So,
From one country. There needs to be some self-correction mechanism. Every
bit.
time you get what you're like, come, all right. And I know someone will say, not all. Okay, just 99.99% of the time.
We'll just send a missile.
just
Those
most-
poor Nigerian guys.
I know.
They get stereotyped. They're like, hey, we're not just killing Christians, and we're also not just, doing the old Prince scam.
Right.
Yeah, we claim to be princes. We don't do that.
All right, big topic. We have to get to this one.
Yes.
Birthright citizenship. Now, I want to be really clear about this. The left, and we're going to get to the Supreme Court, they want you to believe that if you are born here, even if your parents are illegal, you are automatically a citizen, that anchor babies are a thing, that it's always been a thing, that birthright citizenship was meant to extend to anybody who happens to have their foot on this soil and have a baby. It's not true. It's inaccurate. We can walk through it, and we will, though we've done a more in-depth segment, the recent judgments, the recent opinions expressed, which are nonsensical, muddy the waters even more by design. So to be clear, for the sake of the country, we have to stop anchor babies.
Hey, you're from Mogadishu and call me crazy, but you can't live here because of an anchor baby. Our laws and birthright are abused insanely, so stop the number of anchor babies.
And maybe I need to be watching this on Rumble, actually, now that I think about it. Give me a minute. I'm going to do it on Rumble.
On American soil, and I would say that
That way, you know.
most of them are probably not here because of
Probably
tourism
not, so you have
or
no idea.
birthright tourism or whatever
Oh, wait
you
a minute.
call
It's
it.
actually probably a
1898,
really
the
bad
Supreme Court
idea.
held that the
now that I think
Citizenship
about it.
Clause of the 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship to the children of foreigners present on U.S. soil.
Okay, so the court never actually ruled about children of illegals. To be clear, that is simply inaccurate. And let us disabuse you of some of these notions. Drafters of the 14th, you can take their word for it, or you can actually read from the people who drafted the 14th Amendment. They were clear it was never meant to give citizenship to everyone born on American soil. 1866, Senator Jacob Howard, one of the drafters, wrote this. Jurisdiction, as here employed, ought to be construed as applies to every citizen of the United States now. Gentlemen cannot contend that an Indian belonging to a tribe, although born within the limits of a state, is subject to this full and complete jurisdiction. So, it's pretty clear it was meant to be, these people are meant to be subject to the jurisdiction of the land. All right, okay. We'll move on here to Ketanji Brown Jackson because now it's a word war. President Trump has been saying, hold on a second, you guys are wrong. And his executive order on birthright citizenship was argued by the Supreme Court. Yes, Gerald.
It shouldn't even be contended at that point, though. You're saying like this is the easiest case, a Native American, essentially, an Indian on this land who we have treaties with and we give special protections to, is still not considered this, much less anybody else.
Right.
Like that was the whole point of saying it like that, using that example.
Yes. Super clear. I mean, I would argue super clear. You guys let me know. And you can check out the references. Please go read not only the 14th Amendment, but the opinions and the explanations therein from the drafters. Steel man it for me. Tell me how the left actually legitimately makes this case. Because here's the issue. We're not hearing the case being made in a way that is cogent at all from current Supreme Court justices. Let's go to Ketanji Brown Jackson. This judge argued that, and I think I understand what she's saying. You guys, and I mean this, explain to me if I'm missing it. She said that illegals have allegiance to the United States by virtue of breaking our laws, effectively. I think what she was saying, she compared to Japan. She said, if I'm in Japan as a tourist, right, and I steal someone's wallet, okay, so I'm subject to the law, and so would the person who steals my wallet. So I believe that her line of logic here is, in Japan or in the United States, the laws are there to protect the governed, right, the citizens. If you are visiting as a tourist, you are subject to the law of the land. Therefore, that makes you allegiant to that land because you're subject to the law. I think that's her logic, but you see what she said, and maybe you can explain it to me here.
I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter of law. I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
So a little wrinkle. Now do the law of deportation. Are they subject to that? Also, interesting that she used Japan as an example because
I think it was because she was talking to a woman named Wang.
Yeah, I know. She's like, Wang, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, get it,
What?
Japan, right?
She's like,
I'm from
South
San
Korea.
Francisco.
Yeah, I know, I'm from the Bay Area. Interesting that she uses Japan as an example. The left often does, for example, when convenient for gun control. But they don't actually tell you how the Japanese deal with illegals who are subject to the law. And for the record, this is all, this original video, this is an illegal alien who is being sent back, I believe committed a crime. It's all in Japanese. So for those listening on audio, we dubbed all of it with 100% accuracy. And I mean that, it's not a joke, with the regionally appropriate accents.
Sit up properly. He's tensing up. You don't have to tense up, okay?
Sit properly.
Stop looking to the side.
Face forward. Face forward. I said to sit properly.
I can't go back.
Sit properly.
Behave yourself. Just relax.
Don't stand up.
Someone sit on his knees.
Okay.
It hurts.
You don't know.
What?
I'm not
Relax.
going back.
Just relax. Damn it.
You're so stubborn.
So stubborn. We keep telling you.
My legs hurt, man. My legs. I'm
It
not going
doesn't matter.
back.
We're taking you.
You're lucky. We even have a plane.
We are taking you no matter what.
Oh, are you sad?
I don't want to change anything.
I'm not going.
Oh, yes, you are.
Yes, you are. You will.
Yes.
Loosen up. You have so much energy.
Why so energetic?
You can do anything.
Wow. I'm not well.
You're so full of energy. You're the most energetic one here.
Japanese mother. Okay, so 99% accurate.
Oh gosh.
To be clear, those listening audio, it matches these subtitles. We have someone here who understands a little bit of Japanese. That was an accurate dub. Can you imagine if ICE acted this way here?
Yeah.
I like,
Oh, you're going to cry for us. You have a red crap like a little growing boy.
You're like a little baby.
The plane thing is just so funny to me. You're lucky we have a plane.
you're lucky we have a plane.
What's the other option? Just dropping them in the ocean? They're an island.
Good luck.
Swimming back.
Turn you into reader, anchor baby. Bye-bye.
Anchor, don't go on the land. Go in the water.
Just imagine that. Imagine that here. Some guy sitting, looking, and he thinks, don't turn the face to side. Sit properly. And they just crank his shoulder.
Shut up.
They don't tolerate it. They do not tolerate
They
it.
didn't curse though.
No, they didn't.
I
Well,
presume-
actually,
he said,
Stop fighting.
oh, that's right. He
Damn
said,
it.
yeah.
he got a little bit rattled.
Yeah.
But the
Well, I mean,
Japanese-
they don't have a god there.
Well, effectively. They do have a suicide force. So, three things.
Same.
Three key things you need to know about birthright citizenship. Okay. Number one, the history here. So, supporters of birthright citizenship, they claim that it's in the 14th Amendment, right? All persons born or naturalized in the United States. Here's the key. And subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Key detail, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And Donald Trump addressed this. This is an uncomfortable truth. This was more about children of U.S. citizens and freed slaves than illegal aliens, to be clear. This was not about illegal aliens whose loyalty is to their home country. They are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And I think the example that Ketanji Brown Jackson, again, since there are laws, and if you are visiting, you are subject to those laws, that means allegiance. Well, laws include deportation. Laws include legal immigration. That would be like saying if Notre Dame players, when you're in the big house in Michigan, you are now allegiant.
Yeah, I become a
to Michigan.
Wolverine when I walk on that field. It's like, no, I'm still fighting Irish. Like,
Yes.
what are you talking about?
Right.
You are
not America.
subject to their rules there. You go to the locker room, they
Yeah,
tell you, but
such an
you still
idiot.
have a Notre Dame jersey
Right.
on.
We still go home.
What
Right.
wokeness
Someone who is here
does.
illegally, who is not a citizen here, is subject to the jurisdiction of another country. Could be Mexico, could be El Salvador, could be India, Pakistan, whatever it is. Regardless
This is why
of
we
whether
need to
their
get rid of
children,
wokeism.
whether their baby is born here.
Yeah.
And so what happened is we just kind of stumbled into this system here of just giving citizenship to everyone born here. They just started issuing birth certificates to everyone born here in the 20th century. Now, keep in mind, at that point in time, they're like, oh, we have plenty of space. Sure. And then birth certificates were used as proof of citizenship to obtain things like social security numbers, things like that, which,
Well,
by the way,
this
today,
was
though, they want you to know that
plenty of
no one
space
who is here
about
illegally
that
could
is the
take
fact
advantage of our
we need
social
people that
safety
are
net
actually
or
gonna pay into
our
the Social
social
Security,
benefits,
people that are gonna
entitlement
pay
programs.
taxes,
And
people that
certainly
are
no
gonna
one here
contribute
would be able to
homeowners
vote
taxes,
who is here illegally
to
until we found out
property
that a bunch of them had
taxes,
social security numbers. And
to,
that
you
was
know,
kind of how it started. Number two,
military,
key detail.
people that are gonna not take
The real
advantage
problem
of
here,
the
like we
welfare
said,
system,
is the
not take
birth
advantage of
tourism with
Medicaid
anchor
and-
babies.
and,
You may not know. Did you know this?
stamp.
That 9%
Like they
of annual births
guaranteed
in the
go to
United
the
States
hospital, and the hospital
can be attributed to
and
anchor
not
babies,
use-
birth or tourism. Did you guys know that?
And they say you pay bill.
Well, Hirono said that it probably doesn't even
It's
happen
not
much.
cool.
Right. So
Maybe.
that's overlaid down later in the map, but I'll get to it. But President Trump wrote this on Truth Social, and it's correct, by the way. He wrote, Birthright citizenship has to do with the babies. Sorry, it's correct. It's just tough to say.
Yeah.
Birthright citizenship has to do with the babies of slaves, not Chinese billionaires who have 56 kids, all of whom, quote, become American citizens, one of the many great scams of our time. China actually does have a birth tourism industry. You have 500 companies. The estimate is 1.5 million Chinese nationals have been granted or gained U.S. citizenship through this actual industry.
Yeah.
To be clear, China, in case you don't know, they take anchor babies to the extreme. And it's a huge problem. Like I said,
we're not the only bad one. Baby, traditional use has been anger.
Come on, that's China.
We're not like a China. We are Ireland China. We're not like a China because we're not an animal.
We use our baby as anchor, not throw away on mountain. China had that too.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's sad.
Yeah. Why did you laugh when you said, sorry, it's sad.
China mistake an ocean for bathtub. Oh, can't tell.
so it's a huge problem. Anchor baby abuse. 2023. You can bring this up. This is from Pew Research. 9% of all births were anchor babies. 9%.
Wow.
That's wild.
And then just add to the mix, hey, two parents, that's used to basically anchor a whole
9% is too
family
much.
here. We're just talking about babies. Number 3. It's funny, Ketanji Brown Jackson just talked about
That's
Japan.
like
They have
8
unbelievably
times
stringent
the-
immigration laws. But
Homosexual
the
population.
left will always pick and choose. They'll go to Norway when it's convenient to say, see, these Nordic models, these socialist models, they've kind of worked, and they sort of ignore the fact that it's racially a monolith. It's incredibly homogenous. They will ignore other facets where people, for example, actually don't get a lot of the social safety benefits until they've worked there for a while, or they're actually precluded from working. For example, people are dealing with this in Canada. So they always pick and choose when they're trying to tell you that America is actually not a great country. So in total, 33 countries do allow automatic birthright citizenship. None of them are European. None of them are nations that would be comparable to the United States. So a lot of these
And none
nations,
of them are Japan, by the way.
Yeah.
I noticed.
yeah,
in Africa.
certainly not countries like Norway, Sweden. This is not.
One,
We
two,
are
three,
the only
four,
of
five,
our
six,
ilk
7.
who do this.
I love how they use Australia. Who the hell's gonna get there to have a baby?
No
It's
one.
surrounded by water. Like, okay, you're gonna swim across that
And it
ocean.
has to survive
Knock
the
on the
snakes and the
president's
saltwater
island.
crocs.
Like, if you get born here, you get to stay. You'll die.
And here's the deal: birthright. You guys know this. Birthright citizenship is killing our culture, and Congress has done nothing about it. To be clear, they just go, well, people kind of accept it now, so it's okay. Yeah, but it's not, though. It's not okay anymore. It's certainly not okay when you look at the jobs added for foreign-born citizens versus native-born citizens. It's certainly not okay when you look at the percentage of people who don't speak English. Look, someone coming here and going through the process and taking their naturalization oath, and I know this, I have family members who have done it, and I have plenty of friends, colleagues, lovers who also have had to go through it. They have to show some semblance of understanding, appreciation for America. That's not always the same thing. Certainly when people just go, oh, by default, I have a baby here, so I'll get around to it when I get around to it. It's a way of gaming the system. It's a way of reaping the benefits of a system that exists without actually contributing. The left wants you to believe it's always been this way. It hasn't. So it should always be this way. It doesn't have to be.
It shouldn't.
You comment. What was Ketanji Brown Jackson saying? Because when people will say intelligentsia, well, Democrats are more intelligent, they're talking about that. They're talking about her statement regarding Japan. Does anyone here think it's anything other than nonsensical? The law has to be clear. That's what we are attempting to do right now, whether it's regarding anchor babies or pickpockets.
Josh.
Hey, Nick, what are you looking for? Your motivation to live?
Oh, no. It was Nick.
No, I just watched Apollo's show, and he used one of the jokes I gave him. So I wanted to send him a tip, but I can't find my wallet.
Wait, shouldn't he be sending you the tip since it's your joke?
Josh, you don't understand the finance of comedy.
Yeah. Why don't you just use the Rumble wallet?
The what?
Rumble wallet. It's a non-custodial digital wallet that has end-to-end encryption, and only you have access to it. You could use it to tip Nick, the funny one.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll go do that now. Hey,
Yeah.
can you do me a favor? If you see my wallet, can you let me know?
Yeah, of course. Hey, Applejack. I found it.
Awesome, man. You saved my life.
Yeah.
Let me give you a tip. Oh, looks like I'm not really liquid right now. Can I owe you?
Oh, that's all right. Why don't you just send me a C note on Rumble Wallet? We talked about this, right?
Yeah, good
Rumble
idea.
Wallet.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, take it easy, man.
Dirty.
That guy.
Seriously, download the Rumble wallet and
Dirty,
step
dirty,
away from
dirty.
big banks for good. No fees,
Of course, it's
no
just-
middlemen, none of the
Right,
crap
guys.
you have to deal with where you go in and they say you have some concierge account, but it's some guy who wants to tell you about Bitcoin and he's doing mining. Lyle, go to wallet.rumble.com today. And you can also support your favorite creators. Step away from big banks. Rumble Wallet.
Oh, no money.
Sorry, Applejack.
Can't stand that Lyle.
I know. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Dan. We appreciate it. And we're going to
Yeah.
send the rest of you on to Haley Coronia after this. Welcome, new viewers.
2 seconds. You made a really great point. If you're not going to deport people who are in our prisons, then we don't really need to go further in this conversation.
Right.
If you're not willing to say that illegal aliens who are not here under any agreement with us can have a baby, it's an American citizen. We understand your position. We don't need to have any further conconversation. You just want everybody.
Sure.
It almost sounds like
easy.
It almost sounds like she's trying to combine the two things here.
Yeah.
By saying, oh well, if you commit a crime somewhere, well, your allegiance is to that country now, and now you have to serve your time there, and now you get citizenship.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, the whole argument of getting rid of illegals in our prisons now becomes obsolete if the Supreme Court says, well, if you commit a crime here, you're allowed to stay.
Yeah, if you're good.
Obviously, but we have to put you in jail for totally not long enough.
Right. Yeah. Well, this goes back to the left always absolving you of actions. One could argue that if somebody is here illegally and breaks the law, it almost would show a pattern of behavior where they don't have allegiance to the United States
But I think
because
you
they
guys
have
are
no
forgetting
regard for
one
our laws. Let me ask
important
you, any of you,
She's
you
a
know, you have
moron.
traveled abroad to other
Yeah.
countries?
Mhm.
Give me one of the countries you went to.
France.
France. Did you obey the laws while you were in France?
Most.
Okay.
I sped.
Yeah. Outside of that, while you were in France, were you still American?
Yeah, I hope so.
You weren't French?
No.
In your mind, were you?
I didn't become French.
Did you pledge
I
allegiance
became
to France?
kind of a prick, but
Did you
yeah.
Yeah, sure, that's
surrender?
natural. It's
Yeah,
yeah, by osmosis.
Did
But you
you
were still American.
surrender
right?
while you were
Oh,
there?
there
I
you
bet
go.
the French constantly reminded him.
Yes. You traveled abroad.
Yeah.
Name me any country.
Mexico.
Okay. When you were in Mexico, did you follow the laws to the best of your ability?
Yes.
I shouldn't ask the question I don't know the answer to. Both of you are lawbreakers. Okay.
I should have said Mexico.
Yeah.
I broke some laws.
You were in Mexico, followed the laws. While you were in Mexico, were you still an American?
Absolutely.
You didn't think of yourself as Mexican?
No.
No, never crossed your mind?
No.
Okay. Brown Jackson's an idiot. All right. Next one.
told
Here's
you.
two things
He's a moron.
President Trump said yesterday.
She's an idiot.
And then cue the outrage. One coming from the left and the dissident, the horseshoe right, the don't vote right. And then the other just outrage from the left, period. Now, I understand when I heard him say this, I said, okay, this is the argument. They're going to pounce on that because of the optics. He was discussing daycare. He was asked about it. He said that we couldn't afford it because we have other things going on, things like wars, et cetera. And I knew that people were going to say, see, our payments are going to Iran.
Mhm.
Let me just present my perspective. I certainly don't believe in nation building. I certainly don't believe in forever wars. That's why I said give it 3 months, and then I will determine my final opinion on Iran. Okay. But I never want to make the argument we shouldn't protect the United States or we should never engage in any type of conflict because that money should go to entitlements. That's why I don't share the same outrage. So here's what he said. And then I also want to maybe illuminate something that people are missing that I think has been highlighted by the Strait of Hormuz and the Iran conflict. Cue clip.
The United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them, to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to guard the country.
And to be clear, we've shown you this pie chart before. Entitlement programs make up, it's the single biggest line item as far as our spending.
It's garbage.
Yep, military's pretty big, not as big as entitlement spending. Also, for those of you who say, hey, school should be a state issue, if you're a conservative, right-leaning, MAGA, which I am, that's perfectly in line with what we've always believed. To say this is a problem, take away the obfuscation of Iran equals no daycare. Do you really think the federal government should increase taxes across the board and you should pay an increased income tax,
No.
for example, in Oklahoma to pay for daycare in Mamdani's New York? Because he
No.
just promised it to
No.
all municipal employees.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. Because the states have different economies.
Yes.
They got different cost of livings. It's all dependent by state. You can't be making somebody who's
And different priorities.
And as
Some states that are more
a
traditional maybe say, hey, you know what? We
parent who
actually
was a
don't want to
single
hand
parent
over
for
children
40
to the
years,
state.
Like
We want to provide
I had
parents
to
with
pay
more options,
daycare
so maybe some
for my
tax
children.
breaks, some
And
tax credits.
granted, I
Maybe
got
we
a
can
pretty
create an
decent deal
environment
at the
within our
time,
state
but
where
I paid for
more
that.
people can stay
Like,
home with
why
their
is it
children.
now
And by the way, some states
I've
have
got
done
to
that.
pay for other
But here's
kids'
something
daycare,
else.
whether I'm in
Because
another
people
state.
point and
No,
they go,
that's
"See, our
stupid.
payments are going
How
too
about,
low."
in fact, we let
you know who
the
else wouldn't
parents
be able to
do
pay
it, and
for daycare?
we do it
All
that
the
way
nations
because this is
that
garbage.
leftists and the horseshoe right point to in Europe if they had to defend themselves. So, unless you start with the premise that there are no threats ever globally, that there are no evil actors, there are no people who actually want to harm us, and everyone's actually okay with the Western world, you have to take into account the EU spends 2.3% collectively, this is a general estimate, on family child care benefits. That's about $425 billion a year. Contrast that with their defense spending, $396 billion a year. Hey, if all of them have to meet their NATO requirements, guess what? No more daycare. The only reason they haven't is because we protect the free world. Now, I know, and I agree, there's a good case to be made, and I have made it, that we shouldn't be in NATO. We shouldn't be protecting the free world. But it's become very clear European nations aren't going to do it. They are the ones who need the Strait of Hormuz secured. I know people will say, well, if we didn't get into this conflict, there would be no issue. Do you really think that at no point Iran would cause a problem there? And do you really think that the EU would be prepared to deal with it, or would they be sitting there with their hand out in front of the United States as they have done through NATO for decades? So because these nations don't spend on daycare, don't spend on the military, they can spend on daycare. Germany, they declared internet a fundamental human right. Protect your own country. Go. Changes everything. That's the
agreed,
messaging
100%.
that I would like to
100%.
see. So let me give you, here's
Go to
also
the
another
world
report.
police. So
If they
maybe
were to
we start
replace the
charging
United States
nations
forces in Europe,
protect
meaning if we said, you know what, you're on your own, you don't have our forces, so you got to make up that gap. You have to get it somewhere. They're spending $400-something billion a year on daycare. You know what the cost would be? $1 trillion. It would take 25 years. There goes their daycare.
There it goes.
What about this crazy idea? Crazy idea. U.S., I'm okay with protecting the world, doing, helping them out when they need it, but you got to pay us.
Yep.
You got to pay us.
How about that?
You got to pay us. You got to do something.
Oh, and if you don't
You
let
gotta-
us use the bases that we've been paying for, France, Spain, you now owe us a fine.
Yeah, for sure.
Not only a fine.
By the way, U.S. federal government we already spent about $29 billion a year on childcare subsidies. So it's not nothing, to be clear. And I think that should
And that's
largely
garbage
be
because
nothing.
as a
You can't
single
be conservative and
dad
also
whose
want to see the
fiancé
large
passed
welfare state that
away
has single-handedly
after
created
our
and encouraged,
son was
fostered
born.
the culture of baby mamas.
They
There's
told
an
me I
incentive
had a penis.
for people to have children,
Go
not get
and
married,
with a
avoid a
job
nuclear
that
family
was
so they can
wrong.
get those subsidies.
Plumbing to get
Some
any
people do
kind
it
of food
while living
stamp,
together.
Yeah.
healthcare.
They'll go, hey, we
or
have kids.
child
We're still
care
together, but let's not get
assistance,
married
anything
because
along
if we get
those lines.
married,
That was
then
back
I
in like
can't keep these benefits.
2006,
Right?
2007.
And then it's a vicious cycle because it continues, and they're more likely to separate. They're more likely to need the
that
need
was
the
20
support.
years ago.
I have, in principle, absolutely. Military is the most important, probably the most fundamental role of any government. Right? Is to keep us safe. That's the purview of the federal government, both from internal, external threats. Got it. Giving you all the things that you want paid for is not.
Yeah.
It's not. So it really does pain me to see conservatives saying this is betrayal. Take away the Iran thing just as far
Exactly.
as that dynamic going either Iran or daycare. Okay, apply it to any other nation. Either safety or welfare. They've opted for welfare. They cannot keep themselves safe. It's possible. And I don't want to see that grow anywhere here in the United States.
No. And I mean, and basically the point Trump is making is like, hey, don't grow the size of the federal government by making this a federal government issue. This should be a state issue for you guys to determine.
Right.
You can raise taxes for it or not raise taxes for it.
It should be a
The
parent
right should be
issue.
all over that and be like, yeah, we don't want the federal government getting bigger.
Right.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. And some people go, yeah, X $100 billion for Iran. I say, okay. But that's not always the case.
Yeah.
States' rights.
And guess what? Not everybody has free daycare, and it's horrible, and public schools suck. It hasn't worked.
Stay-at-home mom, screw the daycare thing.
Yeah. Before this
Anyway.
conflict, people were going, public schools suck, and kids should be able to stay at home. Now they're going, see, Iran is taking money, so I can't have daycare. Well, you know what? I shouldn't be paying for your daycare.
No.
That's my opinion.
my point
Here's the next
right there.
point that generated controversy. He discussed Somalis,
Most expensive
rightfully so.
time to
Apparently,
live
statistics are racist,
in
but I
history.
understand why people would say it's racist. I still support it anyway. It's time for Eye on Somalia.
This is the most expensive time to exist ever in all of history.
To his comments here, boy, there is a crap storm on social media over it.
How about in Minnesota? They come from Somalia, but they come from all over. They're all crooked in Minnesota. The governor's crooked. The attorney general's a crook. He's a thief.
Crooked
Terrible
Hillary
guy.
Clinton.
All stupid, crooked people. And they came in from, in this case, Somalia is just terrible.
His
A lot of
balls.
people say it's the worst
This big.
country anywhere in the world. They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long. It's just pure bedlam. Probably
True.
the worst, most dangerous country. We have some beauties. They go to Minnesota, and they stole $19 billion. $19 billion. And they're low IQ. Generally, I mean, I can generalize. They're low IQ people. They're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, get a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And they sold more Mercedes-Benzes than any state in the union because they come here with no money and they go out, they love a Mercedes-Benz and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes.
Okay, so people outraged. Again, if you listen to this entire sort of, I guess we'd call it, what would be press junket. It wasn't a speech. You're just talking to the press. The theme was states' rights, was what's the appropriate role of the federal government, because he talked about Minnesota needs to clean this up. They need to do something.
Yeah.
The state is crooked. People are really mad because anytime you touch on IQ, they go, that's a racist trope. Here's the truth. The average Somali IQ is 67. Mental retardation is 70 or less.
Retard alert.
Oh.
That principal would need to get a whole lot of action to get your kid in that school.
67.
Ooh.
That's really bad. Now, you could say it might be higher for Somali Americans because of malnourishment over there. And sure, okay. It's still by any metric that you can use, low IQ. And he's right. They don't work. They don't contribute. They don't contribute to the state, but they take.
There's a cultural element to that too.
Yes.
It's not just like, oh, you're from Somalia, that means you have a low IQ. It's not just that. It's, oh, you're from Somalia and you have a culture of incest,
Piracy.
malnutrition, you know, whatever. The incest
First
thing is the
cousin
main one for
marriage.
me.
Yeah.
It's-
Generational incest, by the way.
yeah, it's been happening for years. That's the biggest one for me. I'm sure there's other elements contributing, but
Yeah.
that's
Because
the number one.
just to be clear, there'll be one person.
Bring
who-
that here.
Actually, incest
Daniel,
is a
like,
myth. And I
he was
understand.
saying he was
One incident of
considered
incest.
giving his cousin his
the
daughter.
birth defects are increased from normal, but not as much as you've been told.
I believe.
But it compounds with each generation, and it's
You didn't
generational
consider it.
incest, not just in Somalia, but almost all Islamic countries.
And then you bring that culture over here, and it's okay to do it, so we do it. And then we got to take care of the mentally retarded people because, I mean, that is something that Social Security covers,
Right.
And it should, but not when it's being brought from another
Imported,
culture
yeah.
who's making it.
Yes, you
Like
don't.
they're not purposefully, but kind of purposely making it.
Look, he can't say this. Here's what I will say. It is
Okay,
like
thanks.
importing millions of people from an actual retard-making factory.
Yep.
And saying we are importing them because,
Exactly right.
and to be clear, it's not a race thing. The retard-making factory is generations of incest with no interest in changing it and bringing them here knowing that they just left the retard-making factory and stuffed it in some packing peanuts and a box. That's Minnesota.
Thanks for
Here's-
saying that. I was dancing around it. I
You don't
appreciate
dance around
it.
it. I get it. Speaking of incest, he also mentioned Somali congresswoman and professional brother lover. That is a fact. Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar, who married her husband,
is a moron.
to married her brother. Her brother became her
Bag of
husband.
crap.
When she has to check a book, she says, "Any brothers? One. Any husband? One." So on top of everything else, she gets a double income tax cut. She's a stone cold crook, and everybody knows it.
And here is the problem with the media. Here is the problem with the institutional left. If you are more outraged at him saying Somalis have low IQ, if you are more outraged at him pointing out that Ilhan Omar, and you can see the marriage certificate, we've shown it to you many times, married her brother. If you are more outraged about those statements, then mass importing Somalis and the fact that Ilhan Omar married her brother, that means you don't have an objective bone in your body and you're not looking out for the American people. That's my opinion. We don't need to spend much more time on it. The outrage is silly. Also, by the way, the only other company, if you want to be healthier, if you don't want to be from the retard making factory, hey, a good multivitamin helps. It's the only other company that I own that I've created, Foundation. You can go to foundationdaily.com, get 40% off. It is a multivitamin with clinically effective ingredients at their clinically effective doses, completely transparent labeling. And it's what I've been taking for years, and I have to take it in all these other pills. Basically just a multivitamin, vitamin D, K, magnesium, turmeric, curcumin, and garlic, and clinically proven. I can actually make that claim. Clinically proven in clinical studies and trials at the doses that we put in the bottle, foundationdaily.com. And if you subscribe, hey, that's another way to keep the lights on. It's like Mug Club membership, only you're just taking a multivitamin you take anyway, and it's much, much better. It's the best one in the world. I will tell you that. Hey, did you know this? We've gone back to the moon.
Sort of. Back.
Kind of.
Back.
I mean, we're doing a flyby.
I know. Okay.
And we're not there yet. We still got to make a rotation around the Earth, and then.
Are we on a set in California again?
Whoa, that was.
I like making fun of people who say we faked the moon landing. Sorry.
Way to kill the momentum.
It's your
I
show.
do
Go
believe
for
we
it.
faked
Josh did it too. Because I know that people.
I just had your back because you're the CEO, and I wanted to have your back.
Yeah. People in the comment section are going to be saying that. You don't need to say it for them.
I
By
believe
the way,
in
you are free to leave those comments. 11 a.m. weekdays. Every weekday. Tomorrow we'll be off because it's Good Friday. And we'll be back Monday. So, yesterday, historic event, massive implications for the future. Some that many people may not know. We are doing a drive-by, fly-by the moon.
Thank you.
Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and
Always
come back
name these
home
things after
from a
Greek
distance
gods.
that has
Does that tell you anything?
never been
They
done
worship
before.
fallen
It's
angels.
amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people.
It's one way.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Okay.
Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Now, I think that's pretty cool. I'll tell you who else thinks it's pretty cool. Probably couldn't be more excited, this kid.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the freaking moon. That's why.
Yeah, dude.
You stupid reporter.
Yeah.
Why would you ask such a stupid question?
Yeah, dummy.
Looked like he was mad that he asked the
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Why would you ask me that, you silly person? So the Artemis II, just so you know, it's only going to be, orbiting the moon. But I'm saying we're going back to the moon. It's a test run for 2 moon landings.
Yeah.
That we're going to be seeing afterwards. It's the first time back to the moon in 54 years. Some people saying the first time. Some people saying 0 times. This is also another
Got some property
deep fake. It's going to last about
waterfront
10 days.
in Arizona for you.
685,000 miles of travel. They are going to, in fact, go further from Earth than anyone ever. A few key facts here that are pretty important for you to know. We are in a new space race with China. That's number one. And of course, Lane the Brain is very passionate about this because he doesn't want China to get, he doesn't want them to get their tiny claws in on the moon.
He hates the Chinese.
It's basically a race for
Communist
the lunar South Pole, which is kind of the ideal spot for a moon base. Whoever really sets up shop there first, they set the rules. Another kind of key detail here, number 2, the moon can be used to eventually launch to Mars. It's much easier from the moon.
That's Elon's plan right now. Instead of just going directly to Mars, it's to go to moon base, then go from there to Mars.
And key fact number 3, I mean, I know it's no universal daycare like Europe, who don't pay for any of their own national security spending, but President Trump did set the wheels in motion for this. This was in 2017. He issued Space Policy Directive 1, which did create this program. So a big moment in American history. It does have some, there will be some significant fallout from it. It's not just, hey, isn't it cool to go to the moon? And I think this is one of those things. Can we all find some comment? Like, hey, that's pretty cool. I'm glad that
cool. Yeah.
I'm glad that we've done
It is.
It's one of those moments I shared with my kids. It's like, look at this rocket. Like they were like just amazed by it. And I'm like, see, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
I don't think we should have waited this long. So I think it's a good thing.
I think our program
discover what's
shambles
unknown
for a while, though. Like it really did take a change in administration, a change in philosophy, and people like Elon Musk and Bezos pushing the envelope on kind of commercial space flight too. So,
yeah, in the 21st century, a few fat black chicks with calculators ain't gonna cut it.
Nah.
You know, this space race between us and China, it presents a hilarious opportunity for Taiwan.
Yeah.
What if Taiwan got to the moon?
That would be pretty fun.
And then China's like, oh no,
you do again.
Just leaning on their flag.
Oh,
fancy see you here.
We're independent up here too.
By the way, according to Kelsey, the chances that we go back and land on the moon, for some reason, they say not so great before 2027, 9.8%, and then 11% by 2028.
You said a moment ago that it was planned for 2028 landings.
Right.
So before would be quite.
I don't know why they have those.
Can we bring that back up again? Because this may be a market opportunity.
I don't believe in moon landing.
What?
They announced plans to go and land on the moon in 2028.
But this is before 2028.
No, hold on. Listen to my train of thought here.
Gotcha.
Don't want to.
It's impossible for us to go before we go.
I know.
So betting on going before 2027 sounds like a lock.
Yeah.
Unless it's anybody going.
I mean, the odds aren't. You're not gonna make that much money, but you will make some money.
It does say NASA specifically.
If there's a bot out there trading on this, I guarantee you they're playing the hell out of this. Like,
all right, let's go from space back to the space in our hearts.
Oh,
soft moment here. Are we going back to India?
Even
no, we're not going back.
Oh, by the way, they fixed the toilet on the Artemis. Did you see that? The first thing that happened is the toilet broke, and we're like, "Well, son of a gun."
Do you think that happened? Like, I had a friend who was riding on someone's private plane, and they were traveling. They were crossing the ocean, and he went to use the toilet. And as he came out, the man who owned the plane said, "Hey, by the way, don't go number 2 in there. It doesn't work." And he was like,
"Oh, whoops!"
I think that happened. All right, we are prepared. Oh, quick note: the toilet doesn't flush. What?
I did that in my dad's RV.
Oh no!
Yeah, my dad has a fifth wheel. And we went to go see him. And I did my business, and I came out, and I was like, well, the trash can's all full of toilet paper. Catherine's like, yeah, your dad said not to do that. I go, oh, it was a big load down there.
Missed that part.
So he's finding out right now.
We just need Eddie standing outside of the ship. Shitter was full.
So back to the Space Insider Hearts, guys.
Okay, fine.
Because the language that we all speak is love, and love is all you need. I mean, rocket fuel if you're going into orbit.
Fair.
Food.
Yes.
Water. I mean, some way to sustain life, but love figuratively. So we get a lot of questions from you guys, and we get a lot of questions from women and a lot of questions from men. And I know there's feminism, and then people sort of point to the red pill community, and that's kind of a weird, the manosphere, where you have people like Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and they share nothing in common with people like Andrew Wilson. But I will say this, what you do see as a trend, let's just eliminate the outliers. I don't think that feminism is an outlier. I think the extreme views, or the view that you should sleep with as many women as possible, in that manosphere, is an outlier. But let's just get rid of the blue-haired feminists, and let's get rid of the outliers on the far right manosphere, as people refer to it. I don't know how else to refer to it. The dynamic that we see that is consistent is young men who want to get married. right? This is really only for people who want to get married, and this is really only directed at people who want to have a more traditional marriage. That is hard to come by these days.
Yeah, it's almost
And a lot of men who have been traditional their whole lives and have now worked and achieved some degree of success, we get a lot of questions regarding this. They say, yeah, but how do I know that the women who are closer to my age, who now say that they want to be a stay-at-home wife or a mom, or they want a more traditional relationship, when they lived their whole life progressively in a feminist way, how do I know that they're being genuine? And so a lot of guys aren't willing to take that risk, and they're checking out because you see a trend. This is becoming increasingly common. Now, it could just be because of social media. I think you probably would have seen women saying this from the 60s all the way up until now, where they do college, glorified years of alcoholism, finding themselves, traveling, boss babe. And then they say, well, actually, now I do want a more traditional life. How can a man who's taking that risk identify if someone is being genuine? And you, as a woman, how do you know that you're coming at it from a genuine place? Well, I have a litmus test for you. But first, I'm going to show you a montage of women who were at one point feminist. And I would argue most of them, when you watch this, still are, but saying, actually, I do want to be a wife now. I do want to be a mom. I don't want to be boss babe feminist. But what I want you to do, as these people have the revelation, I want you to, just with this montage, count how many times you hear an ask or a demand. Let's watch.
Do you want to know one of the saddest realizations I recently had? Was that as a liberal woman, it is really hard to find a man who is willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship in today's day and age, who is not a conservative.
Do I wish I had the ability to be at home and to be able to take on the traditional woman's role in a home? Absolutely. Do I give off more masculine energy? Yeah. Am I a good housekeeper? No. Have I ever been a good housekeeper? No.
I have this eternal struggle where it's like, I want my husband to be the provider, make all the money, pay all the bills, do the adulting things, fix everything around the house, take care of my car, take the trash out, make all the plans, handle our finances. So basically do everything while I just lie around and like only do things when I feel like doing them.
A guy is asking you like what your goals are. And you're talking about how you want to continue to go back to school and you want to do this and you want to do that. They're not hearing that you want to, they're not hearing that you want to nurture your family.
I don't believe in feminism. I think that if men are willing to do more and do more, then they should make more. That's the first argument. Everybody's like, men shouldn't make more money than women. I don't want to be a carpenter. Get up for me. I want your seat. There's no reason we should get rid of those pieces of chivalry all for feminism.
Me and all my liberal friends want to be traditional housewives. Well, not all of us, but most of us. But the problem is we don't like Republican men.
But like, I'm not talking about traditional gender roles because I'm not cooking, I'm not cleaning, I'm not doing his laundry. I also don't like to be told what to do. I can make my own decisions and I like making my own money. Can somebody help?
So I don't really know what to do because I don't want to compromise my morals and values just to find a man. But am I asking to have my cake and eat it too?
I want leadership.
No, you can't.
But don't just like boss me around, Like lead me. Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led.
I thought it was like a given that, hey, I'm a nurse. Of course, like I'm a nurturer and I'm going to take care of my family. But in the meantime, while, we don't have kids, is it not attractive that I have a career going for me? Or
Does that mean I would not prefer a more traditional woman role in a household? No, I would love that.
Ones that bust their ass and make enough money to support a stay-at-home mom, wife, whatever, are the Republican men because they will exploit the shit out of themselves for money.
Wrong. I would never exploit myself for money.
Jeez. Point well made, Josh.
Thanks. You like that, Stephen?
I do not.
Anyway, leg kick was higher.
So here's, and hopefully that kind of illustrates the point. You can go check out the references. We make them available every show, 11 a.m. weekdays. So here's a litmus test. Because I also understand as Christians, we believe that people can be redeemed. And we want people to be redeemed, right? You see the same rash of former porn stars who, once they start aging out or once they become less popular, all of a sudden starting up ministries. It doesn't mean that it can't be genuine, but they needn't be given a platform. It doesn't mean that these women, in those cases, most of them are not, but these women can't be genuine in maybe their conversion, but they needn't be granted a marriage certificate. Here's how I think you might want to approach, both from a male perspective and a female perspective in self-examination, assuming that you are a man who wants a marriage, who wants a family, a traditional one, and assuming that you are a woman who wants those things now. Listen for asks and me, meaning someone saying, yeah, I went to college and I did all these things, but then I realized that I don't really want to be working and I actually would really like to be a mom. And actually that does sound better, right? Being at home and taking care of a family, that would be preferable now. So I was wrong in what I thought I wanted. Those are all asks. And usually it's married with, but whatever women want to do, of course, they can just do that. Versus, I made mistakes following the feminist lie. I bought into it. And in buying into it, I did irreparable damage, and I want to right those wrongs and advise young women to not do the same.
And take accountability.
I want to make sure that we teach our children that everything is a trade-off. I want to make sure that if we have a daughter, she knows that, if you don't start focusing on this very young, when you have that biological window and start planning for your life, you may very likely find yourself in this situation with regrets like I did. Do not do it the way that I did. You can choose to be a professional during your formative years, or you can choose to pursue a priority of a family, and then you could go be a professional after that. But you do have to make a choice as to your priorities. It's a trade-off. On the flip side, men don't get a trade-off, just so you know. Here's the advice to young men. Hey, do you want to get married? You better work. And if you never want to get married, you still have to work. So look for, is this person now, selfishly, for lack of a better word, describing what they want? Is it a wish list? And the wish list has just changed from, I want to be independent, I want to have my own money, I want to do it my own way, I don't want to be tied down to a man, to, you know what, now I'm ready to settle down, that sounds good for me? Or is it someone, just like anyone else who's made a serious mistake, take a drug addict, take someone who, for example, maybe was preaching what they now know to be a false religion. You have those people, those conversion stories.
Taking accountability. That's
let me warn
what it all
you,
boils down to.
Don't do what I did.
Yep.
It doesn't end well, and it is all wrong.
Yep.
That's important because you know what else men hear? And I'm telling you this, women, this is for the women. You know what men hear when they go, yeah, well, then I do eventually want to be like a stay-at-home mom, but before then, I want to work a job. And by the way, that makes sense. You can plan your life that way. A lot of people get married and before they have kids, they both work. But establishing that as a prerequisite is to tell the man, yeah, then I'll prioritize kids. I'm going to prioritize myself and then children. At no point will it be support for you. And men are going, I'm kind of okay by myself. I would really only bring someone on if they're a teammate, and not just a teammate to the kids, but a teammate to me.
Yep.
You comment below if that helps you and makes sense. If someone has a conversion story, it can't just be a wish list. It has to be a how they are going to prevent other people from making the same mistakes. That's the accountability. We're going to talk about that and more. Probably take quite a few chats on that. Yeah. Join Rumble Premium. You can click right there. We're going to go on for another 45 minutes to an hour here today. You always get not tomorrow because it's Good Friday, but.
All right. That was some good stuff for Crowder. Yeah. I mean, it's all about straight up. It's all about taking accountability for the things that you've done and having a revelation and seeing the things. Like when you touch the stove, you realize that you burn your hand and you shouldn't touch the stove. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you that when you do that, you are going to be at a detriment. It doesn't. Why? Because, it's reactionary. And that's what it's supposed to be. The revelation that you're going to come up to is some kind of insight in what you've learned. What have you learned? You learned that you were easily led and you were led astray. You were deceived. You were told you wanted this and you were told you wanted that. But what did you really want? You wanted to be a wife. You wanted a good husband. You wanted children. You wanted security. And you wanted, nice things in life. Well, half of that you can get by yourself. You don't need a husband. But for the family and for a husband, you need a husband. It takes two to tango. It takes two people to make a baby. Regardless, I know they, want to clone and do all this, that, and other nowadays. But, the fact of the matter is it takes two. And regardless of how people want to try and act like it's not, we're gonna watch one more thing. We're gonna watch this this friggin' Mark Dice video. We're gonna react to that as well. We're gonna bring this up. All right.
Gavin Newsom's wife, who very well may be the first lady of the United States, if God forbid he wins the 2028 presidential election. I'm sorry, the first partner. She doesn't refer to herself as the first lady in California ever since he became the governor, because that's not woke enough. So to be more inclusive, they changed the title to the idiotic first partner in order to further try to destroy traditional gender norms and what they call heteronormativity, which is the cultural Marxist buzzword, meaning that, of course, heterosexual couples, normal couples are the norm. And so they're upset. These lunatic leftists, the godless Satanists are upset that, of course, normalcy is.
I'm glad he said that. Godless Satanist. I'm so glad he said that, because that's exactly what I think. I think they're all godless. I think they're Satanists. I think they're trying to replace ideology, and they've done a really good job. They've done a really good job, because now you've got every blue-haired, purple-haired feminist with a nose ring this side of friggin' Egypt worshiping this garbage, saying that God's not real, saying that, we're a country and a nation founded on laws by God. Every nation out there has a rule that says do not murder or you will go to jail. That comes from God. That didn't come from them. It's same thing with stealing. That come from God, not from them. Same thing with, not sleeping with your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's husband. That adultery is from God. Marriage is from God. All of these things are from God, and we act like we're a people and we're making our own stuff. We're not. We're not.
Be normal. But here's a little taste of what would be in store for America if her silver-tongued servant of Satan husband were to win in 2028.
And he is. He's a slick car salesman with a silver tongue. Evil as they come. I can feel demons on him every time I see him in a video.
My sons are really into sports, or so are my girls, but my sons will watch their favorite athletes on YouTube.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you'll find this sort of alt-right, extreme, Jordan Peterson type speaking to my sons.
Right. Jordan Peterson's alt-right. That is
It's insane.
Right.
Connected to the sports culture. That's not healthy. Are you kidding?
It's not healthy for her children to hear from a psychologist who doesn't want to be forced to call transgender people their preferred pronouns. It's extreme. He's alt-right. These leftists are so out of touch. They think that Jordan Peterson, of all people, are hateful. Well, wait until they get a load of me.
Are you kidding? So then our boys are learning hate, bigotry,
Right.
misogyny, racism.
Yeah.
So it's very dangerous,
Yeah.
you know, and I think we have to take responsibility and we have to hold those in leadership in tech accountable because they're making all this money and they're leaving our world in a very, very dangerous place.
It's dangerous to have kids hear the other side of the argument that Americans shouldn't be forced to refer to some they, them by whatever whacked out, invented neo-pronouns they've concocted today. This is the same nonsense these whack jaws have been saying for years. Remember when Kara Swisher, who was this big tech columnist in Silicon Valley, sat down with the then CEO of YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, who has since died and been replaced with an Indian, literally a group thrower, is now the CEO of YouTube. But then they're sitting down together at the Lesbians Who Tech conference. Apparently there's a conference for lesbians who like being in the tech industry. And Kara Swisher told the CEO to her face that Ben Shapiro should be banned from YouTube.
My son, who's 13 years old, started watching Ben Shapiro videos, and he's like the gateway drug to the next group. And then it goes right to Jordan Peterson, then it goes down, and in 3 clicks, he was at neo-Nazi stuff.
Well, hopefully he's a groyper now, and like many have woken up to Ben Shapiro's scam. I'll finish this clip in a moment, but speak of the devil, Ben Shapiro has 7 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, and as you can see, his recent uploads are getting a whopping 33,000 views, 42,000. Oh, there he broke 100,000 views, 133,000 views, 21,000 views, 120. Occasionally he does break a couple 100,000 views, but just look at how pathetic those numbers are.
I think what you're describing is, and the way we think about it too, look, there's a set of content that has to meet the community guidelines. Ben Shapiro is going to meet the community guidelines. So I don't think you're suggesting that we remove him from the platform, are you?
I would, but I can't. No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
But last time I saw you, I was like, get Alex Jones off that platform. And you're like, well, the community guidelines. And then you got him
now
off.
he's not on the platform.
I know. So I was right, but that's enough.
It was a term.
And that is just like a friggin' woman to do that. Oh, so I was right. I forgot this is Lesbians Who Tech. Oh, okay. Makes so much sense because there's so much right. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you all quit teching and go start putting the power on and start keeping the water flowing and start keeping the roads going and start working on automobiles and building skyscrapers and building houses and doing these things. Because at some point, men are getting sick of it. Wow, this one has a oh man, there's butches everywhere.
It's a service,
It's
actually.
terms of service. He broke the terms.
He broke our terms of service, yes.
Yeah.
Imagine being so woke and out of touch that you think that Ben Shapiro is too far to the right. Notice that Kara Swisher also targeted Jordan Peterson, who started out as a psychologist, just posting his lectures online, but then signed a multi-million-dollar deal with the Daily Wire, and then started endorsing things like gay marriage, gay adoption, and regime change in Iran.
Which I
Here
think
he
is
sitting.
garbage. This is disgusting. I think 2 gay people ought not be able to raise children. And I know that sounds bad. But it's pollution. It's poison. Again, I made a video or a little short the other day. When there's poison in the well, you don't go get out water from the well because there's poison in it. And that's exactly what this garbage is.
Down with Dave Rubin, Conservative Inc.'s token gay guy, and one of Ben Shapiro's best friends, who's also Jewish and a major Zionist, obviously, reminiscing about how Jordan Peterson endorsed his marriage to some other dude and them buying children through surrogacy and even naming.
So if no one else says it, I'm going to say it. It is disgusting. Homosexuality is corrupt, it's evil, it's vile, and it's disgusting. It's an abomination. And anyone who is, you should turn away from it. You should turn away from it. You say what you want. It is a choice. It is that you're making, and you should turn away from it. Beg the Lord for forgiveness and redemption and to be changed and move away from it. That's what repenting is. It is literally turning away. Dude, completely turning away. It's feeling sorry for what you've done, feeling remorse, and turning away. Both applications have to be made for a true repentance. And that's what we're missing in this country is actual repentance.
One of those poor children after Peterson
Especially
himself.
when they're
We've got two 2-year-olds now, and Justin's middle name is Jordan, which one of the great joys of my life was calling you up that day and asking you if we could do it, and we got the Jordan Peterson tears, which we've gotten every now and again.
That was after he did this sit-down interview with Ruben, praising their decision to have Dave's husband take on the role of the mother for the poor children.
Roughly speaking, women tend to do the nurturing thing more and men do the encouraging thing more. So now the question is, how do you mediate? How do you manage to fulfill both those roles in the absence of
we all know when
Mother.
a crisis hits,
And,
food is the
you know,
first
I'm
thing
I'm
to
actually
go.
surprised
Whether it's
that
a
he
black
actually even said
heterosexual arrangement?
Yeah,
Yes.
you know David pretty well, and we've been out to dinner with Tammy many times.
Yeah.
And you know him. He is incredibly warm and nurturing and loving.
Feminine, okay, as many of the LGBTQ people are, but he's not a woman. He's not taking the place of the mother. These poor children will never know their mother because
makes my
of
skin
the
crawl.
rules involved in privacy
repulsive.
with egg donation.
And deeply cares about all of those things. And I'm telling you, he is reading about skin to skin contact
Yeah,
every day
yeah.
and all of the breast milk stuff and everything. And I know he will have a huge percentage
milk stuff.
of the stuff that a mother would bring.
I'll spare you any more of the cringe so you
Please.
don't vomit, but obviously Jordan Peterson endorses and continued to endorse the practice of these two men buying eggs from fertility clinics, renting two women's wombs as surrogates, having those two women artificially inseminated, one with each of their sperm. And in Conservative Ink at the Daily Wire, that's totally normal now. That's MAGA, don't you know? Or neo-MAGA is probably the term that we should start using to describe these usurpers. The new MAGA leadership, like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin. Neo-MAGA is all about making Israel and Iran great again. Right, Dr. Peterson?
If any of you have been particularly taken by this story today, you could always put pen to paper and write your congressman or your senator and let them know that you're not all that happy about the situation in Iran, and that if the politicians got their act together and were stalwart in their opposition to this fundamentalist, totalitarian, misogynistic, brutal regime, that maybe it could be pushed over and that would be a nice object lesson to totalitarian tyrants everywhere in the world.
I got some words for you there, Dr. Jordan Peterson. For a long time when this first started, I liked a lot of the things you were saying. A lot of the things when you were coming to Christ and you were talking about clean up your room and clean up your attitude and clean up your act and all of these things. Focus on yourself. Focus on the things that you can control rather than worrying about all of the object elements and things that are outside of your control. These are things that I agreed with you on. But the moment that you started sounding like the enemy, you become the enemy. The wolves are in sheep's clothing. Okay? He is definitely pretending to be a sheep, but he's not. He's a wolf. He's a wolf. That's what psychologists are. It's a manipulation of the mind, the psyche. The whole point of all of this is to control the mind. That's what government is, mind control. This whole thing is about corrupting our state of mind, state of being, and how, look at the nuclear, you can't even tell me at what point do you think it, and the two-party household broke down. Why? Who initiated it? Who instigated it? What made it happen? Because I'll tell you this, it wasn't the black community that made it happen. There's this, dad went for cigarettes and never went back, or he went for milk and never went back mentality that everybody says, but that's not what happened. The reality is the government instigated it. The government and wanted the women to leave their husbands. That way they could have Medicaid, Medicare, all not Medicare, but food stamps, welfare, and all of these aids, government assistance, housing assistance, school assistance, daycare assistance. All of these things happened. Why? Because the government's the one who instigated it and started it. And people like this are literally wolves in sheep's clothing.
We are facing a communist takeover in America. Our culture has been almost completely destroyed. The social norms completely usurped. And he and the other neocons, the neo-MAGAs, are worried about making Israel and Iran great again. I mean, what's next? Is neo-MAGA going to start calling for Cuba to be made great again? Oh, wait, what's this?
Today, we have a greater chance.
Yet another one. Yet another one. I used to think Ted Cruz was great. He's fallen like... When you see a wolf wearing a sheep's clothes, you have to understand that is literally what democracy is. It's two wolves and a sheep fighting over what's for dinner. Not arguing, not discussing, fighting over what's for dinner. That's friggin' democracy for you. And people don't realize it. The ones who do are the ones who pull away from it and turn away. Ted Cruz, I used to love Ted Cruz, but he is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing.
That in the next 6 months, we will see a new government in Venezuela, in Cuba, and in Iran.
That was obviously at CPAC, the big conservative conference for establishment Republicans, where they're more interested in making foreign countries great again than they are taking over our local and state legislatures.
Yeah, because they're not worried about our health insurance. They're not worried about our child care. They're not worried about our homeless situation or our population. See, things to that nature, they're not worried about it. They don't care. They're not going to consider it. Why? Because they're getting their palms greased.
Here at home. And while those who have been supporting the war in Iran have been careful to say, well, it's not troops on the ground. It's just some flyby bombings, which, by the way, have been going on now for over a month. But we now have the neo-MAGA leadership like Mark Levin calling for boots on the ground. And if, or God forbid, when that happens, you're going to see the neo-MAGA leadership say, that's real MAGA. We need to finish the job, as George W. Bush said about Iraq, which took 20 years to do.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons. And we wouldn't need 300,000 of them.
Just 50,000, just 100,000. At this point, as Hillary Clinton said, what difference does it make?
It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium.
Oh, so now it's not just about disabling their nuclear facilities and then moving on to their weapon systems, their missile launchers. Now we got to send troops in there and then take the uranium.
If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said, you can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles.
And President Trump slipped up yesterday, giving the Democrats the ultimate campaign ad that's going to run 24/7 as the midterms arrive by saying this.
The United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare.
Hey, we're fighting a war for Israel and Iran now. We don't have any money for daycare here in America for American children. The president did make a very strange primetime address last night about the war, where people were hopeful that he was going to say it's just wrapping up. But instead, he said this.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So this war will go on for at least 2 months. Just 15 days to slow the spread. Remember that from the COVID days? And a lot of people thought that this initial bombing campaign was just going to last a couple days. Just like the initial bombing campaign last summer, which actually only lasted 1 day. But now here we are over a month in. So what's another 3 weeks? Anything for Israel. But if you say something like that, or if you point out the Clean Break Report, which was written up in the late 1990s by Benjamin Netanyahu and a bunch of other neocons, calling for the removal of Saddam Hussein in order to, benefit Israel, then people like Jonathan Greenblatt, that ghoul over at the ADL, will call you an anti-Semite.
Just look at what happened in the days after the U.S. and Israel launched the military operations against Iran.
Half of the Americans are upset about it. According to a poll on the Mark Dice YouTube channel, less than 1/3 of the audience supports it.
I mean, whatever your views on the conflict might be, and reasonable people can hold very reasonable differences. What happened next was not about policy. It wasn't about geopolitics. It was about...
What was it about? It wasn't about policy or geopolitics. It was literally a land dispute between Israel and Palestine, and that's been going on for how long? And I agree. Iran's been launching bombs into Israel for years now. They've been trying to take them out since the 70s, really, if you want to think about it. 79, I guess, since the early 80s. It should have been done before now, because Iran's the one who's funded Hezbollah and like all of the different terrorist organizations. It's been Iran that's been behind them. I mean, that's just the way it is. And I almost wouldn't even put them behind them. But I personally am of the mindset that the United States government's the ones who were behind 9/11. Not Pakistan, not Lebanon, not Syria, not ICE. All of these different countries took the rap. That was the whole point of Afghanistan. Someone I know says it was for heroin, because they go into friggin' Afghanistan and they're literally guarding this guy who's working with the United States military and his heroin field, poppy field, and taking out the next guy down the street 2 miles away because he's not working with the United States military, and taking out his heroin field or his poppy field. So what do I believe? Well, I can tell you there's religious artifacts that were seized from the museums the moment this happened. There were the oil, there was the heroin, but all of this is what? It's jingling of the keys. Hey, look over here, because meanwhile, we're pulling the gold out of the Federal Reserve, out from the World Trade Center. We're manipulating the currency. We're devaluing the population. We're devaluing all these things. And it's literally the same thing when you try and distract a toddler by jingling the keys. When they say, look here, you better be looking everywhere else. And that's what the world's not doing. So we're all focused on Israel and Iran, and good reason to be. But what's going on that we're not seeing? That's the question we all need to be asking ourselves.
Blame.
Because you can bet your tail something's going on.
And the blame, as it so often does, was placed at the feet of who else? The Jews.
Well, I mean, Israel is a Jewish country, but you're not supposed to question how they want to keep their super majority of ethnic Jews over there, while a certain group of people requests diversity in all white Western European countries.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
Remember when the neocons weren't even calling this a war and they were suggesting that it was just going to last a few days? Well, I'm sorry to say, I told you so.
Well,
which is also why I sell the War is a Racket shirt, which you should order from my online store, markdice.com.
Good video,
Click the
Mark.
link in the description below. Also, in case you missed it, I just released this Americans Speak English shirt, which has the crest on the front left chest and a big graphic on the back. So again, all of my designs available on a t-shirt, long sleeve.
All righty then. Let's watch a little bit of Asmongold for a few minutes. What?
My old phone carrier was reaching their hand into my wallet and just helping themselves. I like having no surprises when it comes to my cell phone bill. And with Spectrum, it saved me a ton of money.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/save.
Uh-oh.
Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the Straits of Hormuz and not the gays of Hormuz?
Yes, I agree. Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Why do you think they're willing? Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the Straits of Hormuz and not the gays of Hormuz?
Yes, I agree. Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the gays of Hormuz behind?
I think it's just historically, like, you know, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong on so many levels.
Even in war.
Yeah, even in war. And it just takes, I think, more
There's no way. It gets worse.
like more reform in government, obviously, and then also educating society.
I just feel like if we're gonna go in there, we can't leave the gay people behind.
Right,
I don't think we should go in there at all, but if we're going to, the gays of Hormuz, we could turn it into Fire Island.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. So we are here with the communists who don't support the Democrats either. We're gonna find out the important questions about communism.
Communism for the working class is organized against the Epstein class.
Yeah. Do you think
the Epstein class? And by the way, this is the thing that I find to be so funny is this entire narrative that there's an Epstein class. Meanwhile, they're siding. But didn't Stalin impregnate a 13-year-old? I think he did, didn't he? Like it was a long time ago. I don't remember if this is true or not. He did, yeah. That's pretty young. I'd say it's pretty young, guys.
The communists are more or less open to.
Oh.
With the U.S. disaster, we asked the man with the Iranian flag for advice.
I think America hates them because Iran is so feminist.
We just saw this part. I'll skip ahead.
Because Prophet Muhammad actually had a lot of gay friends.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Free the gays of Hormuz! Free the gays of Hormuz!
The gays will refuse to let themselves be left behind here or in the Strait of Hormuz.
Wow.
We are fighting for the gays of Hormuz right now.
The hat, bro, the hat. Like, this is the horseshoe theory in action. Wow, that's a crazy hat. What a hat.
Okay. You know?
Wait, what is
it? Fighting for the gays of Hormuz right now.
The gays?
Okay.
Okay.
You know?
Respect to them.
You know?
If they need us to fight for them, I'm with it.
Gays of Hormuz are being attacked.
That's not cool.
Yeah, not good.
I'm a straight guy, but that's not cool.
Yes, they're going for the Straits of Hormuz, but they're not willing to protect the gays of Hormuz.
You see, I'm a straight guy. I'm an ally, man.
Oh, look. Wait a minute. I have a button that says I'm a good boy.
Ally. That's not cool.
Have you ever seen, what do you think when you do see a
When I see it.
Yeah.
No. Never seen one other than my own.
What did people think of the persecutors of the gays of Hamouz?
Fuck Erica Kirk, Donald Trump, Aaron Trump.
Erica Kirk? How is Erica Kirk the first person you think of, not the president? How is she ahead of the president?
Did we send Baron Trump to suicide bomb in Iran?
Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, like, send him to the front lines.
Yeah, what about Don?
Do you really think that it's a good idea that you could have some drunk, retarded Karen sitting up there voting? Like, can you imagine? Oh my God, they're drunk. Yeah, this is amazing. She's brown bag. She is.
Send them to the front lines. No gear, nothing. Completely naked. Let them fight the wars they want to start.
Yeah.
The elephant. The ass over.
Radicalize or be eradicated. Those who control media speak of a future without humans.
Throw the
Epstein
Epstein class.
Dude, it's another person. Overthrow the Epstein class. I wonder what Hamas thinks the age of consent should be. I wonder. I don't know.
You think of people here who are still pros Democrats.
See, the difference between us with like our Epstein class is that whenever you act like Jeffrey Epstein in America, usually you go to jail. Now, there are instances where people don't go to jail, and those are really bad. But the reality is that over there in a lot of other parts of the world, you don't go to jail because it's not against the law. That's the problem.
Prime would like to welcome you to Augusta National for the Masters. Starting with 2 additional hours of coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, April 9th and Friday, April 10th. The Masters now begins on Prime.
The fact
the Democrats
that people are literally.
Who's first in the guillotine, Zaz? That's what I want to know.
I mean, it's got to be the man.
This is why guillotines were invented.
Got to be the man.
Oh my God. And it's another postmenopausal Karen with colored hair. Oh my God.
So it's got to be Trump. I think Stephen Miller, number 2.
But I mean, the only thing is, like, I wouldn't mind if the guillotine was a little duller.
Yeah.
You know,
a few tries.
So maybe,
you know.
See, this is what people need to realize is that these people, if you give them what they want and you let them have power, they'll kill you. They openly talk about it. Like they will literally kill you. This is the issue, right? It's a huge problem. Like they will do this. And how do you know that they will do this? Well, look at Charlie Kirk. They killed Charlie Kirk in front of everybody. And these people were laughing about it, making jokes about it, and then saying it was a good thing and he deserved it.
No one deserves to die like that.
Stephen Miller.
We warm it up with Stephen Miller, JD.
Yeah, so get it dull. And
can we throw in Ivanka?
Ivanka.
I mean,
I would like to give her Melania. I'm okay, but like Ivanka.
Melania will guillotine.
Yeah.
Don't act like every political community doesn't do this. Can you give me a parallel to Charlie Kirk that the right-wing community has universally supported?
No, you
on,
can't.
Like social media. Give me a parallel to that. Like a left-wing political activist that got killed like that, or someone similar to that. We're talking about calls for violence. Well, when Elon Musk said that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files and he had a public falling out with Donald Trump, how many Republicans went and burned down Teslas? When did that happen? The closest thing is George Floyd. George Floyd was a criminal scumbag, and the world is a better place that he's dead. Maybe he didn't deserve to die that day, but he never should have been out of jail for what he did. It's just the way it is.
I can't.
Not
even.
many. I condone radical leftists. Well, then, okay, there you go. Well, but like the thing is that you're creating a false equivalence. You're saying everybody does this. You're right. There are people on every side that do this. But whenever you misattribute and you misrepresent it and you say that, well, because some people.
But the difference is what? The difference is the right doesn't execute people.
People on this side are doing it. We shouldn't look at the disparity between how often something happens. It's the same thing that I talked about with the Iran child marriage thing. Like, you have tens of thousands of them over there, right? Over here, we have teenagers marrying other teenagers. It's a deliberate misunderstanding. These people clearly are doing it. They're clearly advocating for it. It's not. This is very one-dimensional. It's not completely one-dimensional, but it's very one-dimensional.
About Eric and Donald, so.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Eric and Donald, but you believe in nonviolence?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe in nonviolence, except for the people that I disagree with. They need to die.
For you, they are protesting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gay rights are everything right now.
100%. Let the people live.
Yeah. How is Trump abolishing them?
Abolishing our rights?
The gay rights, yeah.
I mean, he just said it the other day, but
What I really like about this guy is that his channel hasn't gotten popular enough yet that people recognize him and they realize that, oh no, I'm about to be a retard on the internet. And so he can go and ask these people these questions and actually get answers from them.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't care.
Are you an ally of the LGBT?
If LGBTQ is an ally
LGBTQ
of America and family, I am constitutionally bound to support that.
And what goes through your mind when you do see a as a straight guy?
When I see a what?
As a straight guy, yeah.
I only like looking at my own, or when I'm cleaning my son's.
The new Value Feast is here at KFC, stacked with hot and crispy, delicious goodness. Comes in more chicken, even more chicken. And who approved this?
We have bottom.
That's Stephen Miller.
Yeah, he's a bottom for sure. We have top. He's a top. And we also have bottom as well. What do you think of all this?
I don't know. It's New York. Everybody does whatever.
Will there be a nuclear deal? Will the strait be opened anytime soon? If you want to profit off of all the problems that are going on in the world, there's one place you can do it. So we have the Venezuelans all in.
You gotta say, bro, these prediction markets are at least funding free speech. I gotta appreciate it.
Support of charging Maduro, but they're protesting against the white people. Delcy Rodriguez has a 67% chance on Cauchy to win. Are you on this side or are you on the side of the big booty Latinas? Why do you think Trump's willing to leave behind the gays of Hormuz?
Dude, Trump is... Oh, goodness. Fucking... don't even get me talking about that guy. That guy's a piece of shit.
Like, why do you think he's so after the Straits of Hormuz and not the gays?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I have no idea how that guy's brain works. He's like, got a chicken.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, huh?
Chicken brain, right? So they say chickens are like a small brain.
Straight up.
Yeah, bro. Like, absolutely. Yeah, he's so stupid.
Hormuz.
Oh, am I worried about it?
Yeah.
Hell no. Let the prices go up. Maybe these people, they think that they,
watch this part
they
again.
want to drive their cars and luxury and all this stuff. Let them feel some pain. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope they blow it up. I mean, any ship that go there that's U.S.
They blow up the U.S. ships trying to protect
exactly.
Them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we need Iran to stop our pillage agenda, even if it means getting our sword.
I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. I didn't mean to do that.
Meanwhile, Iran is massively imperialist. They're trying to expand Iran. They're trying to take over other countries. They're funding terrorist groups in other countries. But like, and this is the crazy thing is that like it's like whenever they interviewed MBS and he's like, yeah, the Ayatollah is like Hitler. Well, how? Because he's trying to expand his country constantly. Like that's the actual reality. Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Of all the young cock we would lose made me want to find one of my
Why do you
own.
support one imperialist and not the other? Because one imperialist wants to wipe me out and everybody that's like me out, and the other one is my country. It's pretty obvious.
It's pretty obvious. I agree. It's pretty obvious. You know?
Why would you? Why do you think? Yeah, duh.
Pretty obvious.
Like, because one wants to kill me and the other one doesn't. Are you fucking stupid?
Yep.
Like, wait. Would you expect some kind of like complex Reddit answer? No.
Stupidos.
Why do you support a theocrat tyrant and not one or the other? If you agree on philosophy, why do you restrict yourself to borders? Definitely.
The Daily Wire has sued the federal government again and again. We have won.
Well, we filed a...
Sometimes the liberal guys need the aggression of the closeted conservative guys.
I think that
A little bit.
yes, any rage that we can take away from ourselves and put towards fighting for democracy in our country is a good thing. So if the closeted grinder crashing Republicans want to come on over to our side, I'm going to fight for their rights too.
That's funny.
Still fuck Donald Trump all day, every day.
But how can I get a black boyfriend?
Hey, you can go down to 10th Ave.
Yeah.
Hell's Kitchen. I ain't getting nothing.
We can all get dressed up as sharks together.
Oh yeah.
This is honestly, this is probably the most millennial outfit that you can possibly have. From a 10-year-old meme. You know when they added an item for Left Shark into World of Warcraft? It was in Warlords of Draenor. That was like 10 years ago. Oh my God. Oh, is it Baby Shark? Oh, okay.
And then I'll be
Maybe
a little
that's not as
fishy.
bad.
See, my oldest kid is 20 and 17 and 11. So I've never even heard of Baby Shark. Maybe I'm too old and I've lost touch. Maybe I'm completely out of the loop. But this stuff right here is just crazy to me.
And then you can eat me.
So ages ago, yeah. It's a long time ago.
If the world has no king, can I even be a queen? Spit and show me what you got.
The guy in the background.
And show me what you got.
Oh man.
Spit and I like it a lot.
Burning Man was established on the fact that we all come in with nothing, and we leave with nothing.
Well, they come in on a private plane, though, right?
So true of life as well.
Well, that's what Burning Man is. It's about, it reflects life.
I look at the world and I look at the leaves and I go on the subway and I look at the tracks and I go, and when I put on my jeans, I zip my zipper, and when I put on my shoes, I tie my shoes. And all this time I wonder, where do they move all of the trash?
Apparently supporting the gaze of Hamouz is right wing.
You feel silly doing what you're doing. You're not the police. Go home. Oh, God. You having a nice time today?
I'm not really up for getting interviewed right now.
Oh, wow, yeah, but I'm not up for getting followed and the sign pointed at me. Trying to meet some hot liberal guys.
The Community Free Speech Monitor had broken my spirit, so I headed to the Venezuela protest.
Oh my
What happened? What happened, comrade?
We don't play that shit.
Was that a white supremacist?
Yeah, stay the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Those Venezuelans.
Free President Maduro.
The Venezuelans are traitors.
Oh my God.
I'm saying that the
fuck is you on?
I'm saying the Venezuelans over there are traitors.
The fuck is you on?
I'm supporting the movement. What's a country whose political system you'd like to see ours have?
Golden Corral.
What's a country whose political system you'd like to see in America?
I think China has a pretty good political system.
Oh, good gosh. Okay, that right there is why we have to repeal the 19th. I'm just going to say it. We need to get foreigners out of the country, and we need to make it to where these people cannot vote. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lord help us all. Lord help us all. Gorlock.
Oh my God.
And I think, they all have health care, they have housing, they get their education.
Yeah.
Right now we're struggling.
Do you worry about, are you willing to sacrifice some democracy for that?
I mean, I think we sacrifice democracy
Well,
here.
what about sacrificing diversity? Like, that's the real question. Because whenever I look at pictures of China, what I see is a lot of Chinese. I don't see a whole lot of anybody else. Maybe there's some white people there. That's about it.
And those are ambassadors.
Right? We have activists who are getting arrested, activists who are getting killed just for speaking out. I don't think that's a pretty democratic system at all.
Yeah.
Would you ever date a guy if he was a capitalist?
The thing is, I'm a lesbian.
Tell us why you love big booty Latinas.
Well, because listen, Latinas are super sexy, right?
Yeah.
You white boys, you like Latinas. Colombia's Venezuela, so I welcome you guys. When Venezuela is free, go visit Venezuela. You'll get a big booty Latina.
Yeah,
God forbid a white boy gets a
yeah, God forbid a white boy gets emotion. Am I right?
Oh my God.
Would you be okay with the U.S. taking half the oil?
I mean, they're doing business right now. I don't think they're taking it. They're paying.
Yeah.
And also, that oil was being used to support the oppressive regimes in Cuba and the oppressive regime in Iran. I mean, there's a connection.
Can you imagine a world where every one of these groups gets totally packed up? Like Iran is basically neutralized.
Wow.
You have all the terrorist groups, the Islamic terrorist groups that have been effectively neutralized as well. And then you have Cuba that gets deleted. And then you have Venezuela that's already improving. I mean, these people, like, it's going to be a really bad peace on earth. Yeah, it'd be a lot better.
Here, they're all repressive regimes.
What advice do you have for dating a Latina?
You have to be patient.
Yeah.
You have to be patient. You have to let her get mad.
Do you think the U.S. is afraid that people will see that Venezuela is actually a better system than we have?
I think for sure.
For sure.
Many people have said,
Shut up.
if the Cuban system is so bad, why doesn't the U.S. just leave it alone? If socialism is going to fail, leave the Cubans alone.
I have my corporate job.
It's failing. They're killing their own people. They've got oh my God.
But, you have to pay $16 for sweet greens just to get a fresh salad when the government could just be giving us salad.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways in which the government could support working people.
Isn't it crazy that almost every single person that's part of this, they're all old? I guess this one's not old, right? But besides that, look at he's about probably my age, so kind of old, right? And so, look at them all. They're all old. Yeah, they're all old retards. It's amazing. Let me link you guys the
But
video.
they keep
No
saying it's
cap
the
on
youth.
God. I love this guy. He is an absolute fucking legend. I think it's great. Give him a like.
They
Give it
keep
a
saying
give
it's
it a
the
view.
youth.
I almost feel bad.
I don't see it as the youth. I see it as a bunch of people who, I'm just going to say it, have been deleting their babies, and they realize that they made mistakes and they hate it. And yeah. Why? Well, let me find something else real fast. Give me just a second. One person who watches my videos.
After a career working for major energy companies, I decided to look into coal, and I
a Zoomer in my Discord baby, and then a dog grabbing it, pulling it down, you know what I mean? And I looked at it at first and I was like, oh shit, it's crazy, you know? And then I looked at it again and I was like, hey,
All right, I
is
will
this,
be
is
right
this
back.
not really? He's like,
Check
no,
out
it's not
Andrew
real.
for
I
a
had an epiphany then. Zoomers who are raised with this, they can identify with ease things that take me a lot longer to identify with. Now, they may lack social skills, but which one's more applicable for the future? Great social skills or being able to recognize that, hey, that news broadcast is totally fake and you could just recognize it within 5 seconds, whereas guys like us are looking at it and going, holy shit, they're invading? Right?
Aliens are real.
Yeah.
When you prepare for a debate, do you go through your opponent's arguments through YouTube or anything like that? What do you do to prepare?
I do it totally different than most people. So I will watch my opponents and their arguments and this and that. But I also try to think about arguments in a vacuum, right? So I try to reduce it to what are we really talking about? Because almost every prompt that you are engaging in is not actually what you end up talking about, right? So if we're talking about marriage, the problems with marriage, that usually has nothing to do with problems about marriage. It has to do with problems about divorce, right?
Yeah.
And so we're not really talking about marriage at all. Oh, we agree, marriage is great. The divorce part, that really sucks, right? That's not so great. So I really try to think about, logic only has so many lines, so many trees, so many arguments, so many ways something can go. So I try to think of those things in a vacuum. You were mentioning to me before the show that ChatGPT and now AI can be very useful to these things, but I've noticed that it's actually counter useful for me to use AI. I've run arguments with AI, and AI is programmed specifically, all of it, ChatGPT, Grok, to have a bias towards a user bias.
Yes.
And the thing is that's why it's supposed to, it seems so friendly, and it seems like
It's not going to help you in a debate.
well, have you ever noticed when people use AI for facts and things like that, it's overly accommodating, right? In the way that it presents them, so as to not hurt your feelings, to make you feel pretty good about whatever you asked it. You know what I mean? Even if you asked it true, false statements, it's still kind of is, it's what it's trying to figure out is how does this person who's asking me things lean so that I can deliver this in a way that is very positive towards them. Well, of course it's going to do that because it wants you to use it, right? And if it was like, hey, you're fucking stupid, you wouldn't use it anymore, right? Yeah. So what I found is that happens with arguments. I've had people contact me and say, I got the perfect argument. AI wrote it, right? And I'm like, okay, well, let's have AI write an argument against itself here. And it'll write an argument back against itself. Then it refutes itself, right? Gets upset with itself, and then sometimes commends itself. And it's like, unfortunately, it's not very good. It's only good at structures for logic, but it's not good at actually grounding logic, and it's not good at all in sound arguments. It doesn't understand sound arguments at all.
So you understand, I mean, you were a robotics repair guy. You have a understanding of how robotics works, and then the concept of
mechanically,
and then artificial intelligence. What do you see in the future? So we have the discussion all the time about men falling behind, and there very likely could be, because of AI, a large group of men being left behind economically. And what kind of effect do you think that that's going to happen in the future? Manufacturing jobs going away?
Yeah,
How
let's
does that-
separate. Well, let's separate two things. So I was on the mechanical side of robots, not the programming side.
Yeah.
And most robots don't use any artificial intelligence at all. And in fact, I've never seen one that did ever. They use usually at least the types I worked on used ladder logic, which was a specific type of program logic, which was designed to assist machines in how they're supposed to function based on timers. This timer happens, this happens. This timer happens, that happens. There's more to it than that, but that's the layman's understanding, right? It's like a signal. A timer happens, you move to this function, right? Timer happens, it moves back to this function. It's a traffic signal. Robotics works the same way. So do automated machines. So everything is a trigger event based on time. Photo eye gets hit. 2 seconds after that, this arm pushes, right? It's pretty simple. Robots on a grand scale work this way, and on a small scale, they work this way. Now, as to AI.
All right. I'm gonna eat while this is going. I know I'm watching and I'm reacting, but I'm just gonna have to eat.
AI, the concept of AI can work two ways. But the way that we're working AI is with nodes. That's what's happening. So it's data packets, data in, data out. We can get to the point where you have so many nodes of information that, just like those timers, it can now make predictions about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it look, if you had enough of these nodes, indistinguishable from actual intelligence. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't actually be artificial intelligence. It's just that if there's so much information which is there, right, that every timer is accounted for every function of reality, it would become indistinguishable from intelligence, even if it's not intelligent. So that's a bad way to explain it, but that's basically
Turn the mic off.
AI is not going to have a
I'm not
huge
crunching
impact
chips in your ears,
on
but-
manufacturer, trade labor, nothing like this, because it can't do anything. Okay, it physically can't move goods, and someone's got to drive the truck, and AI ain't going to do it. AI can't even drive a damn car without crashing, and Elon Musk's drivable car.
And I
We've
agree
been
with that
hearing about this for
wholeheartedly.
15
I've seen
years
stuff where I
now,
work.
right? And all the damn things do is crash.
It can't do it worth crap.
That's not coming to a theater near you. As far as logistics goes, you're not going to see a bunch of truckers losing their jobs anytime in our lifetime. No, that's not going to happen. What AI will do is it's going to hurt a lot, because clerical work and office jobs and things like that, it can take over in a big way. And where computers still needed data entry, and so replacing the typewriter with the computer, and then using the computer for logging things and calendars rather than material physical use ones, it made it more convenient, but that allowed for more labor. AI can actually move you out of the creative markets. Now, what about entertainers?
Yeah, that was
Right?
my next one. What about the AI influencer?
Yeah. So the thing is that I noticed this interesting trend. A Zoomer in my Discord, he sent me this video, and it was a stupid video. It was like a hawk coming down and grabbing a baby, and then a dog
Yeah.
grabbing it and pulling it down. You know what I mean? And I looked at it at first, and I was like, "Oh, it's crazy," you know. And then I looked at it again. And I was like, "Hey, is this not real?" He's like, "No, it's not real." But I had an epiphany then. Zoomers who are raised with this, right, raised with technology, they can identify with ease things that take me a lot longer to
Oh, yeah.
identify.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
They can identify with ease when something is technologically with you, or it's not real, or something like this, because that's what they grew up with. Now, they may lack social skills. They're terrible
I'm
with
going to
those. Yeah, we
assume
grew
a
up with
Zoomer
those.
is Generation
So we have
Z.
great social skills. They don't. But which one's more applicable for the future? Great social skills, or being able to recognize that, hey, that news broadcast is totally fake, and you could just recognize it within 5 seconds, whereas guys like us are looking at it and going, holy shit, they're invading, right?
The aliens are real.
Yeah. So the thing is like that is a very practical skill for the future that we're going to have to like train ourselves and adapt to that they just have right now, instantly. And so I don't think AI has been for me very useful. AI music is very useful. It's not going to get rid of artists. Give me a break. When it comes to AI helping you with writing, like I was talking to a writer recently who said all the Harlequin romance novels, which is like 70% of books which are bought, they're just using AI to write them
because it's all based on one common theme.
But the thing is like it never took any talent to write them anyway. Yeah, all it does, it seems like it's a useful tool for creators to expand ideas and creation. I can't wait until animation.
Yeah,
you can do better things with animation.
It's getting better.
Yeah, and I can type in what I want animated, and it does it.
So when I use AI, it's like I use it for creative things. I use it for photos and videos and some music.
It's done
he
nothing.
Looks up Paul Perplexity, like finds out like freaking chemical combinations of.
Well, it's done nothing to hurt the creators in these industry because that's the word, right?
Yeah.
Creator. The reason that technology hurts video stores is because they have something material.
Got it.
We don't. We're not selling anything material, right? And because of that, it's just creates endless tools for creativity. You know what I mean?
So you still see it as a supplement or a complement to human creativity.
Well, it's the biggest bubble in the world, and it's going to pop. And it only has so many places it can go. And by the way, it ain't all that great. It's like it's not all that great. You still have to double check it. You can't make legal documents with it. That's all. You know what I mean? Like you got to be really cautious.
You think it's going to get progressively better, right? That's how machine learning would work.
I think that you'll find plateaus in the fact that you have something. All that this is really doing right now is combing the internet for answers and then typing it out to you.
So it's
That's
still
all it's
still
doing.
based on human intuition and human knowledge base, but it's just using additional.
It's still limited by the prompts a human being can.
And not only that, while it's made creativity more interesting, the military's had access to technology.
And that's one thing I was going to say. Anything we get as society, the military's had and demilitarized for like 40 or 50 years, regardless, at least 20 to 25. So my grandfather invented the Stinger, which is it's a ground to surface anti-air missile. And like anything that we get, they had things the size of a pin that'll kill like 3 counties. So, I mean, yeah, just saying.
For 40 years, and it hasn't gotten that much better.
Yeah.
So I'm not that concerned about it yet. And what I'm hearing from investors, and you guys probably are too, that it's the biggest bubble on planet Earth,
big bubble,
up to somewhere like 40 billion, right? And that it's gonna pop. So
it'll be too common.
Sparkling Ice Flavor Lab, Stella speaking. Help me choose a sparkling ice. Oh, mini cans, perfect for.
Get the fuck out of here then. Get the fuck up out of here. Get up and leave. Get up and leave. Get up and fucking leave. You're here as a fucking opportunity. You ungrateful bitch. Get the fuck up out of here. Frank Castle's bitch. Back. Get out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. I'm not your fucking ex. We don't tolerate that fuckery from bitches like you. Fuck out of here, man.
God damn.
Stupid assholes, man.
Myron Gaines snaps on this disrespectful 304 and kicks her off his show in this wild argument with Andrew Wilson, as Myron Gaines and Andrew Wilson both attempt to get this outrageous woman to understand basic reasoning. But after continuing to act crazy, Myron Gaines has enough and boots this old 304, making a complete fool out of herself in this wild exchange. Let's get in.
Because he asked her, would you feel bad if you weren't able to uphold your vow? And she was like, yeah. But in my head, I was like, no, you wouldn't. And I would argue that women in general typically don't feel bad about not honoring their word because
you know what men do?
Women are not held to a standard when it comes to
I
their
can
word.
tell you how he knows. I'm going to tell you how he knows. You were an LEO.
Yeah.
You're in a
I don't know
shootout
what
with
that
your
is.
partner.
Yeah.
You're dragging that motherfucker out no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if you ain't coming home that night.
Yeah.
Because you took an oath.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
That's how I know.
But that's
And
what
so,
but
so what I see is I look at all this military personnel. I look at these guys who went through hell to pull out people they don't even fucking know because they're wearing the right uniform. I ain't seen women ever do anything like that.
because of the way, like, you know,
No,
you
not
show
Because you can't. You don't have that. Women don't have that capability. And it's not because they can't like physically do it alone. It's because mentally that's not how they think. And they can't physically do it.
Because of gender roles, it's because they ain't fucking wired
it's
that
because
way.
of society.
Exactly.
Yes, society. But
wired
I
that
will
way.
say this about myself. I didn't take a vow, and when my partner got sick, I was there. Guess what? He left me when he got all good and better, and I did take care of him when he was like not okay.
Like, can I
For
say
how long?
something?
So
How long
women
was
do
that?
that. That was like,
But that's
was
where
like
the
3
argument
months.
started, because I asked you
That was like 3
how much of the
months. Yeah.
population do you really think would, as men, would
No, he
honor
escaped from an
those
angel.
vows and he under that specific
I think.
regimen?
Yes.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
Get 30 protein sticks for just $36. That's only $1.20 each. Here are
not
3
bad.
reasons why you should.
So I think
Men want to nurture
I did the
until
same
it's
thing. I was in a
convenient.
5-year relationship, never took a vow, nothing, but like that was my man. He broke his hip, was cheating on me before, this is that, but I still took care of him
Yeah.
through all that shit.
We
Then he
do
got
shit
healthy,
like
Then he
that.
went and cheated on me again.
Wait, this is super
So,
weird. Wait. Hang on. Let me make sure.
I did take care of him, but I didn't take.
You're not giving me credit for being a nurturer. Yeah, but you're not giving me credit for being a provider and a protector. We are protectors and we are providers.
Take care of him.
Voucher.
How?
Everything. He
Right.
broke his hip. Like,
What does that mean?
you're not mobile when you break your hip.
Yeah.
Like everything, basically, you're just fucked
Did you
up.
pay his
can't-
bills?
I had a torn
He lived with his
ACL with
parents.
mine.
So you didn't pay his bills?
He lived with his parents.
Battery. Domestic violence. Arrested June 10th, 2018.
Yes, well, I caught my boyfriend cheating on me in our bed. When we sleep together, he was fucking another girl. And yes, I did punch him.
Oh my
That's
God.
me. I am whatever. That's me. It happened.
We know that.
I was really sad, actually. I was really
See, the worst part about it is women never take accountability. A man messes up, man, my bad. That's on me, brother. That's on me. My apology. Forgive me, brother. Forgive me, ma'am. Sorry about that. A woman does. Oh, that wasn't my fault. Like, why? Why is that? It's almost like it literally the same thing is going all the way back to the Garden of Eden. I know I harp on this a lot, but I mean, this is disgraceful.
sad but happy that I punch him in the face for fucking. I caught him in our bed sleeping with
Hang on,
someone
hang on.
else.
Can I ask you a question about this?
Damn, they
Over there. Hang on. I see.
Who posted that?
I see these wonderful audio engineers.
Domestic violence.
I see these wonderful camera people over here. Fantastic support crew. Can you do me a favor
for your
and
job.
look into the camera? And can they zoom in?
Which
and,
one?
Hang on. I just want to see if you can
Which
replicate the
one?
mugshot. Can we replicate the mugshot?
I don't think so.
You can do it.
If like, it would have to be.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Hang on. Here we go.
Wait, let me guess. Are you
That is
an
not
Aquarius?
I am a Scorpio.
There you go.
Yep, I am.
So
He's got it.
Look,
I say that's y'all's problem. Y'all too worried about astrology rather than worrying about getting your stuff together. You need to worry about Jesus.
is you know, I'll say it was justifiable.
It was justifiable?
It was, even his friend said that he deserved it. I was like, his own friend.
Come on, do it.
Enough men and women.
We got you. Do it. Come on, dude. Give us the pose.
I was really sad in that mugshot. I was really devastated.
Come on. We can do it.
I don't think you regret it at all.
That face like she's doing this all support crew. You can do it. She's blushing.
Yeah, why'd you punch him though?
I caught him in bed with another woman.
Wait.
That's what I'm saying. Men always.
So does that mean it's okay for him to beat the shit out of you if he catches you in the bed with another man? Because it's not. We expect him to leave. We expect him to vent and leave. Why is it not? If y'all want equality, why can't a man just beat the brakes off of you? You don't want equality. You want special treatment and say it's equality. And as men, we naturally feel like we're the protectors of you. We want to. We feel better protecting you. We feel like we fulfill our duties when my wife, I would gladly lay down my life for her. Gladly, willingly, happily. But it's because she is not like these people. And I thank God for that.
Submit to your man and join him in the acts. You should say,
I would submit what he done.
Here's example. Submit to your man.
If we did it together,
and say, yo, my turn next, nigga.
If we did it together, yes. But
You can't all talk over each other. Myron needs to take control of this and let him know. One person talks. One person talks. And whoever that one person is cannot talk all over a wave of endless chatter. One person.
I walked it on it. It was uncalled for.
He wanted you to know. He wanted you to know.
It was no.
You see,
So let me ask you real quick.
He's taking his side. You don't even know that nigga. He's taking his side. You don't even know him. That's you, man. You don't even know him. Niggas ain't shit, bro.
Hold on. No. Yo, everybody, real quick. I just got a quick question. So let's say he walked in on you and you were having sex with another man.
Never happen.
Hold on. Hypothetically, okay?
Never
Hypothetically.
happen.
Okay,
Never.
that's fine.
In any universe.
Okay, fantastic.
But you know what a hypothetical is,
Yeah,
right?
hypothetical, right? Okay.
Hypothetical would never happen because
Anyway.
I would just what?
Remember the critical thinking skills thing I said?
Hypothetical hasn't happened.
Yeah, just
It
be
will
quiet
never
for 2
happen.
seconds. Just
I
be
will
quiet.
not speak it into existence.
All right, just be quiet for 2 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Hypothetically, he goes in, and then you're having sex with a dude, and he fucking knocks you out and goes to jail, right? Then he comes on the podcast and talks about it and laughs when we pull up his mugshot, right?
I'm not
And says,
laughing about it.
"Yeah, that bitch deserves it," right? Oh, what do you think the response would be if he had done that?
The same thing.
Okay, I would never sleep with another man in the bed where I sleep with my man.
Hypothetically, you know
I know. That's what I'm saying. Women refuse to take accountability. This one on the left has the most ugly little snarl going on right now. I paused it at a very not so flattering angle for her. My apologies. She looks like Geddy Lee in the middle of transition. Fly by night. Anyway, women refuse to take accountability for anything, and I don't understand why. You grow as a person when you learn from your mistakes. All you have to do is admit them and move on. But they refuse to do it.
Oh, I know how to do this. How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
Oh, she is pretty.
I feel fine because I fast, actually.
That was just a very bad angle and a bad moment.
Backing up. I just want to ask you.
It depends how long.
I just want to ask you, what is a hypothetical?
The Geddy Lee looking chick.
I get it. It's a
direct
scenario
left of
that may happen.
No,
she's not caught.
Okay, it's fake, like a pretend scenario.
So then, why are you engaging with a thing which is pretend, so that we can test your logic as though it has already happened?
My logic is that it would never happen.
That's
And
not
if it
logic.
did-
That's not logic.
Okay, if it did happen, okay, Mr. Andrew, if it did happen hypothetically,
And when you get iPhone 17 Pro on Spectrum, you get the same seamless connection you love at home. On the go. Get the new iPhone 17 Pro.
See, the worst part is we've modeled our entire society for women.
When you have
We have.
everything you
We really
need
have.
to unlock your best
We
workout,
model our entire society.
like free fitness training
School is made for
and
women.
best-in-class equipment. You
Work
can
is
give
now made for
everything
women
you've got.
with HR.
All for just
and
one
garbage
cent
like that. Like,
Get stronger with free
Ah,
fitness training at
man.
Planet Fitness. Join for 1
I'm not
cent
going
down,
anywhere
$15
fast,
a
that's
month.
for
No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
but I'll tell you what.
You ready?
Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
You know
We've
what?
set
If that
ourselves
ceiling
up.
caved in, if that ceiling caved in, would it crush you?
It probably, yes, it would. Yes,
Okay,
it
that's
would.
how. But
Yes,
has it happened?
Yes, it would.
Has it happened?
No, and it
How do
probably
you know
won't. I
that
hope
that
it
would crush
won't.
you then?
I hope it won't. You know, I hope
Right,
it doesn't
I
cave
hope it
in.
won't either.
Look,
I'm on
if
this
I-
side. Relax.
Hypothetically, if I did do something disgraceful and horrible like that, what you deal with your consequences. Do the mistakes, lay in your fucking bed. So deal with the consequences. Whether he punched me, whether he fucking made a fucking Instagram saying I'm a whore and this, all that. Like, I don't know, whatever came from it. It's like you got to deal with your actions.
Great. Now backing up, now that we've established what a hypothetical is, Myron's going to ask his. Can he engage with the hypothetical?
I mean, I just
Can
answered, but-
you
yeah,
engage
yeah,
with
yeah.
the hypothetical?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So anyway, okay. So let's say he walked in and you were, let's say you're not even smashing a guy. Let's say you were kissing a guy, whatever. And he fucking knocks you out. And then he goes on the podcast a few months later and laughs about it. What do you think the response would be?
I don't know what it would be, but
Okay,
you know
I'll-
what?
I'll answer it for you. I'll answer it for you. Everyone would
That's such
reprimand
bad
him.
I'm not laughing
You'd
at
get
him.
shit on.
I'm
You'd
not
get shit
laughing at
on.
what I did.
And he would, and if he said, "Oh yeah, that bitch deserved it," etc., he would get shit on, right? And that's cool because there's double standards. Would you agree?
I'm not laughing at what I did. I'm very ashamed of having a mugshot online. I'm actually gonna pay.
You're
to get it
ashamed of the
removed.
mugshot, but you're not ashamed of what you did. You literally just said he deserved it. Okay,
Yeah.
so anyway, going back to what I was saying.
He
Flipping the
did.
roles.
No accountability.
Okay, so you're not ashamed.
Understandable.
Congratulations.
And I would have.
Let me know down below if you agree with Myron Gaines that this woman and others like her process events in a completely different way than men. And more often than not, follow their emotions right into jail. I mean, she wants to play the victim. Hey, maybe she's right. But who knows? This guy could have been with another woman. Why? Because this woman was already beating on him. Like, no one knows the events. And I'm not really inclined to believe her side of the story. But that's the point, is they will twist the narrative. They will twist the facts to fit whatever works for them. And they don't want to hear anything else. They don't follow norms, values. They don't follow logic. They don't follow law and philosophy the same as men. And this is a prime example of why women cannot be in positions of power, because they look at everything and they process everything in a completely different way. It doesn't matter what she may have done beforehand or whatever. It's always going to be 100% on his fault. And that's why women like this are going to end up alone and with cat.
I agree wholeheartedly, because a man looks for the quality of being able to take accountability. That's like one of the first thing a man looks for. At least, okay, a seasoned man who's had an experience with a woman before. That's the first thing he's going to look for. That, is she pleasant? Is she going to be a good mother? Is she going to be submissive? Does, you know what I mean? Does she jive well with my mother? Does she take accountability? That's crucial.
Cats, because if you're, going around beating on men, doing whatever, treating them like crap, acting out crazy. I mean, seriously, you can't even follow a hypothetical. Like, really? Like, like women who want to just go off like this? No, there's something wrong with you, and that's probably why he ran into another woman. But hit that like button and notification bell if you're enjoying the video, and let's get back in.
Have deserved whatever I got for fucking betraying him as well.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah.
Okay, but I'm asking you, what do you think the response would have been if he went on a podcast a few months later and said, that bitch deserved it, blah, blah, blah,
There
blah, blah?
would be a ton of guys saying she did deserve it, and there would be a ton of people
No, there
saying
wouldn't.
that's true.
See, this
There
is what
would
I
be
mean.
both.
So, okay,
there
look.
would be both.
See,
There
there's
would
a
be
difference
both.
between men and women. We live in reality. You guys fucking don't. Like,
You
the fact that you
men
can't even
would
answer
be
this.
like, she had it coming. Yeah, she deserves
no,
it.
they would
She's
not.
a hoe. She's a this.
No, they would not. That guy would lose his job. He'd get shit on. Everyone would say you're a woman beater. His reputation would be absolutely
Well,
tarnished.
good thing I work for myself.
Okay, fantastic. But the point is that women are able to do certain things and get away with it, which is fine. There's
I
a double
did. I
standard.
got arrested. It's on my record.
Listen,
I didn't get away with it.
Can you shut up when I'm talking?
The fact that she cannot even let the man speak says she's not even listening. And this goes back to exactly what I'm talking about. No accountability. They won't even let you speak your piece. They won't even hear you out because you're not in authority. And see, this is a product of Satan right here. It's all these women acting like this. This is a product of Satan. But yet, at the same time, all the men that are going around saying, you know what, I can sleep with this one, that's one, this one, this one, that's also a product of Satan. So it's on both sides. I'm not even going to pretend I have the answer. Actually, I do. Jesus. For both sides, the answer is Jesus.
You know, you have a very bad habit of interrupting. You need to shut up when I'm speaking, all right? You need to listen to actually understand versus listening to respond. You have a very bad habit of just listening to respond. You need to shut up when I'm speaking, all right? So anyway, if he went on a podcast a few months after the fact, right? What's the issue? What?
No, he soundbite. Shut up. Bitch.
Okay. So if he went on a podcast and did exactly what you're doing, there'd be ramifications and there'd be issues with it, which is fine. There's a double standard.
We're not equals. What's your point?
Bitch, who the fuck are you talking to?
You're a man.
Hold on. Yo. You need to shut the fuck up right now, bitch, because we're not equal. And I'm telling you this right now.
Right.
You're on my fucking platform.
You're right.
You're not going to talk to me like that motherfucker you hit. All
Okay,
right?
first
so
of all,
shut your fucking mouth right now when I'm speaking.
And if I
because you're here as a
don't,
fucking guest.
I
You gotta put your
am.
dumb ass in your
So
place.
respect me
Shut
as
the
well.
fuck up when I'm talking.
I'm
Shut
not
up, bitch.
disrespecting you.
You are right now. Shut your fucking
I
mouth.
am not
Shut
disrespecting you.
your
And if I
fucking
don't,
mouth.
what are you
Get
gonna
the
do?
fuck out of here then. Get the fuck up out of here. Get up and leave.
See, this is exactly what needed to happen. People need to realize. They need to realize.
Get up and leave. Get up and fucking leave. You're here as a fucking opportunity. You ungrateful bitch. Get the fuck up out of here. Frank Castle's bitch. Back. Get out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. I'm not your fucking ex. We don't tolerate that fuckery from bitches like you. Fuck out of here, man.
God damn.
Stupid assholes, man.
Well, let's go, man.
Yeah, bro, we back. Yeah, we don't tolerate this fuckery. Welcome to Fresh and Fit, man. These dumbass Columbia bitches coming in here thinking that they can run the shit. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck up out of here. Y'all niggas got it fucked up.
Hold on. We don't
Get the fuck up out of here.
She talks. We were quiet. Whenever you talk, she's not quiet.
Yeah. Hey, listen, bitch. Are you still talking? Shut the fuck up. We talked the whole time. You talked the whole fucking time, man.
Hang on.
You're being rude as hell, annoying for
I
the
just
fucking
gotta ask
guest.
one question. Hypothetically, how would you feel if you got thrown the fuck out of here?
That was a pimp slap from Andrew. That was a pimp slap from Andrew. I must say that was mwah. That was the chef's kiss of the whole thing.
Just curious.
Listen. She mentioned respect, right? We give her respect. She's talked a lot. We were quiet. When he talks, no.
Yeah, bro.
Come on, man.
She had the whole.
Myron had a very good point. I hate to speak with my mouth full, but I'm gonna. There's a difference between listening to listen and listening to respond. When you're listening to listen, you're listening to be informed, to be educated, to be told, to be open-minded and receptive. When you're listening to talk, you're just listening for your cue to run your mouth again. And that's the problem.
Annoying as fuck, man. Like, yo, like, what the fuck is this
Bro,
shit?
she listens to
and here's the
respond.
thing. Where I was going with this was, we're not. Yo, you're still talking. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, bitch. The fuck is wrong with you?
Okay,
Shut
you can
up.
leave. You can leave now, thanks.
The fuck is wrong with you? Are you retarded? You're still fucking talking? Just get in the fucking elevator and leave, you dumb slut. Frank Castle's back, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, man. Like, you dumbass hoes got me fucking type of listening to your dumbasses for 2 hours saying a bunch of stupid shit. Like, it's fucking crazy. And I feel like one of the people watching the show. We got 31,000 niggas in here probably pulling their fucking
She's
hair
still
out.
going fucking crazy. She's going fucking crazy.
The fuck up out of here, man.
Still going.
These fucking bitches are crazy, bro.
Fucking Colombia.
What's wrong with you?
Did this.
She
I
only
don't
been in a
enjoy
relationship for a
shows.
month. That's why she's flexing for being in a relationship for a month. She's a crazy ass fucking bitch beating on niggas. The fuck is wrong with this bitch, man?
Dating with you, by the way.
You're still talking. Shut up.
Hey guys,
What the fuck?
Tonight, Council Club recorded.
Yo,
thank you, Icy.
This shit crazy, nigga. God damn.
Wow.
All right, Andrew, go ahead, take it away.
I actually don't know how to follow that. Sometimes somebody takes such a massive W, all you can do is sit there and kind of awe.
It's just crazy,
that actually
bro.
happened.
Like, this shit is wild. Like, yo, it's like how you come on a platform, biggest.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to bet this is a pretty good example of why this guy ran towards another woman and why she's beating on him. Like, he's probably scared of her. She probably chased him down. They probably weren't even together. She's just mad he got with someone else. Who knows? But women who want to act out, behave like this, absolutely. Like Myron Gaines said, like, don't tolerate this crap. Don't deal with it. Don't tolerate it. Like, if you can't even be, she doesn't even know her place as a guest to be respectful to the host when they are talking in their house and their platform. Like, that idea of respect, that's what these women don't get. They don't understand how to actually be respectful. They just pretend to, oh, we communicate so much better. No, men know how to be respectful. And it's very simple. When you're in someone else's house and they're talking, you just shut the hell up until it's your turn. It's literally that simple. And she can't even do that. But thanks for watching. Let me know down below in the comments what you thought about what Myron Gaines had to say, going off and booting this disrespectful 304 straight off of his podcast in this debate. Thanks.
Let's get right to the start here.
Let's do that. Let's get right to the start here. Now we'll go into.
So,
can you guys hear it okay?
That's not what happened at all.
Oh, that might not have happened this time. That's what I've seen. When I had Anthony Weiner on, it was that. When I've seen other left-leaning guys go on, it's usually like a rake him over
Well,
the
one of
coals
them
that-
is on the left, right?
Which guy?
So, I really thought that Adam just said I've never voted for a Republican, but I might vote Republican.
I think Adam is fair.
Yeah.
I think Adam is fair generally from what I've seen, but he's like center at best. And I'm not even like a communist type guy, but I mean, like Adam is like pretty center. Like he's like a, I just don't think he's behind all the Trump stuff.
But why laugh if I'm like, I just went Patrick Bet-David? It's like, haha, like what's that?
Which Adam is he talking about? He's talking about Adam 22.
Always like a lot of drama and people hitting each other behind. So I just laugh because it's funny because I'm not sure if those guys hate me or not. I've been on their show once. They seem like cool people, but the Patrick guy has said kind of weird things about me or my fan base before. So it's kind of like a funny, it's just a funny thing. There wasn't anything deeper to that, I promise.
Okay. No, I was just curious. I was like, because you would go on a platform with someone on the right, presumably.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you said, because I'm on the left when I asked you. And I was like, what does that mean? Like, why we need more conversations. It doesn't need to be, I'm on the left.
He edited out the beginning where he looked like a douche. Really? Well, we'll check out the edit anyway and see how it went.
On the right. It's like, what do you actually think? You know, what do you actually believe?
Sure. I agree for sure. Yeah. What are you talking about mainly over the past week or two? What's the stuff that's captured your attention, your eyes the most?
Man, I talk about everything on my show. I mean, obviously, I think the biggest topic for me has been the Diddy lawsuit. It's the craziest thing that's come out, I think, since Jeffrey Epstein. And it's definitely significant because a lot of the work that I do is talking about or I guess really asking the question is what's happened to Black culture that I grew up with. And the Diddy lawsuit potentially answers a lot of those questions. So
can you...
Leftist happened. When President Kennedy was assassinated, Lyndon Baines Johnson took over and he alternated and destroyed the Black community. Period.
Do you say where you grew up?
I was born in White Plains, New York, and I grew up in Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay. What can you catch us up on the P. Diddy lawsuit? I haven't been in this area as much.
Are you kidding?
My mind has been, I've done Israel,
Okay.
Palestine for the last 4 years or 4 months. And then like a whole.
Honestly, I don't know fucking anything about the P. Diddy lawsuit either, to be perfectly honest. I have no idea. I know nothing about it.
Bunch of red pill stuff before that. So
Yeah.
my mind is not.
So case
Catch
you
us
guys
up.
have not seen it, you can go over to my YouTube channel. I've been covering it, and if you're there, definitely subscribe. But so essentially, at the end of last year, Diddy was dating that girl Cassie for a long time, about 10 years.
Okay.
And she started making allegations that Diddy was very into some very sexually deviant things, what I would say.
Okay.
And forced her to do a lot of things against her will, or drugs, whatever. She files this lawsuit, and basically overnight, obviously being a bit hyperbolic, but he pays her off, so it ends. And then Cat Williams kind of alludes to the fact that more stuff is going to come out in 2024, and then a producer whose name is Rodney drops a lawsuit, and he alleges to have hundreds of hours of footage backing up his claims. And in the lawsuit, he actually dropped pictures. So it wasn't just this, because you can always have a frivolous lawsuit. It can mean nothing. And what essentially his lawsuit suggests, allegedly, just for protection here, is that there's a blackmail ring in Hollywood. Diddy is a gangster. On top of Diddy sits Lucian Grange, who is the CEO of Universal Music Group. And this was, for me, one of the wildest parts. He tells a story about one night where Diddy got mad at somebody and just shot them in like the stomach and the hip. He shows the pictures of the blood all around the bathroom because he was right there when the person got shot, and he allegedly went to his knees and tried to help them. But they said that there's one person that you call when something like that happens, and that guy's name is like Fahim something, and he
The Wolf. Winston Wolf. I'm going to get that reference.
he will come clean it up. The LAPD will write a fake police
The Fixer.
report, and he shows like how the news then reported that the shooting happened outside, and then it got wiped under the rug. And what's interesting is that guy who you call the security guy was the same security person who was one of only 2 people there when Michael Jackson died.
Okay. That's wild. I mean, fucking wild. I'm instantly skeptical. Just want to let you know. Highly skeptical right away that this is true.
I'm not.
Like, very much skeptical about any of this actually having happened.
So it's now reopened, all the Michael Jackson stuff. Super interesting. A lot of stuff that I would say, a lot of proof presented in these documents. Like I said, there's a lot of photos included. And if what wrecked, then it's basically a homosexual ring that works by blackmail. They host these, what he calls freak offs, and they drug people and they get them to sleep with a minor or do something, that you wouldn't want publicized. And then they own you, right? Because it's like, well, we have you on camera doing this, and so you're going to say or do whatever I want. So very much like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Gotcha. Are these in indictments, or are these just like affidavits or statements to the media? Is any of this stuff like gone to court yet?
It's
or?
the lawsuit that he filed. So we're reading the lawsuit.
Okay.
I believe it, Andrew. Well, I mean,
I believe it as well.
I mean,
first off, I believe it as well. I'm not saying that it did happen, but I believe that it's true. First off. Second off, the things that are going on with Destiny's mouth when he speaks are insane. That is crazy. That is drugs.
Weirder shit has happened, I guess, but
allegedly, I presume.
She a little bit skeptical, like just a little bit. You know what I mean? Just might want to take this with a bit of a grain of salt here.
Documents directly.
This is a civil lawsuit, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay.
He's suing Universal Music Group. He's suing Lucian Grange, personally. He alleges that Lucian Grange and Diddy are in a relationship by saying that, like, they disappear into Diddy's room and for hours. And like, this is the stuff that I've seen. He wasn't a gay man, but then Diddy found him when he was young. These are the allegations he's making. Again, a lot of photos, like, of other rappers. He's named like Cuba Gooding Jr., who's an actor.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Is there has any of this stuff like leaked to the media in terms of like pictures or strong hard evidence, or are these mainly just in the charging documents or the civil case documents so far?
That's also what's really interesting, is that yes, it's being covered, but not in the way that it should be covered. The fact that you don't know about it, to me, is crazy, because
I had no idea about any of this.
We've never seen someone that with hundreds of hours of footage putting in photos like, here's a picture of the drugs that I have to carry at all times to keep Diddy high. Here's the name of the woman that gets the drugs. Here's a drug dealer. Here's a photo of me with this person. Here's the blood on the floor that night. It's like we've never seen this much proof to make those claims. So it's definitely something to watch.
Somebody said, I just see in chat, somebody said over 100 million to the first civil suit that got settled in less than 24 hours. Is that true?
What's that? Over 100 million to
the first civil suit that got settled.
You might be talking about Cassie, because that got settled pretty quickly.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
And yeah, that Diddy's basically just at the top of a gang, and the person that's above him is Lucien Grange, which is just wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? You made a mention that this might be an indicator to things that have happened with Black culture. What do you mean by that, I guess?
So there has been just a very obvious corrosion in Black culture. Like the music that I grew up in, I was listening to Temptations, Lauryn Hill, like it was all about like family, love. It was real talent.
Totally.
And then something just really shifted and it all became about derogatory, debased gangster rap. And it's a change that I've noted in a lot of my commentary. And, you know, I think other people have, like I asked the question, there's a really, in my view, disgusting artist, just in terms of the stuff that she publishes and the photos that she publishes, named Sexy Red, who they're now making.
A lot of them
who makes the decision to sign a Sexy Red? You're telling me you have all the money and all the talent at your fingertips, and you sign a woman who at her baby shower, 9 months pregnant, however pregnant she was twerking and had her butt cheeks in, like somebody's face was inside of her butt cheeks. That to me is very intentional, because you're not signing her based on talent. You're not signing her based on following. You're signing her because it's filth, and you're perpetuating this filth into my community. So it's just something that I've noticed, something that I talk about often, that we're intentionally being sold crack, it feels like, you know?
So
I think a lot of times Candace Owens is way off here, but not right here. Not in this. I think she's dead on, because that community was eroded intentionally by the government. CIA, FBI. It's almost, look at Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I understand that's a game and it's just a story and allegedly and all that, but I believe that's exactly how it went down. Yeah, matter of fact, listen to Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan will tell you. In the late 90s, at the end, when all of the rock bands were all over MTV, they were still popular. They were still having #1 hits and #1 videos and selling albums, and they were all pushed aside, and they brought in rap and hip hop. That whole culture was manipulated.
I'm trying to think of which direction I want to go.
Any direction you want. I'm an open book.
Yeah, you're fine. There are okay. So there are like two kind of different ways of viewing this, and I feel like you fall more to one side, and I'll go my side, and then we can kind of see if we can iron out or figure where we are at. I guess in the middle here. I feel like when you look at the evolution of, when we say like degenerate Black culture or degenerate Black music, I think about like the beginning of hip hop and rap, and then kind of the evolution of that going forward, coming away from like the R&B singers and everybody like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or whatever, right?
Yeah. But hip hop isn't always filth. But yeah, I get your point.
But that seems like
we're
the general.
generalizing.
Yeah. It feels like when I look at music, or if I look at music that people create, oftentimes the music is a reflection of their circumstances, and you can see, especially as America and the Black communities became more conscientious, maybe of the ghettos that they'd been kind of pushed into, or the policing situations that they'd had to be a part of, or drugs destroying their communities, et cetera, et cetera. And then those people turning to crime, that you also see the music and the art kind of reflect those conditions, and then those pieces of art that get created, especially the music, end up being like,
yeah, that's a good point. V Radica says, imagine having a popular right winger to talk about, and you talk about weird non-existing conspiracies of Black rappers. Well, she brought it up.
Worldwide popular, like the most popular genre of music in the world is like hip hop and rap. So when I look at people pushing certain stuff today, I'm like, okay, well, we got two really big, in my opinion, I went to school for music. I don't know if you talk about the saxophone or whatever. So we had two really big contributions to the world of music from America. One was jazz, that came basically from the Black community. And then the second was like rap and hip hop. these forms of music become popular. People see that it's popular. They want to get involved. Obviously, the money men, the people on top, they want to kind of continue to push this because it's popular and everybody around the world consumes it. I feel like there are a lot of market forces at work that kind of perpetuate this and keep this happening. And that feels pretty satisfying to me to explain what's going on. So when we ask, like, why is it a woman twerking with somebody's face in her butt cheeks? Because for whatever reason, that's like what the worldwide culture seems to want to see right now. And then on the other side, it feels like from people, I don't want to just say conservative.
Calling not so erudite, not so fucking bright is the first.
But I
Glad
say
you
broadly
enjoy
speaking,
it.
I guess I'll say on your side in general, it feels like there's this idea that there's this much more.
It's fucked up too, because I thought that erudite and I were all good. I was like, that was super weird. I was not expecting the 180. You know what I mean? Just out of the blue.
Intentional or
oh my God, he's trying to raise $10,000 so that he could travel across the country. Oh, you can't believe it. Freaking the fuck out, this chick. That's why I raised it to 15,000, just because I know it'll piss her off.
Like malevolent force working behind the scenes.
Yes, there is, and so I'm going to push back on what you're suggesting here. You're suggesting that this reflects the community, and they're sharing their stories in a way that makes sense. That's completely not true. Okay, WAP does not reflect the circumstances that Black people are living in. You know, singing about.
Yeah, she's making a good point. What is that? The Cardi B song?
Your vagina and how hard it's getting pounded is not the circumstance of living in the hood. I come from nothing. It's not that I grew up in, and unfortunately, that's actually what people are telling Black Americans. Like, actually, it's working the other way. You're putting something, you know, your eyes and your ears are the windows to the soul. And you're basically, when you celebrate someone, and I'm using Cardi B here as an example, because I think people are probably more familiar with her than they are with Sexy Red. When you put someone like,
make it 20K. Well, let's get to the 15K first. Don't worry about making it 20K.
That on the Grammys stage, which is again a decision being made. When I was growing up, the best, most talented people were on the Grammy stage. It was something you could watch with your family. And we still had poor people. You still had, you still had poor people. You still had people that were living in the hood. Okay, we didn't need somebody talking about their vagina in order to feel seen. So what you're doing is you're setting the stage for younger girls who aspire to celebrities to say, okay, well, if I mimic that behavior, I too the idols that people are going to look up to, and people are going to think this is what I should aspire to. So it's actually.
So I see. So here's Candace Owens' perspective. At least this is what I'm hearing. She's saying, look, it appears that this is pushed for a reason. It appears that this is being pushed for a reason. What is the reason that it's being pushed?
Agree with that. What reason? What reason was it pushed? What reason was it decided that they would utilize that now? Granted, more white people take advantage of food stamps and HUD and Section 8 and Medicaid and things like that, welfare. But there are more white people. So per capita, more Black folks do. All right. And anytime you say per capita, people want to come out with pitchforks and, you know, say that you're racist. No, it's saying by representation, this amount of people is more. All right. For whatever reason, the government is behind that. It's literally what LBJ. Anybody that doesn't know, look up famous LBJ quotes. You will literally see exactly what it is. And for whatever reason, what he said has been happening true and true. Now, men are slowly waking up to it. Black men are waking up to it, and they're realizing the truth. But Black women are completely oblivious to it, with an exception of certain. But that whole "it's ma'am" kind of mindset doesn't help anyone. That's literally the problem. That's what's pushing men out. It's a give and take, and without that give and take, you're kind of peeing up a rope. Anybody ever peed up a rope? Doesn't really work.
That seems to be her perspective. You know what I mean? What is the reasoning behind this? Because it's not great music. So what's the purpose here? Why is this being pushed so much? These aren't people that you would generally
watching.
want
I'm
your
gonna go
kids to
grab a
listen
drink. I'll be
to.
right back.
This isn't family oriented music. What's the purpose of this being? Democracy sends in $20. He says, oh my God, he's trying to raise money for a vacation. Oh my God. Wow. What's going on? Like, wow, it's not even a vacation. It's basically for show promotion. Like, I don't know why people think I'm having a great time traveling around. It's a lot of work. It's just a lot of work. So, and it's all for show promo, essentially. If you have a channel, you want to promote your channel. The best way to do that is to go on other people's shows, including IRL. So we do that, but it requires some travel cost, and it's not a ton of fun. I'm very much a homebody and would prefer not to travel, but I'm happy to do it because it helps to promo the show and makes good content.
Working in the exact opposite way.
Can I ask a question in that like evolution of things? So if we look at like WAP in particular, that music is always kind of pushing these sexual boundaries. So it might have been Elvis grabbing his crotch and dancing. It might have been Michael Jackson's dancing is incredibly suggestive, if you've seen that. It might have been in Woodstock, all the loser hippies talking about love, sex, and rock and roll and drugs. Wouldn't like WAP just be kind of like the next
I'm DGG, and I got to admit, this performance was fucking embarrassing. He bites on everything like a fucking rookie. Well, I don't know. I hate defending Destiny, but it is possible that right now he's just trying to have an informed conversation so that he can determine the worldview. This doesn't seem like it's set up as a adversarial or confrontational debate, but rather it's set up as a long-form conversation. So right now he seems to me like he's just exploring her worldview. What is it that makes you tick? What's your content about? Why is it this way? He's not really even giving pushback at this point. He's just trying to figure out what it is that she's talking about.
Evolution in a long chain of
pushing boundaries is not degeneracy. Okay. And so here's what I'll say to you. Why don't you pull up the lyrics to WAP and read them right now?
Well, I don't. Why would I need to do
Cool.
that?
It's just Woodstock. We're just pushing the boundaries a little bit. You probably have never even read the lyrics to WAP.
I think I did. I think Ben Shapiro had a huge thing about it.
He couldn't have said. You may have seen him reading the sanitized version of WAP, not the one that is not sanitized. Like the sanitized one, which is still bad, that she can perform at the Grammys, is what he read. You should read the lyrics to WAP before you make commentary that it's a reflection of what Black Americans are living through, or it's just somebody that's pushing a boundary. It's not that.
How do you explain the fact that like WAP was like a
Unconventional Man for $20 says, I'm around her age and rap music has always been degenerate. Yeah, it's maybe a big blind spot that I have, but I never listened to it. Listened to rap. I always hated it. I thought it sucked. Maybe there's a couple of rap songs I can stand, but I just never was in to the whole rap scene. So I just don't know very much about it. You know what I mean? I only know who P. Diddy is because you hear the name thrown around.
I'm the same age as Andrew. We're both 42, I think, at least at the time of making this video, the stream. And I can tell you that I hate rap. And I'm a musician. And I hate rap. I always thought it was of the devil. And maybe that's my Protestant manipulation, but I feel what I feel.
I just don't care about the community, to be honest with you. It's not music that I care about. So if you don't follow it, it's out of sight, out of mind. You know what I mean? Just not paying attention to it. Dwight Baldwin sends in $5, says Hollywood doesn't promote conservative movies. Even if they are moneymakers, it's a liberal town. Yeah, I agree with that.
#1 like worldwide hit then.
Because what I said to you is that they are artificially creating artists at this point. There's no question. And by the way, the Diddy docs, which I found to be a very compelling point, was that Diddy said to the guy, allegedly, who was the producer, that if he was willing to engage in homosexual behavior with him, that he would get your Grammy. Okay, so what does that tell you? It means that
A Tribe Called Quest is good non-G-gen rap. I don't know. Like you might as well be speaking Spanish to me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
that the entire system is artificial. And by the way, this is something that Kanye said 10 years ago, or however long ago it was, when he took the trophy from Taylor Swift and said, like, this is all fake. This is not even based on merit anymore. And that is my point. The industry is not based on merit. It's not based on capitalism. It is based on selling ideas. So it is, who do we want to artificially make the person that every Black girl will look up to, or who they will aspire to? And
so I can definitely understand that, like, maybe award shows can be rigged, or people can think different things about, you know, who's being awarded based on merits for the Grammy.
$5 from Charles says, found this in Not So Bright couch cushions. Appreciate that.
Means like something like that. But like, WAP was genuinely, do you think it wasn't genuinely a popular song, or do you think that music execs have the ability to manufacture that desire publicly?
so if you start playing something tons of times on the airways, and the latter, you can definitely make something popular. There are songs that I don't even like, that I've heard so much that I know every single lyric to. And I'm like, I don't even know how I know every single lyric to the song, but it's received this many plays. You put it everywhere. You award the person, you invite them to bizarre circumstance. Like, there's absolutely no reason that Cardi B is invited to sit down and ask questions to Joe Biden.
So
in no scenario, unless you are really making an effort to legitimize this person and to make this person aspirational. Again, this is not an insult to Cardi. I actually think that personality-wise, she's got a ton of talent.
Why exactly is the donation goal $15,000? Well, it was $10,000. I raised it to $15,000 because it seemed like Not So Erudite was super pissed off that I was raising money to travel. She seemed very upset by that. So I wanted to make sure that we raised it to $15,000. That way, when I raised that, she would be just a little extra pissed off about it.
For that reason, you should have raised it to 25.
How dare you, Andrew? How fucking dare you make money streaming? How dare you, son of a bitch? You kiss my ass.
Interesting, and I've said great things about her on Love and Hip Hop, and there are elements of her that make her a star. But what I am saying is that a lot of that is manufactured, and I just don't see how anybody, when looking.
Don't you think it's entirely possible or easily possible? So like, I feel like there's like so many things wrong with this. So one is, why wouldn't competing record labels start pushing talent that's actually popular, that people want to hear? I think that would be a big question. The second thing would be, how can we explain the top-down domination of this type of media popularity through all of our reality TV shows, all of our TikTok stuff, all of our YouTube?
It costs $15,000 to buy a ticket. No, it doesn't. It costs $15,000 for me to stay in luxury hotels and drink mojitos, eat at the finest restaurant, prick. You know, it costs what it costs.
Videos and the music industry. And then how can you explain that all happening worldwide?
Sure.
Like, it feels like that to try to explain.
Probably be out in there for a week or more. And yeah, they're probably going to go on quite a few different podcasts while we're out there. And you know, it's funny, traveling does cost a substantial amount of money. Like this last time, I should have actually made the goal a little bit higher, because especially taking the camera guy out with me cost a bunch of cash.
This through people that are exercising control on these platforms would require more control than anybody has ever been able to exercise on any platform ever. And they're doing it like on a multi-country, multi-stage
it's just called, it's very easy, actually. It's a very basic concept pertaining to governments. They need propaganda. Hollywood is propaganda. You watching this live, go listen to the conversation that Joe Rogan had with Cat Williams, where he talked about all of this. And he said, I know you think that you're being entertained. And this is somebody that comes from inside of the industry. And he starts talking about the Diddy stuff, the idea that in order to climb higher, you kind of have to engage in nefarious behavior, and how he was collecting all of this information. And he was speaking out about what was happening inside of the industry. And he said, it is twofold. You might be being entertained, but they are making decisions about what will entertain you. And a great circumstance in which he presented that as evidence of that is transgenderism. And he asked hold on.
Okay.
He asked a question which should be answered. He said to Joe Rogan, and he laughed about it. He was
$5 from Martial Law says the only way Destiny would believe the popularity of the song is manufactured is if there's a written letter saying so. Zero abductive reasoning. Look, she's right. Okay, she's right about the fact that it's very clear to me at this point that Hollywood in the music industry manufactures artists that they think are subversive and influence culture in a negative way. I have no doubt at all that that's true. But to be charitable towards the Coomer here, right now, he's just exploring the idea. He's not even really pushing back just yet. He's just probing. He just wants to figure out what the worldview is. He just wants to figure out where she's coming from. He hasn't really attacked yet. He's just probing the conversation.
like a guy wears a dress on the red carpet, okay? And then the media tells you how great he wore the dress. And he's like, he said, tell me one situation where he didn't wear the dress wonderfully, when he didn't wear the dress in a way that was amazing. It's because they have all agreed that this is the narrative. And then he talked about the fact that the record execs, the publications that are saying that something is amazing or something is not amazing. And that is just plain old fashioned propaganda. So you don't necessarily need to detach what we're talking about from your concept of what governments are interested in. It's always propaganda.
So I understand Cat Williams has said this. I also understand that Cat Williams was at one point in his life addicted to crack, and I think he's famous for losing a fight to a high school kid.
Oh my God. And you're famous for missing a debate because you ate methamphetamine. And I also think you would lose a fight to a high school kid. So I'm not sure where he's coming from here. That was just that just veered off and
his arm is smaller than my wrist. I'm pretty sure I got a 17-year-old that would slaughter this guy.
Well, everything Cat Williams says is wrong because of these two key things. He was addicted to crack and he lost a fight once to a high school kid and blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, shut up, man. You missed a huge.
In fact, I guarantee my 17-year-old would destroy this kid. Man, guy, boy, whatever you want to call it. I guarantee it. Looking at those arms, I guarantee my 17-year-old would destroy him.
Debate because you ate methamphetamine. I don't know how you can talk shit. I mean, but that just seemed like it veered over for no good reason.
I think this benched his career for a while.
Okay, you can insult him, but it doesn't.
I'm not insulting. I'm just saying.
Yeah, totally. It's poisoning the well for sure. That was just poisoning the well for no reason at all.
Yep.
2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4.
I'm not insulting him. I'm just saying that to lean into his testimony.
What do you mean? Yeah, you're insulting him.
Who also we would both acknowledge has a lot to gain by giving incredulous testimony like this, saying oh my God, these crazy things are happening, right? I don't know if I would just say, well, right, he does. The fact that you're talking about him and you're citing him and you know it, right? If anybody else was saying a similar thing, we'd say
should get you about 120 miles or so. Safe travels, Andrew. I'm doing my part. Sends in $8 Australian. Appreciate that very much.
Well, okay, they're saying this because they have something to gain for it, right? He knows that this is going to be a hot take.
What debate was that? That was against, who was that guy? He's Mark Collette. I think that was his. Mark, or I think it was on the Kill Stream with Ethan Ralph. They had it set up. It was Collette versus Destiny. And then Destiny didn't show up, and he didn't show up because he had eaten a bag of methamphetamine. He ate a bag of crystal meth. So he couldn't show up to the debate because he stayed up all night gurping. He was up all night going, running around his apartment. He was trying to make ashtrays out of tinfoil, he was all methed out. Lockable ashtray. And so I think he passed out or whatever.
Looking at how his jaw hinges like that.
And he couldn't show up to the debate
but he was just zooming all over his house, you know, because he ate a bunch of methamphetamine.
He knows that it's going to go viral.
It was really funny because JF put out a tweet that day. He was like, he tweets it and he goes, JF says, methamphetamine strikes again. Destiny est too much able to make the debate with Mr. Colette.
Okay, that's hilarious.
He says it and he knows he's going to get a lot of eyes on him for it. So I think it's good to call that into question. I think the issue that I have when it comes to the accusation that everything is some top-down level propaganda is I feel like the conversation shifts away from the important stuff, which is why are people attracted to this type of stuff? Why?
To be clear, it was some other drug he tried to take, was spiked with meth. Okay, whatever. Yeah, just I feel like it's a point without merit.
Tomato. I mean, the don't take drugs. Simple as that.
Right, but maybe it is. You know, maybe he thought he was doing a different drug, and it turned out he did a drug which was spiked with methamphetamine. Okay, my bad.
And that's literally coming from someone who was, you know, did cocaine for like 4 years, did smoked weed for like 32 years, and, you know, random other drugs sprinkled in along the way. And guess what? After all of it, I've been free of all drugs for about 10, 12 years now, and I feel great. Feel so much better than I did while I was. And acid, actually, LSD was one of my favorites. And it only when I realized that I'm sitting here talking to demons is what made me realize that this is not for me. Because that's what I was doing. I was sitting here talking to a fire snake for like 7 hours. All right. Looking at a campfire. But there was a snake in the middle of it, sitting named Seth, who kept talking to me. All right. So, you know, once you realize you're talking to demons, you probably tend to quit doing those things. And drugs in general, they're bad. I'm good. They're bad. They're bad.
Thank you for the clarification. I don't want to get the DGG lore wrong
Drugs
here,
are bad.
okay?
People vibe with it so much. Why are we replacing traditional, better forms of media or more thought-provoking, I don't know what you would call it, forms of media?
Why does Destiny's lower jaw go sure when he does this number? The biggest problem that I have with society today is that the status quo isn't followed. And then he always, I've said this before, he does the Godzilla thing where the mouth keeps moving even after you're done talking. You know what I mean? Look, it's Godzilla. He's coming to kill us all. It's just it's just the way his mouth works, I guess. Is it because of drug? I mean, I don't know for sure. It just I don't know why else it would be that way.
But this type of stuff, instead of having conversations about the culture and the society, it's all fixated on some weird top-down plot to like control media consumption.
I think you just like to be contrarian because I don't understand the point that you're making here. Like, of course.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me.
Uh-oh. I think that them are fighting words there from Candace. She says, I think you're just being a contrarian. He looks down at his mic. He smiles. Looks like it's time for maybe a rumble.
Let me restate that. I'm sorry. The point I'm making is very clear. If I was going to, I've got a almost 13-year-old son in a few days. Okay. If I was to see that he's consuming media, my go-to would be like, hey, Nathan, why are you watching this? This is crazy. We need to look at something else. I need to, like, who are your friends? What are you looking at online? Like, we need to change your media consumption habits because this isn't working. I would never think like, I think that the school is involved in disseminating media towards him and there's no way that we can change this. Because I feel like on your...
Yeah, but why not? I mean, obviously, you're going to be a product of the environment that you're around. Destiny surely believes that that's true. So, you know, there's no reason for you not to at least look at the school environment and things like this to see if it's an environment which is pushing this type of propaganda onto kids. There's no reason to think that wouldn't be their kids too, sure. But I don't see why you would just limit your inquiry to that.
Your side of the story, people are basically like, we're hopeless. There's nothing we can do.
No, it's not hopeless, but if you want to be able.
That's an ultimate straw man too. It's hopeless. Nobody said it was hopeless. She's just pointing out that it seems like this is the case, that this is what's going on.
to do something about something, you need to be able to acknowledge the something.
Right. That's a good point. You have to be able to at least talk about what's going on, or you can't do anything about it anyway.
Right? I mean, so you can't you make it like it's a conspiracy. It's like, no, when I graduated high school, there wasn't a single trans kid. Now you've got like.
That's a good point.
That's a great
too.
point. That is a really
good
good
point,
point
too.
right there.
I don't remember any. This is like a brand new phenomenon. I don't remember any ever.
More than 50% of kids that think that they're other. That is obviously propaganda. Clearly, there's just no. It's just not. Didn't exist. Maybe there was one person, and then all of a sudden everyone is.
Sure, I think it's okay to draw
that can
the
only
line. Yeah.
happen. That can only happen through propaganda, right?
Maybe,
They're
yeah,
suddenly being told it's an option. They're kids, right? You want to experiment and you want to be different. You're looking for
Candace got a good point right there.
a way to stand out, and so you hold on. And in the classrooms, you've got the teachers that are reinforcing this narrative that is, yes, top down, right? It's like Hollywood in lockstep with the Department of Education that is making these options available. If it was natural, like when I graduated high school, there were gay kids, there were lesbian kids. There wasn't a ton of them. It wasn't.
Yeah, that's in hindsight, I think that was about my experience too. Remember that there was kids who said that they were gay and things like that, but I don't really remember any trans kids at all. I just don't remember
it wasn't
any.
a thing.
Maybe there were.
In fact, we called them trannies and we made fun of them because a tranny was a transvestite. It wasn't a trans person. It wasn't a transitional thing. Transvestite at that time was just someone who dressed in the clothes of the opposite sex. So, I mean, I guess the one Eddie Murphy allegedly picked up. Past that, who knows?
But I don't remember any.
An identity. That's another thing.
Yeah,
The
but that- I mean,
identity
back then,
thing
yeah, the identity
is very
is an
new.
interesting thing. I agree for sure.
And so it shows you who are they emulating? Who are they copying when they do this stuff? Because it's an option. It's just being presented to you. It's obviously not natural if it didn't exist.
But culture is a very
That's a bad argument from Candace, though. To say it's not natural if it didn't exist naturally, that doesn't mean anything. That's a bad tactic to take, I think.
Complicated
Culture
things.
is not a
Movies,
complicated
it's
thing.
So
It's-
complicated. I think
they are-
governments
they are
pray that they have the
deciding-
amount of control over culture
Culture is a complicated thing. I agree with the Coomer here.
that you think they do. There's no shot that anybody would be able to top down control.
Well,
that much.
Well, now, no. Saying that there's no shot that people could top down control culture, that's absurd too. Just because culture is complex doesn't mean it can't be controlled and guided.
Like I said, there have been a lot of evidence that has come out, whether you're looking at the Jeffrey Epstein case or you're reading through the 72-page document for the Diddy lawsuit
Well, I
that
mean, even on the
suggests
Jeffrey-
that the government is involved.
Even on the Jeffrey Epstein case, like what's suggesting government involvement here?
What do you mean?
Okay. Interesting. Cashmere sends in $50, says, keep up the great work. You're the man. Appreciate that very much. Very kind of you.
What do you mean? What's suggesting?
Like what
government
part of the
involvement?
Jeffrey Epstein case is like, oh my God, the government is like playing a part in this?
Well, the fact that he had ties to the Mossad and the CIA, and that when they raided his home, he had his face and about, what was it, 6 different passports? Who can issue passports?
Sure, but when we look at it,
who can issue you a different identity?
I
in
don't know
different
about different
countries?
identities, but for passports, I imagine you can get that illegally, or you can just get it from countries depending on citizenship status.
Well,
but what I'm saying is that, like, for when we look at Epstein, right? Epstein was a billionaire, right?
Why was he a billionaire?
Why? Because of trading or whatever he did. I'm not
No,
totally sure.
no, that's the question. Nobody knows why.
Well, right now, this is not going well for the Coomer gremlin, at least not this portion. To push back here, I'm not sure. Jack Hug sends in $5 and says, we had a chick try to become okay, and she won the biggest high school transformation for senior awards over a kid who lost 150 pounds and got jacked. That sucks.
I don't know
or his
why.
brother
Yeah, but
had-
there's like
had
a million
billions of
different.
dollars.
Sure, there's lots of people where I don't know how they made their money, but to fill in the gaps of all of this with some.
No, you should always
huge
know how
conspiracy.
somebody became a billionaire. Like, that's like a very easy thing. Like somebody should just be like, I became a billionaire, and you have no idea how. Like,
I'm
it's
sure there are tons of people
It's
who are
like I
billionaires that
sold a
aren't.
product. You know why Elon Musk has money. You know why Jeff Bezos has money. You should not say we can't connect the dots on how this person became a billionaire that was able to purchase.
She makes a really compelling argument here. This is a pretty compelling argument. Just come on. You know how Jeff Bezos got rich.
I don't even think it's a compelling argument. I think it's a slam dunk argument. If someone has $60,000 at the end of the year, the IRS is coming after them. What makes you? And it's, if they have a couple of $1,000s, they want to know where it come from. This guy comes up with billions of dollars, and no one knows where it come from or how he got it. We can speculate, of course, but that would be just that. We're only speculating, and when you speculate, it's kind of like assuming. We all know what that does. So, I mean. But at the same time, I mean, she's got a very good slam dunk point. It's I mean, it's as good of a point as been made this whole time.
You know how all these other people, Elon Musk, got rich. We know how they got rich. We know how. Don't you think you should know how this guy got rich?
Absolutely. So anybody who would defend that is just repulsive. This Coomer Gremlin, as Andrew puts it, is kind of disgusting. The fact that he's a trisexual, he'll try a man or a woman or a boy or whatever else. Young, not children. That's not what I'm getting at. But I've heard about the Cook chair, and I've heard about him with boys and women and all of these different things. That's disgusting. A person like that, I don't want around me.
It's like, yeah, I think
I don't want him in my politics. I don't want him in my YouTube feed. I don't want him. I mean, I don't even want to debate them.
I think
let the Lord save them.
Probably.
Things aren't always going to be public. That like, oh well, if they don't work in like public traded companies or something, how will you ever know? There's no way you're going to know that.
He did.
Yeah, that's correct. He did.
Then what's the question?
The question is, how did he become a billionaire?
That's not a question. It's just nobody understands why Jeffrey Epstein or his brother have billions of dollars.
Well, you just said did he have a ton of shares in publicly traded companies?
What do you mean? Did he have a ton?
Like
of
when
shares
we
in
asked, for
publicly
instance,
traded
like so here's.
He did, but how did he get those? Where did the money come from? And where did the island come from? How did he convince the founder and CEO and owner of Victoria's Secret to give him a multi-million-dollar mansion in New York? See, these are questions. As he clearly had dirt on some folks, so I am alleging that he had it on that guy, and he had it on all of them. It was told that he was a Mossad agent, but who knows?
The question: do you know how Jeff Bezos made his money, or how Elon Musk made his?
So I see. So Destiny's tactic here is to get into particulars. So this is pretty good shove back towards Candace. So Candace is like, look, we should know how these people became billionaires, right? But she basically only has a general overview of how. Probably doesn't have all of the particulars, because who would unless you studied it incessantly? So, for instance, I know that I think I know why Elon Musk is in the particulars. You know what I mean? He's a billionaire because he gets all sorts of government grants, and he has Tesla, and he probably because of investments and things like that. And it's basically true enough. It's true enough.
Well,
but if you tried to bog down into the actual particulars of it, I don't think I could tell you what the particulars are.
He and his buddy sold PayPal.
I know that.
He and his buddy sold PayPal back in the day. And he got buku of money from that. Obviously, that wasn't billions, but I mean, yeah. I mean, look at the guys who owned Winamp back in the day. They sold Winamp, and Winamp was great. That was back when I was a teenager. Well, late teens. And they're the guys who run Reaper, the recording software. So I mean, like, there's a trail. That's the point. There's a trail. There's always a trail. When you don't have a trail, something shady was going on. Period.
Jeff Bezos. created Amazon, and I know that Elon Musk has created a ton of things. Tesla, you got Starlink.
Okay, kind of. So not really. Bezos made his money because of the appreciation of shares of Amazon that he had a huge stake in, right? And Elon Musk made.
Well, okay,
so you're gonna come in here.
Then he made billions from Amazon.
He made billions from Amazon. You're sitting here pointing to the fact that what?
His money initially was on PayPal and a couple of ventures, and then because he had a huge equity stake in SpaceX and Tesla, especially, that's where they made their money. Is ownership of stock of publicly traded companies. That's what I'm saying. We can look at those people. We can say we know how they made their money. So I don't think Epstein had massive shares in publicly traded companies, did he? So he wouldn't have made.
Did you actually look?
How did he get a job as a college professor when he didn't graduate college?
Look into the. I can't tell right now if your thing is just to be contrarian.
Okay, hold on.
He's definitely a contrarian. I can see it all over his face.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you because it seems like you're just like, whatever your position is, I'm going to take the opposite and I'm going to say something really quickly and try to say, well, how do we know? And it's like, that's actually quite boring.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, dude, like, let's actually have a real conversation because tons of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff is being exposed, right? People are for the first time able to grasp a theory that finally makes sense, right? It finally makes sense. It makes sense that there is a blackmail ring operating in DC because we don't understand why we keep sending our politicians to DC and then it's like they completely serve anybody other than the American people, right? So when
that's a very good point. And it's always been that way. It's always been that way. So that's a very good point. Somebody has been in doing this, and it's not for me to say who.
that Jeffrey Epstein case got exposed, and if you were following it and reading the documents,
I did follow it. I read the entire document, the 80-page report that came out from the government. They did a report on the prison where he supposedly got killed.
And you're realizing how many artists have stood up and said this exact same thing was going on. Now you have somebody that has filed something with proof saying it's going on. And then you just have like Destiny being like, oh, what if it's not going on? What if it's not? Whoa.
Okay, well, sure. So here's like.
It's a good exchange. Beating him here, though. She's not really winning here. She's not losing. He's not losing either. They're just kind of prattling back and forth at this point, right? Destiny got walked like a dog here. Thank God Candace went on and made him look like a fool. Well, I'm not seeing that yet. Not seeing it yet. She hasn't made him look like a fool yet.
Oh, maybe WAP is just really just.
He's not winning, no. But he's not losing either.
Not amazing. People just love talking about vaginas and like mopping the floor. It's like you can do that thing, but it's not interesting. You know what I mean?
Right. So she says to him here, she's like, look, I think that you're giving pushback just for the sake of giving pushback. And it's not actually something you believe. But so what? That's fair. Even if you yourself even believe what the person is saying, just to kind of test what it is that they're saying. He's not doing anything wrong yet.
Okay, sure. All right. Like, here's just an easy test question so I can get my bearings straight. What do you think about the 91 or so indictments for Donald Trump?
What do you mean?
Do you think that those are credible indictments that have credible evidence behind them?
Well, you speak to me specifically about which indictment you're talking about.
So the Mar-a-Lago case.
I actually haven't followed that one, so I'm not going to push back on that one, but I can tell you the ones that I have followed and I've given an answer on. Like, obviously, we've never seen the media or the justice system go after any president in the way that
doesn't matter. You could say the same about P. Diddy. You've never seen the media go after a black artist.
I didn't
like
say
this
it did. It didn't. I didn't finish my statement. Why are you saying it doesn't matter? Why'd you just say that?
I'm just it could be that nobody's ever done something this.
But I haven't.
Before.
You're so contrarian that you haven't even let me finish.
Why do you keep calling me contrarian?
You haven't even let me finish my sentence. You said that doesn't matter. It's like what do you?
Because you gave a point that was irrelevant.
I know, but like I don't understand what you're objecting to.
You said we're going after somebody like this before.
Now, this is optically pretty good right here for Candace. This is optically pretty good for her. So she's like, wait, I didn't even finish what I was saying and you're already cutting me off. What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Unless it's just for you to be contrarian.
Because to me, he is just being a contrarian. He's a very intelligent guy to his own detriment. To his own detriment. And each time he does it with, I don't know, allegedly Adderall or meth or whatever it is, He can't wait to get it in. It's the same thing as earlier. He's listening to respond, not listening to listen.
So optically right here.
And really all of us should listen to listen, not listen to respond. Now, and we're all guilty of it. When we know we're right on something, it's easy to sit there and just wait and listen for your chance to talk. And so because you know what they're saying and you've rehearsed it and you know you're right. The facts are on your side. We shouldn't do it then either. We should listen and hear them out. That way we can calmly and rationally speak our side. But some people are not going to give you the benefit of the doubt and be reciprocal with that. So it's just going to turn into a shouting back and forth. What's the point?
This is looking better for her right now.
Asked me a question. I started to answer it by saying the media has never gone after anyone like this before.
Okay.
And then you just said it doesn't matter. It's like, can I answer the
ahead.
question?
Yeah, let your phone
like, or
answer.
you just gotta like contradict right
I'm
away.
not contradicting. I'm just
Yeah,
fighting the
you
crazy
kinda
narratives
are.
that prevent anybody from having a real.
Jacob sent in $10, says Destiny changes his views depending on who he's debating. Yeah, but that's okay. I don't think he's always changing his views. I think he's willing to take an alternative position to test your position. That doesn't mean that you change your viewpoint.
It's changing your tactics.
Like, for instance, I might steal man voice.
Real analysis of any of the things going on, but you can lay out your whole thing about.
All
what
right,
you think
then,
about
you know, since you know my narrative, even though you asked the question, I wasn't able to answer it.
You can
I'm
answer the
glad that
question.
you defeat the narrative. No, we're good. We're good. I'm not going
Because
to have
wait,
you
wait.
ask. I'm not going to actually have you ask a question and then cut me off and say that I'm parroting a narrative when I haven't even told you what my opinion was.
This is still optically very good for her, by the way.
That's not you being interesting. That's you being obnoxious.
Again, very good rhetoric.
I think that you're trying to avoid answering the question.
By being cut off by you?
I said you can finish it if you want.
You're trying to avoid answering the question. Quite literally, I was trying to answer the question and you cut me off. So
Now they're having a meta conversation.
we're good on that. We can move on and talk about something other than Trump and his 95 indictments.
I think it's 91 or 92.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what are we talking about that won't get you as triggered?
Nah.
I just honestly, I like I said to you in the beginning of this, I said I am an open book. I'm just
curious what you think about the Trump indictments. Do you think that a civil suit that's filed where there isn't a grand jury that looks over it, there's not like it's not like a DA case, not like a federal prosecutor. Do you think that the Diddy stuff is like rock solid? Do you think that's really, really, really important to look at? But then when we look at indictments that have gone to grand juries that have then issued warrants or subpoenas or whatever, I was just curious if you think that the credibility on that side is as heavy as the P. Diddy stuff.
I was really happy to answer that question. Would you like me to answer it?
Sure.
So I would say that you are comparing two cases that are not similar, and I'll tell you why they aren't similar. In the case of Diddy, you have somebody that has no power that is filing this and producing evidence to say that the justice, essentially the same thing that people that defend Trump are saying, the justice system is corrupt, right? That these people are responding and being motivated by things like the LAPD's involvement that night in writing a fake police report, if his allegations are true, and he had.
What about the Standard Hotel in California? At least I think it's called the Standard Hotel. I might have the name of it mixed up. Let's just say, look up Adam Schiff and a hotel in California, and I'll leave that alone.
Photos and that said call 911, and then seeing the media report on it in
The fact that there's nothing going on to come out of that illustrates that we have a two-tier justice system for two different classes of people. And yet we have supposedly three classes, upper class, the elites, the middle class, and the lower class. That's the problem. That's the whole point of taxes and hip hop. They want to completely erode the middle class with taxes, and they want to destroy the lower class with hip hop and gangster mentality. That way it's one class of exactly what we had back in the old days, peasants, one class of poor people, and one class of elite riches. That's what the goal is. That's always been the goal. Now, it may have not have been for a lot of, I mean, you look at the Kennedy speech. He was literally deleted because of that speech. And anyone who thinks otherwise is insane.
lie about what happened at that studio is very scary. It's
Go look at the substance of and listen to the words that he spoke and listen to what he said. We are controlled by a shadowy organization, guerrillas by night instead of, elections and subversion instead of all of these things that he said were pointing out secret societies and secret cabals, so to speak. And yet everyone wants to act like it's just pretend. It's fictional Disneyland, Peter Pan. Come on, give me a break. They don't delete people for nothing. Just like a bunch of people want to say that Jesus wasn't real. Jesus did this. Well, Jesus was real, but he didn't. His movement should have died because, it's garbage. He wasn't really the Messiah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then tell me why Stephen died. Tell me why Paul died. Tell me why Peter died and James and John and all of the ones. Tell me why all the apostles died for it. I'll wait. No one can. Because it was real. It was God in the flesh. That's why they all died. Because he said, if they hate you, remember they hated me first.
scary if unless he faked these blood photos, which is a plausibility, but it shows you that there are people that are sitting at the top that have a ton of power, right? So the people that are acknowledging that and then also saying that those same people, that same network of individuals that can make up allegations and make them go away with the media or stay and make it a big deal because of the media are defending Trump and what's happening to him. So this isn't, they're actually, these two things are not at conflict with one another, what's happening.
She kind of lost me here. I think I understand what she's trying to say. Saying these are unrelated. Clearly, Trump, the entire system is going after Trump in a major way. Which seems to be true.
Seems to be true.
They are going after him in a major way.
They are going after him.
The flip side here is she's saying, P. Diddy, though, is not this big politician who has some type of, her perspective, all of these things, which he's been able to accomplish, alludes to kind of a massive conspiracy ring of people who do have a ton of power, just a shadow type of power. I think that's what she's kind of trying to dive into here, but it's kind of a convoluted way that she took the avenue
with Diddy and what's happening with Trump. It's actually they complement one another in terms of what we're saying. Now, the only case I've followed two of them, the Fannie Willis one.
Well, can I ask a question about the LAPD thing?
Yeah.
So if we're worried because in the P. Diddy case, it looks like the LAPD at the very top might have been involved with something. If that's the claim, I mean, isn't Donald Trump at the very, very, very top? If he's the president, isn't he literally like the top guy in the world?
He lost me there too. Like he lost me there too. I don't think that the top that he has any knowledge of what's going on with like local LAPD officers. That seems kind of absurd to me.
Doesn't control the courts. And that's, hold on. The point of exactly being is that if they feel that they have a person that they cannot control.
It's the third time I've sent a Dono chat and it just doesn't show up. No, it shows up. I just haven't read Dono chats yet. I will in just a second.
So if there is this blackmail ring that exists and it's starting to look like there is definitively, and I very much believe that, and I am not ashamed to say that it is pretty much the only thing that makes sense in Hollywood is what I read in these documents.
No, what she's saying is that the justice system is corrupt. Then he acts as if that isn't the case. People have gone to jail for years to decades for not even doing anything illegal. Yeah, I'm not sure that I agree with that summary of what it is that she was trying to say as she was claiming these are two distinct things, right? With your summary there. Maybe I got it wrong, but I don't think I did. I think that she was trying to give a contrast about power dynamics.
Then it would be clear as to why it is that when you are existing outside of the ring or you are somebody that cannot be controlled, you are somebody that is attacked. Now, the artists, and I like that we have this example in Hollywood because we don't need to go down the path of Trump derangement. We can actually talk about people that we don't feel any way about, right? Diddy, I don't have an issue with Diddy. You don't have an issue with Diddy. We can look at this case more objectively because people, I think, do get so about Trump that you can't just look at things objectively. If what that person is alleging,
do you think that's what happened here?
I mean, I you did jump. I'm glad it's live and you can go back and watch it, but like I didn't get to, you asked me a question and then before I could answer my question, you did say like narrative. And I'm like, okay, that feels like the Trump derangement trap. I don't want to do it. I want to have a productive conversation about the plausibility that people that are extremely powerful are blackmailing people. And these people can't can't speak out because whatever they have on them on camera is scary. You know, there's Justin Bieber, I think there's also something going on with him. His pastor said, you know, pray for them. There are evil forces that in Hollywood kind of at the same time as this. Cat Williams, I know he used to do crack, whatever.
There's been so many whistleblowers, very difficult, I think, to make the counter case that Hollywood and politics is not dominated by blackmail culture. Clearly it is. I mean, clearly there's tons of it. I think it's actually a harder case to make back against comparatively with all the whistleblowers which have come out to discuss this type of culture. I think you got to have your head stuck in the sand to not at least give it a good listen with an open mind. Jacob Moss for $10 says, Vosh was my least favorite debate because he can't concede to anything. I don't think he was really there to debate in good faith. He just wanted to throw shit. And so once it became about throwing shit, it was like, okay, let's do this, right?
Has spoken out about this. There's been a lot of artists that have spoken out about this. Kanye West has spoken out about this, about, you know, the control and the network that's happening within Hollywood. So I think instead of, I don't know, trying to dismiss these people as crazy, or when enough people say something, including Michael Jackson, who's dead, maybe there's some truth to it. Like, can we examine whether or not this might be true, especially when somebody is such an underdog like a producer and does something like this?
I think analyzing who's saying what, I think is important. But I think that when we say that somebody's an underdog, so we're going to believe them because they give a story that we might happen to like or plays into something else that we believe. I mean, I would just be critical of the underlying material. Like if the sources are a few people.
That's fine. You can be critical of the underlying material. You know what I mean? But there seems to be a lot of it from people who are inside of these different firms. So
like everybody stands to gain something when it comes to viral stuff. Everybody knows that. When you have outrageous claims to make, and if he has evidence, I think that's interesting.
Otherwise, I would have said, I don't know, it's frivolous. Like there's, you can always sue a rich person.
But I'm also saying that like a charge is a charge, or a claim is a claim, or a filed case is a filed case. It'll be interesting to see what ends up playing out in court, and then we actually see
that. I'm keen to see that. That's what I want to see. I'm not going to believe that you. I would hope, and I obviously have lost faith in the court system in some ways, but I would hope that it works the way it's supposed to work, and that it will take more evidence, and that he has to appear in front of people and show us more evidence and show us more video evidence of what's going on. But
so when you
what I will say is that it looks credible.
Okay. When you say that you've lost faith in the court system, does that mean that if a guilty verdict is returned, you'll think it was a good case, but if a non-guilty verdict is returned, are you going to? Oh, okay. Well, why would you preface with I've lost faith in the court system?
This is somewhat pedantic, right? She's making a generalized statement here. What she really meant to say, I think, was, I don't trust the court system. That's what she means by faith here. I don't really trust it. I don't trust that it's giving a fair shake to people anymore. Okay. She's trying to say, not that she has no faith that courts can return decent verdicts, but just that her trust in the system as it stands today is not great. That's what, and there does have to be a little bit of charitability here, for that to be understood. But clearly, that's what she's saying. Scope Off sends in $20. Says, I appreciate you lending charitability to Destiny. When we write our opponents off for stupid reasons or straw man, they look better. I agree. Once their hedonist motives are shown, most normal people stop listening. Extra $5 at Erudite. Appreciate that very much.
Because I have seen some circumstances in which things that should not happen do happen. And a good example of that, if you want to talk about the crazy.
It's interesting. If I were a Destiny mindset, even for the status quo, I would point out that there's actually an inroad here that the left can make with the right that most people don't actually look at. They don't actually think about it at all. that when the lockdowns happened, the right also lost a lot of faith in the court system, in police officers. They lost a lot of faith in the criminal justice system altogether once they recognized how easily it could be weaponized the other direction. They hadn't seen that before.
Exactly.
They really hadn't seen that before. They were all about support the blue, and they had kind of pushed into this dialectic of it's either support the cops or you're a piece of shit, which was a bad dialectic to begin with. But one of the things they could really do to kind of get some inroads is they could bring that up themselves and say, doesn't that make you lose faith? Because they don't have any faith in the criminal justice system, just for different racist and misogynistic and all of the various isms that you can attach to it. That's what they think. So they actually could make some inroads, I think, in a conversation by doing that.
Craziest case that I followed in a long while, it was the defamation one, where the jury awarded, she was asking for what, 10 million, and they awarded her for 400 or 800 million just to like bankrupt Trump, and her allegations had expired, but they created work so that she could bring them forth about something that she says happened in 1996. What is that whack lady's name? She was so.
Wait, are you talking about when they extended the
E. Jean Carroll
statute of limitations to allow people to sue people relating to
and then
rape?
She got funded to reopen this. They changed the law, and then she got funded by the person who is I don't want to call him a Democrat operative, but he obviously is very involved in the Democratic Party. The person that started LinkedIn is the one that funded her to do this lawsuit. I mean, the whole thing is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's just like making new laws.
Yeah, exactly. Danny Masters in the chat makes a great point. He says, I really don't remember a time where the right was as disillusioned with institutions like they are now. That's a new thing. It is. And that's something that they can make some inroads with, but they just don't even bother. They're still doing the right left dialectic. Brian Ruckert sends in $10 and says, as an Addy, the reason not to trust the state courts is that most judges are elected and not always the best at all, even if you don't like their politics. I didn't know that. I actually did not know that would be why that would be that you'd want to trust the federal judges over the state. So appreciate that. Jacob Moss sends in $20, says, love your content. Soldier on the front lines fighting the degens. Well, we try, man. We try.
I thought this law was changed in New York.
Appreciate the 20, by the way.
A while ago.
No,
it's not a new thing. It is a new thing for the majority of the right. I think you could say it's not a new thing for the dissident right, but it definitely seems to be a newer phenomenon, maybe the last, basically since Trump got in, where the disillusionment has gotten to the point where sometimes they sound more left-wing than left-wingers.
Specifically for Trump,
it wasn't. Nope. It was specifically after she went on and was doing the rounds on and those, I don't even know, when he was like, what is rape? Anderson Cooper asked her, and she was like, I think most people think rape is sexy. It's not someone jumping on you and da-da-da-da. It'd be great for this if you could bring up clips like that, because it would be awesome for people to be able to watch it. But she was so clearly clinically insane. She was so insane that even Anderson Cooper had to go to commercial. MSNBC had to go to commercial. So this is not a woman, that was making what any person who.
Because she literally was deranged. And that's the point. People like this are sexual deviants. And when you have a sexual deviant, they're, I don't know. They're manipulators. They're schemers. And I mean, sexual deviant is the right word. You can tell by exactly what she's talking about. The Anderson Cooper interview where he said, you have really saw whatever, blah, 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 blah. It reminded me of the lady in the 40-Year-Old Virgin movie. Basically completely changing and derailing the conversation and taking it to an avenue of the gutter.
Can listen to somebody interview about their rape would say are credible allegations. But there was just such hatred for Trump that they just made it happen. And in no circumstance, I can't imagine what circumstances somebody asks for like 10 million and the judge is like, no, you're going to give you 400 million. Other than we hate Trump so much and we hope to bankrupt him.
Was this a jury trial?
There were multiple parts of this lawsuit, but it was
Because if it went to trial and if it was a jury, then
Yeah, it was jury trial. Yes.
does anybody have a link to that rape clip? I'm curious if anybody has ever heard conversation.
It's rape. We just got to look at it. It's so nutty and so crazy. And they just kept going with it everywhere she went, left and right, even define what rape was. She was just saying, I think rape is just like, when someone thinks you're sexy. So it's like, so did Trump just think you were sexy? She had no witness. I mean, I've just never seen anybody able to get or however many millions of dollars she got with absolutely not a shred of proof in a case that shouldn't have even have been brought forward according to
It was like
your own
25 years earlier.
Oh no, I remember another such case that was like that during the confirmation of a Supreme Court justice.
Which one? Kavanaugh?
Where this woman came out of the woodwork from, him in college.
Yeah, Kavanaugh.
Years and years and years
Kavanaugh.
and years before.
And he had the diary. Thank God he had the
and
journal.
she ended up making a lot of money off of that.
What was her name? Oh my gosh.
And it was definitely a political hit job. There's no doubt
Yeah,
about
it was
that.
Kavanaugh. It was Brett
People
Kavanaugh.
are
So that
saying
makes you
that the
lose
400
faith.
million is that's for the business fraud case. Maybe the
Sorry, yeah, I'm mixing numbers. What was how much was she awarded for you guys that are like, checking? She was awarded, extended the law. It was the whole thing was so rotten to its core. That makes you lose faith, right? That makes you lose faith in the justice system. That's not saying that there aren't cases. There are different judges. There are different, different juries. With Trump, it's hard because people are passionate about him one way or the other. So it's going to be hard not to find a jury that is corrupt, especially when you're in New York. But
So this is interesting. The conversation's actually getting more interesting as it goes. I find myself leaning more towards Candace getting the better of these
I think
exchanges
Candace
so far.
is actually winning.
But here she says one of the reasons I lose so much faith in it is because it seems that when a high profile player goes into these justice systems, they do apply their political bias. And this seems to happen over and over and over again. It's pretty interesting. $5 comes in from Aquaman, says, oh, well, sorry. The chat again. Charles Leonard sends in $5, says, did you see the Hago face girl you did whatever podcast get baptized? Yes. I did.
I don't see how any person can objectively look at what happened there.
Wait, what does that mean in a corrupt jury?
Like emotionally corrupted because when it comes to Trump, people
They're biased, Destiny. That's what she's saying. She's talking about a biased jury who allows their biases towards an individual to move what their verdict is going to be.
will tend to feel either I love him so much or I absolutely hate him and he's the end of the world. So I think it's hard to get a jury that, is going to be fair in that circumstance because he's so.
Do you know where is P. Diddy being sued at? Do you know what the venue is?
I want to say LA. I want to say LA, but definitely fact check me on that so I don't
I
spread
thought it was Florida.
misinformation.
I'm only asking because I see a couple people. Oh, so for this it says Rodney, Lil Rod Jones.
Oh,
former
New York.
producer-
That's right. It is in New York.
Wait,
That
but-
is correct.
Does that mean that the same thing that's allowing this court case to go through then?
No. You got to look at what he's suing them for. This all happened recently. The Trump thing happened in '96. Just so we're clear, this happened in 2020.
Nick DR says, for $10, remember when Destiny said that you don't look at politics implemented from the past years in economics? Yeah, that was crazy. The policies, that was the most insane thing I've ever heard him say. Remember when Not So Erudite said you can hold two contradicting ethical worldviews at the same time? Yeah, that whole thing was nuts. Yeah. When Methmouth said that economists don't look at previous economic policies in order to make determinations about current economic policy, I was actually floored. I was floored by that. I'd never heard anything like that before from anybody.
21.
All the allegations are recent?
Yeah. It just happened. He was working on an album that he dropped like last year or something. It's not from 1996.
Oh, okay. I thought the way you were talking, I thought these were.
He obtained a ton of proof because of it.
Gotcha. Have you reached out to this guy to try to have a conversation with him or anything?
No. I would hope that would be
confidential.
I would imagine. I mean, I don't know if you would be able to while you're. I don't know
Nope.
while you're in court. I'm sure his lawyer would say don't speak until things are done. And
Yep.
my guess is that because of the powerful names that are listed in this lawsuit, they're going to want to just settle it and be done with it. But the photos that are pictured there, it's going to be very hard, I think, to come back from it without some sort of an explanation. I mean, he named.
Except for the fact that he got off. I'm watching this later and he got off.
Names.
Well, I think the problem, my imagination would be the problem is that even if the photos show sexual acts or whatever, the difficult part is going to be proving that these were part of a conspiracy to
Here we
blackmail
go.
or something like that, right?
Not necessarily.
Because just photos of people having sex or doing whatever stuff isn't probably enough unless you've got like text messages showing some pattern of.
Yeah, I think yeah, I guess what you say, okay, well, they're all having sex, but they're doing it willingly. But what he's alleging is that Diddy's team gets these people drunk and high and drugged and then brings in women that they know are minors. This is one part of his allegations. And then these people have sex with them, or they have gay relations, and like everyone's doing it. And then
use that for blackmail.
Do something that's like gay while they're high. And then he owns them because he has this stuff that's on cameras. Now explaining, could you technically, even after it's all exposed, say like, oh, well, maybe they all did it willingly? Sure, you could always.
Sure. Well, I mean, the burden would be on him to prove at least.
Which is why I really want this to go through, because there's just been a lot of artists who have said this over the years, that there's like some sort of gang that's operating in Hollywood. And I would just like to see these allegations play out, And I think everyone should want that, by the way.
What do you think on a broad level?
Diddy.
Yeah. Okay. So you keep calling me contrarian. On a broad level, the reason why I tend to fight back against the overarching narratives is because I feel like they leave.
It's because you're a raging purple-haired leftist who's also a trisexual, a homosexual, a heterosexual, and just sick.
I want people to vote. I want people to be politically active. I want people to, take an interest in.
I want you to not vote. I want you to not be politically active, because you might be the exception. Most of the people that are voting and politically active haven't got a clue what day of the week it is.
And their local city council stuff, their local races, because I think that people getting involved politically, especially voting, is a really important way to change the landscape of our country on a local level or on a national level.
I agree.
I also think that people talking to their friends and family and spreading ideas and messages, I think these things are important as well. But I think that the reason why I push back sometimes against the broader.
Which is a better plan, by the way, than most people on the right have.
Agreed. I agree with that. Because we can't get people motivated to go vote for whatever reason.
If you want institutional power, Destiny just explained to you how you get it. Regardless of whatever the overarching narrative is, which is, from the right perspective, quote, blackpilling. We can't really affect any change. We can't really do anything about any of this, right? We're basically screwed. That's really bad messaging. Destiny's counter messaging to this is to say, well, forget the narrative. Even if that narrative is true, you can still use localized politics in order to make localized changes so you don't have to be blackpilled. That's a much better message. That's a winning message politically. Blackpill, not a winning political message at all. So they have an advantage here. And he has an advantage here too, as a kind of status quo neo-lib. He says, even if that it is true, even if all of it's true, we just grant it's all true, you should still be active in localized politics as much as you possibly can so that we can get somewhere. He's right. Totally right about that.
When I say narrative, by the way, I don't necessarily mean that it's like conspiracy theory or whatever. But the reason why I push back against like the more broader narrativizing of things happening culturally is because I feel very disempowered.
C says agree, but don't ignore the narrative. Well, okay, so this is where you have to be cautious a little bit. It seems like from Destiny's perspective here with what he's saying, if I have the choice even of ignoring the narrative, even if it's true, and seizing institutional power, I want to seize institutional power. Because then even if the narrative is true, I can change it. Broadly, that's more appealing to me as a political strategy. That's broadly more appealing to me as a political strategy than what you generally see on the right. She's agreeing with him. Yeah, of course she agrees with him.
Yes, but it needs to be people that have skin in the game that are able to change it. Not random people who are misinformed, who are gullible and listen to whatever TMZ tells them and listen to whatever. You know, that's the point. And you can't tell me you have some skin in the game when you're on drugs and doing having sex with multiple people and not even giving two craps about life. You can't.
Okay, don't get me wrong. She knows that that's true. It's just that the left makes it such a part.
And yes, I know by that logic, that means that 60 or 70% of our country would no longer be able to vote. I know that.
Part of their intricate culture to push in and seize towards political power, even if they need to ignore what's going on right in front of their eyes, that they're still able to seize it. It's literally part of their cultural identity at this point.
Alex Jones on stage after he'd done another one of his big rants about the deep state and blah, blah, blah. I think I asked him, I was like, well, what do you want your listeners to do? And it was the first time I ever heard him be quiet for more than 5 seconds because he had no answer. So I'm curious for you, when you talk about this overarching stuff, you want to bring people's attention to it. What is like a Candace Owens listener supposed to take from that? And what are they supposed to do in the real world, I guess, to like fight against some of this stuff?
I mean, I always tell people what they can do. Like one of the biggest pushes is telling parents that they should be involved in their kids' education. And you saw that. That was conservatives who brought forth that movement of parents actually showing up and demanding changes in the textbooks and finally recognizing how far things had gone because we allowed the Department of Education to just spike the ball for decades, you know, actually paying attention to what they do. I always tell people to get involved in local elections because they matter more. And I think that a lot of the corruption that's taking place in Washington, D.C. is what we're speaking about, because it seems like no matter who we elect, when we send them to Washington, it's almost like their allegiance is to the lobbies. And by the way,
Not almost. It is. And proof of that is Ted Cruz. Look at Ted Cruz. Like I said earlier, I used to love Ted Cruz.
It doesn't just seem like that. It is like that.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
We send somebody to DC to make some changes.
They get changed.
Their allegiance goes right to the lobbies.
No. We send them to go change DC, yet DC changes them every single time.
I believe that lobbying should be illegal. I believe that we need term limits. These are the things that would, I think, affect change overnight.
But the problem there, I've had the argument on VK, verbal combat, with people. These people are never going to vote in term limits that limit themselves, even though they wouldn't be implemented until they're out of power. But they're never going to do it. And they're the ones who have to do it. We can't do it. That's the worst part. It's never going to happen.
And so I hope that in speaking to those things, when people say, what would be the first things that you would do if you were in office? I always say, elect people that are saying those exact same things. Don't elect people that are then going to go to DC and make it their own business, you know, and want to grow the government because it's making them money and they're accepting money from lobbyists.
It's making the determination as to which one is which. That's very difficult.
That's why I always point to my favorite congressman, Thomas Massey, because I think he does a really good job of actually representing Americans and American interests. So, yeah, I haven't taken the black pill as how it's termed, taking the black pill. And I'm like, there's nothing you can do, but we have to understand what it is that we're fighting, and we can't be scared to recognize a conspiracy. You know, a lot of times we're just talking, there's questions that we have and we just say, why is this person doing this? Like I said, the Diddy lawsuit didn't make me feel hopeless. It actually made me go, oh, okay, if this is what's actually happening in Hollywood, then it makes sense. You know?
What do you think for, when you look at Black community stuff specifically, what would you think are the big, like 2 or 3 things that the Black community in the United States needs to do to kind of save itself from the whole of, you know, fatherless children and welfare consumption and abortion and everything else that they're kind of stuck in right now?
This is going to be a very difficult thing to navigate. Prescriptive policy, very, very, very difficult for right wingers, very easy for left wingers, especially status quo neolibs, because all they have to do is what we're doing now and be doing. So for them, they kind of get a pass, a pass on prescriptive measures in society. Because Candace here, she is the one who is championing. She's a champion for change, right? She's the one who wants to move out of the status quo. So now Destiny has put the burden on her and said, what is your prescription here for the, you know, to stop these perceived problems that you see in the Black community? And I wonder if she's going to struggle here.
Well, the first thing I think is to educate yourself about where it's all coming from. I think Black Americans need to be educated on Black history, not in the Democrat textbook way, but in the real way of understanding where all these initiatives came from. Because a lot of times Black Americans are asking the government to solve what the government created, which welfare programs obviously destroyed the Blacks.
He's shaking his head no, and I understand why he's shaking his head no, because it's been said and said and said and said, and they're not going to do it. And I get that, but that is the answer. That is the answer, in my opinion.
Family.
I always hate the narrative of just better. I always hate the narrative of better education. We just need to educate. We need to teach people. We need to teach them.
And it was the intention of Lyndon Baines Johnson to do that because he.
Lyndon Baines Johnson, exactly. That's what I said at the beginning of this stream. I said it in the middle, and now I'm going to say it again. The man has a famous quote about telling the Blacks that he's going to have them voting for the Democratic Party for the next 200 years. And yet they have been for what are we going on? 65, 70 now?
Wasn't about racist and spent decades in the Senate voting against every measure to give Black Americans any measure of freedom until he was basically forced with a figurative bullet to his head to sign the Civil Rights Act to restore some calm nationally. So I think, first of all, everything begins with education. And I think that people that are nefarious understand that, which is why the 70% illiteracy rate that we're seeing across inner city communities is in my opinion by design. 40% of students now can't pass the literacy exam, excluding Black America.
When we say by design, who would want that?
People that want to control you. There's a reason why when we had slave codes, slaves weren't allowed to learn how to read. When you're not educated, anything I tell you becomes your reality. If
I can understand that, but slaves like worked and did stuff, right?
Yeah,
I feel like,
so do Americans. Every day we go to work and our money gets sent overseas.
But they have to like be literate to go to work, right? I feel like illiterate Black people that are doing gang violence probably aren't serving.
You are.
What?
Because you keep voting in the people that are taking more power from you, right?
Do you think those people are voting much? The Black gangbangers and stuff?
I think, yes, Black people do vote, and it's not just...
Hold on. To be very clear, I didn't say Black people, because I don't think that all Black people are like this. I'm saying that like specifically the ones that are illiterate, involved in gang violence, and are unemployed. Do you think that they're like out there voting in a meaningful way that's changing the political landscape of the United States? Are they having like a meaningful impact on the electoral system?
Yeah, so even if people are fully illiterate, they will vote if they have an emotional reason to vote, which is...
She's right about that.
What the Democrats very much understand. I want to correct my language there and say, because I think it's uniparty at this.
You can't say that grandma and aunt and mom is not pushing them all to go vote for the Democrat. Blue no matter who. Blue no matter who. Blue no matter who. And if you can't do it now, it's the day of mail-in voting. So they'll just put it in the daggone mail. And even if they don't, the Democratic Party nowadays will vote for them for blue no matter who. And we can't say that they don't, because we saw it in friggin' Atlanta last year. We saw it in Indiana. We saw it in Pennsylvania. We saw it in Arizona. We saw it in a bunch of places in the last election.
Okay, so she's saying
2020 election.
Saying that Democrat policies are purposely going into heavily Black areas and suppressing their education via policy so that they can emotionally sway them at the ballot box, which, while a fine argument, requires a significant amount of proof.
That they will continue to vote emotionally. So when you see something like...
I disagree. I don't think they're doing it in the school system. I think they're doing it at home. I think when they incentivize the mothers to kick the fathers out, now the discipline is gone. Okay, so when they go to school and the disciplinarian goes to discipline them, they know that they're not going to be disciplined because there's no disciplinarian at home. So they end up getting kicked out, quits, goes. It's a prison culture that's been designed by the government. It's not good. It's not good. This is not Black people's fault at all. It is because black women, they bit the hook and they stay on the line and they don't get it. They don't understand. For whatever reason, they don't understand. And if you try and tell them, oh, you're just a white man trying to keep me down. Whoa, forgive me. Who am I? I'm just a pasty white guy. But I can tell you, you got a hook in your mouth. Ah.
Like, you know, black people rioting and looting in the streets because of what happened to George Floyd. What you are dealing with is people that are being intentionally misinformed about circumstances so that they are emotionally reactive. Because, I mean, look, I have children. I have a 3-year-old. I know what it means to be ignorant. My child can't read. He is emotionally reactive. And if you can turn an entire population into an emotionally reactive toddler that has no facts or no understanding of history, you can make them do whatever it is that you want them to do. So
this is a really good narrative. It requires a lot of proof, but it's a good narrative. She says, look, how do you verify that you're being told the truth by the powers that be? How can you verify?
How can any of us? How can we go outside and verify that the circumference of the earth is 25,000 miles at the equator, like they tell us it is? We can't. We can't. We use trigonometry to determine that the earth is round. We use trigonometry to determine by the shadow and the angle of the time of day. Like, there are certain things that we as individuals cannot verify. Certain things we cannot verify.
Verify that. Because they can come out and find, how do you know if it's true or it's false? Well, generally, literacy would probably be the best defense to that, right? You can go do your own research. You can see if what they're saying is true or false, or if their narratives are true or false, or if this happened or it didn't happen, this kind of thing. This is actually something that can be very successfully argued. And I'm glad that she's bringing the point up, because she's basically right, by the way. She's basically right. Lester Diamond sends in $5, says, Christians must make peace with the left on grounds of love of U.S. to see who is our real enemy. If you love the U.S., some things must be agreed on. Yeah, we're not going to be able to come to terms with the progressive leftists on anything. They want Christianity to be completely and totally abolished. Ultimately, they'll allow you to practice it as long as basically the practice of it has no cultural influence at all. Unconventional Man sends in $20 and says we spend 35 public school student per year. And that was about 5 years ago. More education or money isn't going to fix the problem in that community. The real solution is too uncomfortable for many. I don't think throwing more money at the problem is going to help it. No.
Money is not and never has been the problem. It's a cultural issue. And why and where does it start? It starts with black women. I hate to say it. I'm going to say it again. It starts with black women. It starts with black women. Men cannot stay in the house. Okay. And men are no better. Don't get me wrong. Just because I'm on black women does not mean, and white women, just because I'm on women does not mean men are off the hook. It's a give and take. It's a mutual reciprocation, like a piston in a motor. It has to be concise. There's give and take on both sides. And we have to be able to work together, because here's the reality. It takes a father and a mother to raise a child. A mother cannot do it by herself. A father cannot do it by himself. My son lost his mother when he was 1 year old. She died. And I'm raising a son by myself. There are things that he does not have that my other two children have. And it's because he did not have a nurturing mother figure to guide him. He had me to correct him. He had me to encourage him. He had me to show him things. And I definitely tried my best to nurture him. I've always told my kids that I loved them. I've hugged them. I've kissed them. I love my children. But he is not the same as my other two. And it's because he did not have that mother figure. And you can bet, because he's missing that nurturing, loving component. It is just the opposite when the father's missing. They have the nurturing, loving component, but they don't have the discipline. And I know we've all heard the stereotype of, especially down here in Alabama and the South, of the black single black mom whooping her kids in the middle of Walmart. Yes, she does that. When she gets frustrated, when she's told them 4 or 5 times and they haven't listened. A dad tells them one time and they straighten up. Why? Because there's authority, there's assertiveness.
It's interesting because it feels like the most, like we would say, the most mind controlled people in America are actually like young white college kids, and those guys have lots of literacy and lots of education. So I don't know why we wouldn't send black people into like the colleges and turn them woke instead of.
Actually, no. But that's actually interesting. I'm glad you brought up college, because if you look factually speaking, Americans are getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber, and yet we have never handed out more degrees, which is interesting. Like I mean,
because the standards are getting lower and
the standards are getting lower. And people are not working in the fields that they're going to get degrees in. So they're getting in more debt. They're not working in what they're doing. And even the ones that do and end up trying to, the field is full by the time they get there. And they've racked up and accrued all that debt with now no way to pay it back.
Lower and lower and lower. Michael sends in 10 Canadian dollars. Says, one of the biggest issues I had with the right is their messaging around black issues. Sure, leftists are bad for the black.
We can't all go into coding. We can't all make video games. We can't all be in tech. You know, we can't all be psychologists. We can't all be the HR lady. And it's guaranteed to be an HR lady because that's a field dominated by women. Why? Because we had to have something for women to do. And they refused to go home. They refused to take care of the kids. They refused to do that. And if you go along with the system long enough, everything changed.
Black community. But how are conservatives better? I don't hear any solutions. Well, what's worse is that most of the time you hear conservative solutions, they're just criticisms against Trump. Is, hey, these seem like awful left-leaning solutions that you're giving to some of these perceived problems here.
When you say Americans are getting dumber, what do you mean?
What I mean, talking about in terms of passing tests, passing exams, the literacy level in America, everything is actually going down.
And that's not just for black people, by the way. That's across the board. Standards are getting lowered for everybody across the board. She's absolutely right about that.
And like SAT scores, everything is going down. And which is why they're now like, let's just abolish the SAT. The sort of a thing that they're
sure, which I think they've gotten rid of and brought back in some places. Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know if the same people getting illiterate are the same people that are going to college and getting degrees.
Yeah, we're handing out degrees, and yet people think they're educated when actually they're just brainwashed bots.
Woman, bring me a cup of coffee.
They're quite stupid. They are stupid, and that's the magic of a college degree, is that it makes people smart, right? And it's astonishing. You really should examine that, how every decade within America, people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber. And one of the things that my colleague Matt Walsh did, which is really incredible, is he read a letter that was written by a civil rights soldier who's like 17 years old or 18 years old, had no education, and it sounded like poetry, like unbelievable the way people used to be able to speak and write before.
And that's the worst part.
Created the Department of
we
Education.
all perceive ourselves,
which
because of modern technology, to be so more advanced and stuff. And as a society with inventions and things, because we have all of that stuff, yes, we are more advanced. But as a people, our minds are so decreased and so far behind. They're so much smarter than we were. It's not even funny. It is not even funny. The vocabulary alone illustrates it.
In my view, it is there just to exist.
They even made up a media accent. I mean, people used to have a media accent called the transatlantic accent. It was a way that you could appeal to sound smarter to the most amount of people. It's actually kind of funny in retrospect. You know what I mean? The is that what it was called? The transatlantic accent, I think.
To turn you into a mindless bot that will serve the government's interests.
I mean, we can say that, but the reality is one of the most productive workforces, maybe the most productive workforce in the world.
When you say productive workforce, what do you mean by that?
Productive in an economic sense is how many like units of things are produced by 1 hour of labor from a U.S. worker. And I'm pretty sure U.S. worker productivity is higher than it ever has been. I think that continues to climb. It's one of the biggest complaints about lack of increase of wage growth, for instance, is that wage growth doesn't seem to have tracked to the massive increase of productivity of the average American worker or the median American worker. I just think that like if you wanted to control
productivity is going up, that's true, but how much of that is due to automation machinery, that remains to be seen.
It just seems strange that we've got two completely and totally diametrically opposed ways of controlling society. One is to make Black people specifically, I guess, illiterate so that they are easier to manipulate, even though I seriously doubt these people even vote that much. And then the other is to make
What? Why would you doubt they vote?
People the most literate by sending them to college and have them read. With college degrees can't read well?
Yeah, all the time I run into people with college degrees dumb as a box of rocks.
Absolutely. No Kid Left Behind has literally ruined society. And anyone, I was ninth, 10th grade, I guess, when that was implemented. And it started ruining people. And I mean, that literally means we're just going to keep them going, keep them with their class, keep them with their age group. That way we can get rid of them as soon as possible, get them on into prison as soon as possible.
I'm telling you is yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're not the most literate.
What would I look up to verify that if I wanted to see like
you got to do the research in your own time.
I have done the research.
Okay, I'm happy
to.
True. What do you mean it's not true?
Just what I said. As an
an
owner of a college degree, median wage comparing to that person
is like you can go to college for 4 years and spend $100,000 getting a degree in gender studies. Please do not tell me that you believe that person is educated or highly literate.
More than half the degrees awarded are awarded for STEM-related things. Number one. Number two, $100,000 is a way over the average we're paying for any degree.
Well, that's what I paid. So I'm just.
What did you go to school for?
The average, and as far as I'm concerned, you can look this up. But if you are going to school, you're probably spending in America about $30,000 a year, minimally, if you're out of state.
Isn't the average amount of?
Just look it up. You got Google, right? What state are we in? What state are we in? Miami? Let's go to look up University of Florida. Florida?
Yeah.
Go to University of Florida out of tuition rates. Because what do you mean? $100,000 sounds about right.
Yeah, but we're looking at this is for
$28,659 out of state.
Correct.
$30,000.
She was right. $30,000.
So this is the out-of-state tuition.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Number two, hold on. This is the sticker price. Nobody pays this for school. You've got Pell Grants. You've got different types of student aids. You've got tons of different scholarship issues.
Come on, give me a break. You're sitting here trying to take any and every little grasp at any and every little straw. This is such a little lame duck thing to do. This is exactly what this limp-wristed. You just pulled it up. No one pays sticker price.
People actually pay.
I'm right, but you're trying to make me wrong.
Exactly.
So I paid that price.
Right. No, what I'm saying is
that price. So I paid back my loan. So you're not going to convince me that very few people are paying this. My sisters paid that price and they paid back. So you're just saying and yes, granted my school was more expensive. It was I think $35,000. There you go. The average $29,000.
So if we look at
you can just say you were right, Candace.
So 51%.
You're not going to get hurt.
So 51% of bachelor's degrees for students graduate with an average of $29,400 in student loan,
which is $30,000. Come on, man.
Loan debt, right? So that's only 50
a year.
51% of people, I guess, that acquire debt, and then their average debt is about $29,400.
Are you? I don't get what the point is of you doing this.
I'm kind of lost in the sauce here too.
The point I'm saying is that the sticker price for an out-of-state tuition school is not what I would use as the median price you need to pay for a 4-year degree. Number one. Number two, very few people actually pay.
We didn't talk about that because I said this is the median price. I said it is utterly absurd that people are spending $100,000 to come out with a degree. We weren't talking about. We weren't debating the median price.
Sure, but number one, you're going for out of state. If I'm in state, my tuition is $6,400. I'm getting
literally said out of state. I actually said out of state.
She did say out of state.
Yeah, but why do I care about that number?
What a piece of crap.
I don't get where you're going. The point of when we started this conversation, I was just saying that there are individuals that are going to school that are spending $100,000, right?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Because that's exactly what she said. She said there are gender studies people who are paying $100,000 for a degree. And do you think that they're literally, intelligently smart intellectuals after paying $100,000 for a gender studies degree? That's exactly what she said.
Yeah, but we're talking about, I'm sure, and I could probably find people with $1 million student loan debt that got an even dumber degree than gender studies and basketball or whatever. But in general, that's not the cost of a college degree. And in general, college degrees confer huge wage premiums onto the people that earn them. These are
No, they don't. And this is why, I think that what you actually do here is harmful. And I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, let me finish.
Turn it into a nice spat now. Glad we got all the kind of backdrop leading up to this. Right. So now they're getting into the particulars. And it looks like Destiny is beating her on the particulars here. Right. But she's talking in generalizations. Essentially, she's just like, look, it's kind of dumb to go get $100,000 worth of student loan debt. And I don't think that makes a person smarter because they do. But they're getting lost in the particulars again. This might get interesting now.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, because I've done a lot of research on college degrees and a lot of research on education, and every single thing that you're saying sounds really good on like a culture war perspective. But when you look at an actual economic perspective, hire people, and when you look at the actual median wages compared to people that even have some college education, all of it
is me going to school.
All of it, that's great for you, but for the average American, that's just not true. None of these numbers are found on average. You will never find data that supports the idea that high school earners on average are out-earning college degree earners, or that 90% of people are going to school for basket weaving.
Do not listen
Why
to
would
him.
you go to trade school?
Learn a real craft.
Why would you go to trade school?
Please go to trade school. Please do not end up.
Trades are never gonna not be utilized. That's the point. When a computer takes a clerk's job, when a computer takes a nursing assistant, when a computer takes a dental assistant or data analysis or data entry, when a computer takes dictation, all of these different jobs that have been taken already. A cashier nowadays has been replaced by a friggin' computer. You walk into a convenience store, you just scan your own stuff. I walked into McDonald's for breakfast not too long ago for a friggin' McGriddle, and guess what? No one's up there. Why? I'm standing there for 10 minutes because I got to I got to go back to the iPad over by the door and order on an iPad and then go up there and then get my food. No one's taking orders anymore. No one's ringing you up. Everything's digital. Everything's self-serviced. Your drinks now, you press a button and it comes out. Everything is done that way. The only ones that do are the ones at the damn drive-through and the guys that are in the back cooking the burgers and cooking the fries and bringing them to you to set on the counter. Then you need the guy to come out and service the machines a couple of times a year. Then you need the guy, unless it's the McFlurry machine, then it's they need to be there all the time because it's constantly broken. Don't get me wrong. But the point is the same. Trade school, an electrician, no computer or no robot is ever, and I mean ever, going to wire a house. No robot is ever, and I mean ever, going to put your plumbing in or roof your house or do your heating and cooling or welding. Maybe they can do welding and a specific assembly line kind of deal. But as far as coming out and putting girders where they need to be and doing things in a certain particular way, no, not going to happen. You need thinking, logical, rational, walking, talking people to do those jobs. Okay? A stalker at a grocery store might be one thing that stays, but you can bet inventory, everything else. There's so many jobs being taken over by automation, and this guy is just completely clueless.
And I talk about this on stage the whole time, and I'm on.
Why would you go to trade school? Probably because trades have built this country. completely built this country. You can talk on your phone because of trades. You can use the internet because of trades. As a matter of fact, the internet nowadays is a trade. Running the electrical wire, running the fiber optic, running the coax, cable, learning how to build wood shop. Someone has to build the houses. I'm sorry. I've been in construction for the last 30 years. Do you know how many white and black framers, house framers that I've seen in the last 30 years? Because I can count them on one hand. And that's crews, not individuals. Because they've all been Latinos. They've all been Latinos. Facts are facts. The facts don't care about your opinion or your feelings or or your gender studies degree, their destiny, or your mouth hinge jaw, or none of that. Facts are facts.
The universities, I did 2 universities this year. Please, if you do not know what you want to do not go spend a ton of money putting yourself in debt to go into society, already having debts that you need to pay off, to make $25,000 a year in a career path that you didn't even know that you wanted to
Why
take.
would a 4-year degree
because you're
runner make
listening
$25,000
to
a year?
Because they cannot and will not be able to go into fields that are full. And that's the thing that no one told them. That's the thing that no one told them.
Like, and
yet it's been done time and time again.
By the way,
I was gonna be a studio musician. I have my own recording studio in here, in my house. I have a keyboard right here. I have a piano right there, digital 88 key, weighted. I have acoustic treatments. That back room right there is a storm. I have like so much acoustic treatment in there that's just put up because there's no reason to put it up because I never use it. I have 35 guitars. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of drums, microphones for days, bass guitars. I have all kinds of instruments. And I was going to be a recording engineer. You know why that's not happening? Because there's no jobs. There's no jobs in it. No one's buying it. Why? Because now everyone has a recording studio on their phone and on their computer. It's the same thing. So that's why they're getting $25,000 to work at friggin' Michael's and Target and Walmart and wherever else as a helper somewhere, because you're only getting low-end, low-wage jobs, even at Best Buy. Come on, man.
I am
you're lying to yourself.
You saying she's right, Destiny. I am so right. Please go to trade school and don't listen to this and listen to.
She is 1,000 times right. And I normally don't agree with her on everything.
To me, because I bought into this rhetoric because I was in high school and it's gonna be great. You're gonna go and you're gonna take a blah, blah, blah. And then when you get out in the real world, it's gonna be great. You're gonna have better positions and you're gonna make more money. It is a lie. Looking on, like to tell you that is a lie. The overwhelming majority of people, and I'm so glad people in the chat are saying that I am right, because the overwhelming amount of people are shocked when the real world then smacks them in the face. And that lie, that dream that was sold to you by your guidance counselors in high school, that's going to be so great and you're going to be able to make more money. And you just start to realize that it is absolutely crap. And
it is lie. It's a deceitful lie.
I really would like to say, do not disrespect people that go to trade school, because I just that
I'm
was
not disrespecting anybody who goes to trade school. What are you talking about?
You just said, why would they go to trade
virtue
school?
signaling on this?
Because
You shouldn't go to trade school because if you go to college, you make more money.
That's not true. It's just not
No,
true.
it's not.
What do you mean it's not true?
That's not true. You can quite literally, you can be the person that goes to trade school
The
and you will make
engineers make
so
more
much
money.
money doing jobs that actually bring value to society.
Look,
Some of them
so-
can make more money. Let's just be honest. My wife is in nursing, okay? And she got out of nursing and moved over into healthcare insurance side of things. Okay? And she does good. She does all right. Okay? So she makes more money because of her high school, because of her college degree. Don't get me wrong. It's not that you can't. It's you have to hyper focus on what it is you're going to utilize. And they don't tell you whether the trades individually are full. They don't know. What is the need for sociology? There is none. There's none. There's none. And every football that ever come out of the friggin' every school anywhere and everywhere took sociology. Why? Because it was a class to fill. They're banking on the NFL. The nurses are banking on being nurses. The doctors is banking on being a doctor. The lawyers is banking on being a lawyer. All of the other filler crap is just that filler crap.
Let me try to give both sides of the argument as charitably as I can.
And that's what I just tried to do, because there are fields where you can make money, but the majority of them are a waste designed to brainwash you, take your money, and start you out for life in debt. And yes, please take time to watch the videos and streams if you can, as watch hours are greatly needed for monetization on this channel. Like, share, subscribe, and give it a consider a donation on PayPal. Real Deal Phil McGill. Please, thank you. Thanks for your help in making families great again. God bless you all. We have to have some kind of prescription, as Andrew always says, to how to fix this. I do a lot of why are women the way that they are? Why are men the way they are? Men are not right either. Because I'm pointing out all of the times how awful some of the women are. A lot of times they're as awful as they are because terrible men have made them that way. Okay. And you got people like Greg Adams, Coach Greg Adams out there trying to give everybody the prescription of go bang this one, bang that one, bang, and keep moving on to the next one and keep all your stuff. That is good for nobody or nothing. That is good for no one or nothing. No. You have to work together. You have to find somebody who's like-minded.
And I'll tell you which one I agree with and for the reasons why. Destiny is probably correct on the particulars. That if you take a look at the particulars here, Charlie sends in $10, says, Andrew, big fan of you and all you do. Can you please give a shout out to my girlfriend, Allie? God bless you, sir. That's going to cost Allie $10. No. Hello, Allie. Anyway, so when you're talking about the particulars, he's probably right? If he says, actually, on average, if you have a college degree, you're probably going to make less with blah, or more with blah, 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 the college degree in a STEM related field than he will
in a STEM related field, yes.
Trade
yes.
electrician
Agreed.
Or something like this, right?
Agreed.
Probably right.
Agreed.
On the specific particular. But I still think that I would side with her on this end of it, and here's why. Because her pushback here is like, look, don't spend 4 years of your life in an institution.
You're automatically $100,000 down for 4 years. Automatically. If you go in and get an associate's and only got a 2 years, you're automatically $60,000 down. Actually, it's $120,000 at 30 a year. Now, if you go to community college, you can do that for 7 to 12. That's still $28,000 for a 4-year degree, 14 for a 2-year degree. I mean, that's some change right off the bat. When you can go to trade school, get it over, knocked out, and done with, and you're making money. You're already earning money in a field that's always going to need you. That even now, I can fall back on for the rest of my life. Call it a fallback position.
Especially if you can go right out of high school into some kind of trade school.
Right out of school.
Or you can get some kind of apprenticeship somewhere because you're going to make a lot of money.
You're going to make a lot of money.
If you're in HVAC, you're going to make good money. If you're in
if you're in commercial HVAC, I was in residential HVAC, and you make okay money. You make okay money. But I mean, now where I work, I make the same thing as commercial HVAC. It's only okay money. And I don't do that same work, but I mean, the fact is the facts.
heavy diesel, machine mechanic, you're going to make a lot of money. If you're an electrician, you're going to make a lot of money. If you're a trade engineer, you're going to make a lot of money. Okay. Can you please tell Allie to pop in her headphones and get back in the kitchen? Get back in the kitchen, Allie.
Good money.
So anyway, and you won't incur any debt by doing that. And she's saying that she thinks for the larger amount of people, the amount of value that you'll bring into society by doing that, and the amount of money you'll make, which will almost instantly enable you to have a family, is probably better for everybody long term, rather than going to college and getting, what she would agree to. Now, that doesn't mean that if you want to go to college for, some type of STEM field, engineering, nursing, be a doctor, lawyer, things like that, that's a bad idea.
It's not.
Just to say that for most people, they're not going to do that. So move towards trades instead, instead of trying to go back to school for journalism or writing or something like this.
History.
That's really what I think her point
African
is.
art.
Nick DR sends in $5, says Destiny is a snob. He thinks less of people in trades. Remember your combo with him on this topic? Yes, I do. I remember.
And another thing. Well, never mind.
Programmers don't bring value to the society. Mechanical engineers don't bring value to society.
All right, I'm going to say it. Here's something that you have to understand. We live in a society that is tech driven nowadays. Everybody is tech. We have a few farmers. We have a few of this. We have a few of that. Most of our truck drivers, they're Muslim. Most of them nowadays are Indians or Iranians or Pakistani. There's some other nationality other than Americans that come here, and we're letting them. Now, Trump just signed a thing to do away with some of that. But here's the thing. For every 50 people in the trades that retire, die, age out, move into something else, their bodies quit working and they just can't do it, 7 take their place. For every 50 that leave, 7 come in. You do the math. I don't know about you, but this is going to be a dilapidated world here very soon. Just like I said in a video not too long ago, it's about to hit midnight and the carriage is about to turn back into a pumpkin and we're all going to be in trouble. Just saying.
Now, if you want to be a mechanical engineer, yes, but if you
She can do that by trade.
know what you want to do and you want to be a chemical engineer, I'm not saying nobody should go to college. I'm saying too many people are going to college. They're putting themselves in debt for things that they don't even know what they want to do, and they can make any money, and it is a struggle, and they are suffering. I'm watching these girls. I know that people on the right like to mock these girls who are crying on TikTok, who are saying like, I got to college and here's how no money that I can make. I didn't know this. I actually feel bad for those girls because we have to just stop lying to people about what college is. It's been inflated. You
look at like black community
the worth
stuff,
of it.
In the black community, isn't one of the reasons why women are starting to out earn black men is because they're going to school and they're going to college and they're actually getting degrees and they're getting real careers? Isn't that one of the big?
Hasn't it been that way though for the longest time? Men were going to war. They were fixing the roads. They were out in the fields farming. That's why women were the teachers predominantly.
Biggest contributing factors.
I don't know that.
I guess the contributing factor. I can't even talk as fast as this guy. I mean, he allegedly must be on meth.
Okay. Okay. Final question.
I think, by the way, women, by the way, all across the board are graduating at higher rates than men.
Mhm.
But I do want to say, because I do want to make a point about what you do.
There are a lot more women than there are men because men have all the dangerous jobs. Men are the ones dying in the wars. Men are the ones falling off the power poles. Men are the ones doing the dangerous things. I mean, come on.
Because I did see that you.
Iron Panther sends in $5, says UPS workers make more money than folks with college degrees, easily 100,000 per year before overtime and debt. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but I have been told that a UPS driver makes a pretty good wage.
You did a video and you were like taking the side of hoes. Like you saw this Candace.
Did she say selfish bitch? I must
should mention not marrying her.
Holy. Oh, gonna get triggered. I feel like I might lose my mind this episode. I agree that these people can be cringe sometimes, but you're saying she's a narcissistic that men shouldn't marry? You're taking that so far.
It's a partnership. It's a bond. It's forever. But there's no difference.
Bitch. You then went through this video and just tried to justify these lifestyles, right?
I don't think I was trying to justify the
You
lifestyle.
were.
What I was doing is I was
were.
fighting it back against the insane judgment from one side to
You
the other.
were.
We live in America. People should be able to live the lifestyles they
See,
want.
and
as long as they're not harming other people, I think everybody has the right to pursue
And
that.
I just want to say to people that are watching this, to anybody that you follow, literally, you should take a measure and really ask yourself whether or not that person is telling you that stuff because they believe it, or whether or not that person is
This piece of trash right here is trying to manipulate people into the debaucherous, homosexual, greedy, selfish, do as you will, satanic lifestyle that he follows, that he lives. Otherwise, he would be trying to lead you to the Lord and trying to show you things of that nature. Otherwise, it's break it down. If it's not for God, it's against him. Period. End of story. End of story. If the song does not glorify Jesus, in some way it is against him. If the poem does not glorify Jesus, in some way it is against him. And that I understand. I get it. Fanatic. Fair enough. Jesus freaks out in the streets. You have to understand this is deception. This is deception at its core.
telling you something that ultimately it feels good because then it means that you can remove yourself from responsibility. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's fine. I can be a hoe, whatever, but it's going to lead you to misery. Right. And so I tell people, I've seen a lot, I've been through a lot, and I'm trying to provide people the shortcuts. And I'm trying to tell you that, yes, I understand that as a young woman, if you jump onto OnlyFans, you can make money and you can make money very quickly. But I am also.
You cannot run away from your reputation, no matter what you do. This guy right here is always going to be a jaw slinging, hinging meth mouth to most people because of his reputation. This guy, Andrew, is always going to be a smoky man bad because of his reputation. Hopefully one day he gives that up and whatever, but it's not for me to judge. The point is you cannot run from your reputation. You can't buy a new one. That's for sure. I'm probably always going to be known for whatever, pale face, honky man.
Most of them don't.
Telling you that if you do that, you will, the overwhelming majority of people, can you find an exception? Sure, will regret that sort of a lifestyle. And,
I think I'd probably agree with you.
To these young people that are listening to you doing the YOLO, if it makes you happy, don't. I am telling you.
She's right about this.
Absolutely right.
She's unequivocally right. The worst thing that you can do, at least from my perspective,
and mine,
is go, well, you only get to live once, right? Go coom and just go have a good old time. You know what I mean? And what's good for you is good for you. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, it's fine. Now, ultimately, those seem to be very self-destructive ideologies. Most people who follow those ideologies are not going to be like Destiny. They're not going to make millions of dollars streaming and playing fucking video games on the internet. Okay. The amount of people who can't, it's a handful, literally a handful of people who are going to be able to do that. So it seems silly to do the you do you, bro, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. That doesn't seem to be a great prescription for society, to be honest with you. And it's kind of that low.
Oh, I know this is repetitive, but that's literally the very first prescription in the Satanic Bible is do as you will. So to say it's not satanic is clearly bullcrap. It's clearly garbage, deceitful, at the very least.
Rank argument, how the low rank argument starts of, well, you have to prove to me why it's bad. And it's like, well, clearly for society it has not been great. Leon for $5 says, I guess Destiny will never learn. His wife left him for a less ugly dude. Okay. Yeah, open relationships not a good idea.
Again, I don't know that my watch band will go tight enough to fit on his arm. He has the smallest arms of a man I have ever saw. And my arms aren't big, don't get me wrong. They're not huge. They're they're not. But I mean those things.
I wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend it. Destiny used to be a carpet cleaner that got lucky. Now somehow he thinks he knows what's best for other people. Well, I don't think he got lucky. I think he worked his ass off to get where he was at. I'm not going to take that away from the guy. I think he worked hard to get where he is. But that doesn't mean I think he's right. Doesn't mean I think he's right about what he's saying.
Like, throw this out. It is trash. Like,
I agree. You shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young
You should not
person.
be aspiring to
You shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young
open
person.
relationships.
You should go to college
being
and get a degree
prostitute,
instead.
Somebody that's just holding up a mirror to tell you that you're great and you're doing amazing. Like, you don't need that. You're not great. You can do.
This moved from a conversation into a monologue, which is kind of disappointing. $4 from Dog Shit Poster says the star that says college grads make more is technically true, or the stats. Sorry. I think that's what you meant instead of star. Taking into consideration the cost of the degree, and it's skewed from high-paying STEM degrees. Yeah, well, data can be butchered. I mean, butchered.
Better, right? Your life is worth more. There are
college,
rules
get
that
a degree.
work. College is
Do your
every
stuff.
single person that I went to school with is not using the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to
What they
college for?
What did I, journalism.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
What do you mean?
Like journalism stuff?
You probably don't know my backstory. So because my family was poor, I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high school. So
Wait, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Because they couldn't pay for her school. I think he's saying grants or something like this. She should have been eligible for grants.
What? I just told you.
If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Why would I have to take out loans to go to? What do you mean? My family can't afford to pay to put me through school.
Hold on. Was your family actually poor, or did you just lie?
What?
Well, I'm gonna take a shot at this. Connecticut, when she said New York and then Connecticut is perceived as a rich state. So it's perception that you have to be really, really rich to live in Connecticut. And especially if you're migrating or moving from New York to Connecticut, that you would have some money to do so. Maybe that's not what he's getting at. I'm just taking a shot.
Whoa, let me back this exchange up here.
My family was poor. I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high school. So
Wait, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Let me try to figure out his process here, his brain process. Family's poor, can't afford to send you to school, so you take out loans yourself to put yourself through school. That makes sense to me. But I think his brain, in his mind, he's saying if you're poor, you should have some kind of like free ride through college because you can't afford it.
Well, by that logic, I mean, I grew up in a trailer park initially. There was no free college for me. I quit school halfway in 11th grade and halfway in 10th grade. Figure that out if you want to. Half of my classes were 10th grade because I had failed the year before and went to summer school and made the 10th grade classes up and then missed some of them. So the next year I had half my classes in 10th and half in 11th. Anyway, the moral of the story, I skipped like 3 months. My fault, no one else's. And I was told you can go to boot camp or you can go to work and quit school. So I quit school and I went to work in 10th grade. It's supposed to be 11th, but that's not the point. Technically, I was in 10th grade, had 10th grade homeroom again. So if I quit school in 10th grade, okay, there's no college for me. But I wasn't a good student anymore. I was a great student and, up till about 8th grade. I was a great student. President Award, honor roll, all that stuff. At perfect attendance. Why? Because I cared. And I'll say two things that caused me to quit caring was starting smoking pot. And I got my first, we'll call it girlfriend and piece of girlfriend, if you know what I mean. The moment those two things happened, I quit worrying about the other things. So let's just say I started too young, way too young. I mean, yeah. And that's what happens. That's why OnlyFans when you're young is a bad idea. That's why the internet when you're young is a bad idea. That's why making choices and decisions when you're young is a very bad idea. Now, that's not to say that I haven't recovered, but I had to go get my GED. I had to work my butt off in construction at multiple places for 30 years.
That's I think I understand why he's saying it, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Almost.
Not everybody can get grants. Not everybody can I think what do they got? I think most people can probably get a Pell Grant.
And my great grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee Indian, even though you can't tell because my mother is so pale. She's so Dutch or so Irish that we're friggin', pasty white and you can't tell. But yeah, I have a lot of Cherokee Native American in me. Yeah. I should have been able to get a grant, but I didn't. Not everybody does, Destiny. Everybody doesn't take advantage of the system.
Things like that, which will mitigate some of the cost. But yeah, I'm not sure.
And furthermore, I had 5 brothers and sisters. There were 6 of us. And later on, 7. When I was a teenager, Mom got remarried. And my stepdad had a son. So there 7. We were the Brady Bunch and then some.
That they're going to I'm not sure that they're just going to pay your way just because you're poor.
Nope. He's deceived.
What? I just told you.
If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Why would I have to take out loans to go to? What do you mean? I have to take out loans my family can't afford to pay to put me through school.
Hold on. Was your family actually poor or did you just lie?
Man. Brutal.
What are you talking about?
If you go to school and your family has a low gross income, you fell out of FAFSA.
$50. Now, Grid One, I know you to be a man of high integrity. I'm afraid I'm going to get a call from Brian saying that you're cheating on the whatever podcast with me. I appreciate the huge $50 dono, bro. He says, Candace came into this on the offensive because Destiny, with his failed marriage, decided to criticize her for criticizing and calling out 304s. And he and his disciples have a habit of calling people liars and then not retracting. I mean, her story makes sense to me. Her story makes sense that she's poor and she paid her, took out loans so that she could go to college. That makes sense. You're going to say that that's a lie. I think that you got some on your side, right? I think you got a burden of truth that you have to demonstrate at that point. Thanks again, by the way, crowns in chat for both cable and Grid One Motorsports, just between the two of them. Send in $200 as fine day. I really appreciate that. Anyway, back to this. C sends in $5, says base pay as a general foreman in my electrical unit is over $86 per hour. Yeah, well, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. That's probably on the low end. W3 requirements, a pension, trades are a great career in the right city. They're a great career basically anywhere, really. Leon sends in $5, says FAFSA will cover half the cost, but you still have to pay the rest. Yeah. Crazy. Ross sends in $5, says I try to give leftists the benefit of the doubt, but ultimately most expose themselves as brainless clowns. I don't disagree with you on that at all. They generally do, but
and
man,
everyone doesn't know about that stuff. Okay, everyone doesn't know about the loopholes.
Brutal.
And the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid, assuming that you don't actually have the gross income from your parents to actually go to school. So if your parents are super poor, I don't know why you had to pay full out-of-state tuition to go to a university.
I did. Do you think? What do you mean? Did I lie?
I don't know how if your parents are poor, if they have a low gross income, how do you not qualify for the FAFSA?
Okay, well, all I can say to you is that I had to pay 35, almost. My school cost more. And by the end of it, and I'm also including because then I defaulted on my student loans and I had to pay it back. So now I had to pay back the bank for not being able to pay them on time.
So something doesn't match up here.
Okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, so I don't know what to say.
Did you fill out a FAFSA?
Yeah, well, I also didn't have parents that could help me fill it out. I was a first-generation college student. My dad.
You didn't have the same school counselor you told these people to ignore. You didn't talk to one of them and said, "Hey, can you help me fill out?"
Like if you're trying to shame me for not.
I'm
doing
not trying to
right,
shame you. I'm just, the background doesn't make any sense. I'm not shaming anything.
You don't make any sense.
I don't get your point here. Like, I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie about this.
Michael, not to talk to counselors.
Yes,
And you said that your family was poor, so you went to school for
I'm
journalism on
telling
an
you.
out-of-state tuition. You didn't fill out a FAFSA for any student aid. There's a
I'm
ton of money there.
just saying, like, what is your point in saying, am I lying about it? Like,
Because
what is,
I don't understand how you came from a poor family and didn't fill out a FAFSA and get a ton of student aid.
I did fill out FAFSA.
And they didn't give you anything?
I maybe got, in terms of I remember getting a Pell Grant that was like $8,000.
Okay.
But I'm telling the truth. So I just want to be clear. I'm telling the truth about my life. Like, I don't know what to say to you. And I don't get what was your question of saying, like, why did you take out a loan if you were poor? I don't understand that question. Like, I don't get it.
Because the implication is that if you filled out a FAFSA, your parents' gross income is used to heavily determine the amount of student aid that you'll qualify for. And if you're coming from an incredibly poor family, you usually get a ton
Well,
of
that's
student
not what
aid.
happened. Maybe that's circumstance. And please, guys, jump in the chat. Like, if somebody said Destiny, that's stupid. I don't think they just give you free college if you're poor. That's not my.
I don't think so either. Maybe in some cases. 20 Sandman and says a new university graduate in engineering will start between $70K and $80K, with some making more. The same guy got a trade certificate, a good trade. He would be a graduate 2 years sooner and would start 50K to 70K. Well, and that depends too. $5 comes in from Peacecraft, who says Destiny is more wrong than right. Check your DMs because character limit here sucks ass. All right. What did Peacecraft have to say here? More wrong than right. On the list of available degrees, only half of them make over six figures, he says. They're male dominated and they're STEM fields. Okay. I think that we already made that point, though, essentially.
Did you go to university? Did you get free money?
I did, and I got some free money, but I had to get married for it because my parents had a high gross income but a lot of debt, so I didn't qualify for the FAFSA. So I had to get married at 19.
Yeah, and over six figures paying back my student loans to attend the University of Rhode Island, and that is the truth. I mean, and no, I am not lying. My family does not have any money.
Okay.
My parents don't own anything. We don't even have a house. Like, we don't even own, obviously, I don't mean like we're homeless. I meant like, as in like my family didn't even own property. So it's like, no, I'm not lying about that. So I don't know what route we were chasing there.
Isn't the issue here then, why would you go? Also, I understand if you have to leave at any time because he said you had a hard out at 3 and we're at 3:06. So
Yeah.
I don't understand why you would go to an out-of-state school for a journalism degree and then turn around and blame colleges for being bad when it feels like
I'm not blaming colleges for being bad. I am telling people the truth so that they can avoid making some of the mistakes.
which is don't go to an out-of-state school for a degree that might not confer a high amount of money.
I probably should have. Yes, I'm sorry that I was 17 years old and I didn't have parents that were able to provide the economic advising, of course, that would have been smart. You know, 2 of my sisters went in state, but they still had really heavy loans. So I don't know about this FAFSA magic thing that you think happens. Then my sister paid about $20,000 a year when she went in state. So I just don't know I just don't know what you're talking about at all with that, because
I know it's like 14 grand here. And yeah, that's pretty rough.
all of my sisters, we all had to pay loans. My older sister just
That's not the 6 he was talking about. So let's just say that.
finished off paying her loan. So I don't know. I just don't know what you're talking about, the FAFSA magic button. Maybe if I missed the FAFSA magic button and they were going to pay for everything, then maybe I am just really stupid and I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pay for
Listen,
everything,
I'll be
as
honest.
long as
Maybe
you
it's like
show that you're
a
not-
difference in like areas or people that we talk to. Maybe because the high school I went to was like very oriented and trying to get you to college. But when I was going to college, like I think FAFSA stuff was like the most important thing, like student aid.
But
and
I
qualification
did
for it was, like,
I did fill it out. I don't know if it's because my family had multiple children and we were all going to. I don't know what the circumstance is, but I'm just telling you the truth is that I paid for my college, and I do try to tell people that if you don't know what you want to do, spending tens of thousands of dollars trying to figure that out is probably not the right move. Like you can always go to college, you can go later. You know, get an internship. I hire people that are.
I mean, that was a hell of a hit to just straight up call her a liar. And he is kind of backpedaling on it now, right?
Yeah.
She's like, okay, maybe I missed something, but whether I did miss something or I didn't miss something, this is the truth, and this is what I spent, and that's that. So, I mean, unless you got counter evidence to it,
I'm giving it to Candace.
I would back off on the claim for sure.
Right out of high school, because I don't just believe this. Like, you know, there was a young woman that now works for me who was like, I don't really know what I'm doing here. I kind of just want to be a mom. I was like, do not spend. And her out of tuition rate was $50,000 for a Tennessee school.
Okay.
And so I hired her. I mean, I'm not telling people, like I said, I tell people how I actually live and what I actually believe. And I don't know that you do that. Don't justify women acting like whores.
Well, I don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
What?
Don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
It's not prescribed.
That is prescribing a lifestyle to people. Telling women to live like whores and have promiscuous, unprotected sex and doing drugs and living the Coomer lifestyle that you live is trying to prescribe lifestyle to people.
It does not depend on the school. What does not? You mean the FAFSA doesn't depend on the school? I'm not talking about the maximum that they would pay, but the maximum that you would have to pay back in loans is what I'm getting at.
Ugh.
Somebody said that they would be happy not having kids. You were like, "Oh, she sounds like a conceited bitch or something."
That's not what she said.
That was
That's not what
that
she
was the
said.
TikTok clip you were responding
That
to.
was not what she said, and I can tell you exactly what she
That
said.
she was trying to go on
I said there was
vacations
absolutely no reason to make a comment that suggests that she was actually being insulting to people that had kids. It wasn't just one video. She makes multiple videos about
They are capped. Gotcha.
how great life
Hi, Andrew. Love your videos. Appreciate that.
is if you don't have kids. If I was making videos with my kids saying about how great life is if you just, stop being a loser and get married, people would come after you because people hate the traditional lifestyle on display.
Wait, but that's literally the way you guys have kids. That's the only way to go. Otherwise, you're a loser.
No, we do not. You're just making up words that
okay,
have
so
never
then maybe
come
that's
out of my
You
mouth.
make
so somebody
children
said if there was-
have them. That's what we're saying.
a young woman, she
Don't delete them down the.
was like, I'm 20. I think I'm going to go to a career and be a whatever. I don't think I want to have a family. I don't think life's for me. You would say, okay, well, that's fine. You should make that choice.
No, I
then.
would say that's completely normal at 20 years old. That's
wait. So then they should change their opinion later on. What if she was 25 or 30? She's like, no, I don't think I want to have kids. Would you be okay? That's fine.
If she was a 20-year-old person and she was saying that I don't think that I want to have kids, then what I would say is that's pretty typical because you're 20 years old and you haven't yet had the biology thing happen to you, which like when they say that your biological clock starts ticking, it's very real. When you get
It's very real. Tick-tock goes the clock. And the sad, sad truth is you only have till about 38. Logically, now you can go and have them up to your 45 or 50, but 38 begins a geriatric pregnancy. 38 years old. And every single old age year that you are over 38 ups the problem percentage.
Your mid 20s, you have a totally different feeling.
So if a
like
woman
it's like
is 25 or 30 and says, I don't think I want to have kids, I think I like my career, I'm going to stick with it, you'd say, okay, that's fine. It's your choice.
Yeah, as long as that person isn't trying to. And by the way, I think that person would probably be.
Luke himself says the FAFSA didn't help me a bit. Pell Grant was the only thing I was offered. Counselor sucked. My stepdad was disabled, so I had $2,000 in help per semester. Ouch.
It would be unusual. Like it wouldn't be the majority of women, I think, do want to have families and want to aspire to family. And that's fine. But when you try to create a brand of it and you say things like, oh, well, you know, if you have kids, then you can't just smoke pot and stay in bed and be naked all day. This is actually something that like Seth Rogen just said.
Okay.
What you're doing
Sounds
there
kinda
is you're
awesome.
actually trying to, you're 30, how old are
Five.
you? You're 35 years old.
Yep.
Okay. So what is that? What
do I do?
Like if you were 20
Well, let's
and
say
you were
I'm a
saying this
millionaire,
stuff.
I travel the world, I get to research and talk about whatever I
I get-
want, I get to
yeah.
talk to cool people like you and other people, I live in Miami in a high rise for $5,000 a month. I mean, I think my life is pretty okay. I mean, what do you,
But I'm saying like, what are you doing when you're trying to sell to people that, you know, being a hoe is cool, smoking pot, saying
I don't necessarily think that being a hoe is cool.
Are you,
Would I-
like, are you going to age out of that?
would
Like,
I try, would I, so, I
because
don't know,
you're a
maybe I
35-year-old man, right?
I am
Like, you
indeed a
know, and
35-year-old
you're,
man.
you're
Boy.
kind of doing the like, I'm a
Boy.
college dorm kid and
His
I'm trying to make
arms
everything
are
sound cool.
His arms are literally the size of his wrists. That's a boy. That's not a man.
But I just want to point out the fact
Sorry.
that you're a 35-year-old man and your words should matter and they should have weight. Like you,
They do.
like I
I
said,
agree.
if you,
I don't care
I
how
get
thick
it when
your
you're
beard is.
35. You know, say things with conviction. Say
I'd
things
say
that have
plenty
meaning.
of things with conviction, yes.
You know, and
like when I asked you, what would you
So Candace hitting back saying, how about you stop being such a fucking coomer?
Pretty much.
I said, oh yeah, fucker.
There's
Well,
a
how
word
about you stop?
There's a word I would have said years ago back when I was in sin and boy. Let's just add boy to it. Truck boy.
Being such a fucking coomer. You mind doing that for us, Destiny? You think you can stop being such a fucking coomer?
I'm gonna be 35 this year.
Okay.
You're acting like you're a college dorm kid.
Yeah, and your catty insults towards people online make you seem like a high school mean girl. I mean, like, what do you
Okay.
mean? Like, we all have our things.
But you're
like,
selling to them things that you know aren't good. So
What do you
when
think I'm
so like
selling to
if
them?
you
What do you
were
think I'm
a
selling that I know isn't
25-year-old,
good?
like when I'm on the
She went to Destiny first, then Fresh and Fit. Well, that'll make it even more interesting.
podcast and I'm
Yeah.
surrounded by women that are in their 20s
Mhm.
and they're saying like, you know, the whole life is good. The reason why I said to that girl that I'm going to pray for you is because I know that she's going to have a different perspective when she's older. So I'm not upset
Yes, exactly.
by that. I don't feel like that needs to be attacked when those young girls are around me and we're talking about all of these topics. When I'm sitting with a 35-year-old man, okay, and
What do you think I'm
and,
selling
and,
people?
and you know better,
Wait,
okay.
what do you
Promiscuity.
think I'm selling people?
Well,
do you
like
think
I
I'm telling
said,
people to be a hoe?
It's a good
Yes.
question. If you're giving political advice, aren't you giving life advice as a necessary result? Yeah, maybe, but it's very indirect. You're just basically answering questions about how you can be effective in politics. It's not really telling a person that they need to do a thing or that it'll greatly even improve their life. Just saying, if you want to be effective in politics, you do have to do A, B, C, and D. I'm not sure that that gets into the life advice portion of things, to be honest with you. I've always prided myself on not giving people life advice because I have no fucking idea at all what your situation is. So I just don't do it.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 hours, so I guess I'm going to call that a stream. That kid needs some help. That dude, that man, that boy, whatever. He needs some help. He needs some direct Jesus intervention in his life before it is too late. Before it is too late. Let's see. I guess we can watch a couple of dating things. Oh, wait a minute. Let's we gotta watch this.
Well, we've got some breaking news here out of Washington, D.C. My name's Jeremy. This is A Quartering. Make sure you leave a like on the video, and if you haven't yet, subscribe or follow down below. It's harder and harder to find you guys through all the AI slop. Look, my fingers, they're real. I'm not AI. Please support non-AI creators, please. Please. Okay, anyway. It appears imminent now, perhaps even later today, it will be announced that Pam Bondi is set to be fired by Donald Trump. Leave a like if your reaction is finally. Pam, of course, the mastermind behind Bindergate, and also yesterday a New York Times piece in which she apparently was the one obfuscating releasing the files. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to come back to me and say, well, everyone was in on it. And that's probably true. Okay, that's probably true. But she certainly was the most vocal, the most embarrassing for Trump. She's the sole reason that Democrats were able to beat him over the head with this thing for 6 months. Now, obviously,
I really don't know how I feel about this. How should I feel about Pam Bondi being fired? Part of me loves it and part of me hates it. But I will say the part of me that loves it is bigger. Because she seemed like one of those that just loves the spotlight.
They're already talking about who would replace her. I'm liking it. Let's get into the story here because this could be breaking imminent, and I'm just going to release it right away.
Nice background.
And also,
I like the
perhaps
look.
Tulsi Gabbard as well. A massive cleaning of house coming up. Trying to save all the news here for you guys. Let's get into it. Let's start here. Justin Pam Bondi said to be fired. Trump has now informed Pam Bondi that her time as Attorney General is nearing end. This is from Semaphore. If we look at the actual article, President Donald Trump has informed Pam Bondi that her time as Attorney General is coming to an end. Various sources indicate that a replacement announcement is expected very soon. Although Trump could change his mind, Bondi's attempted departure follows 14 tumultuous months, primarily due to issues surrounding the Jeffrey investigation. Concerns from Republican lawmakers regarding the chaotic release of the files contributed to a loss of trust in Bondi's leadership. Attorney General Pam is a wonderful person and she's doing a good job, Trump stated. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin is rumored to be the top candidate for her replacement. I actually don't hate that, to be honest with you.
I don't know about Lee Zeldin. I don't know enough about him to even really comment.
Basically, every major news outlet now, Donald Trump reacts to report he's discussed firing Pam Bondi. Now, if you watch how Trump moves when it comes to him firing people, he always tends to try and look out for them. I don't think that there's any denial that Kristi Noem was fired, right? I mean, I don't think anyone can truly deny, he could truly deny that she was fired. He just gave her like a graceful, wow, we're reshuffling and blah, 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 right? President Trump is reportedly considering firing U.S. Attorney General.
Well, allegedly, she was sleeping with Corey Lewandowski. Allegedly. I don't know that to be fact, and I'm not alleging that. It was alleged. So, if that's the case, then, but, I mean, yeah.
Pam Bondi.
That and all of the ICE photo ops were kind of ridiculous. Why have you got an AR? Why are you posing? That's
in recent days, but publicly praised her performance after the report surfaced. has congressional scrutiny over the Justice Department's handling of Jeffrey's case files, according to the New York Times. Trump has floated Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin as a possible replacement, but has made no final decisions. This is out of the New York Times. Now, the deliberations over Bondi's future intersect with the mounting bipartisan pressure on the Justice Department to fully release the files related to Jeffrey. By the way, this is also right around the time she's set to testify. The timing, it would be probably right for firing. We're going to get into this New York Times report too. Trump is now considering firing Pam Bondi over Attorney General's handling of the Jeffrey files. Trump has reportedly discussed this. In a statement of the Daily Mail, though, Trump issued praise for Bondi, but he did not deny the report. Attorney General Pam Bondi is a wonderful person, and she's doing a good job. That's like the death nail. Like even if you look at the
goodbye
prediction markets, Pam Bondi out as Attorney General by June 30th, near 93% chance right now, and probably rising. It's at, wait a minute.
My dad never looked back at his old jeans
93%.
after I gifted him these.
Why does it say 57? Oh, by December 31st, 90%. June 30th is at 71%. This is an interesting, I mean, I definitely think she should be fired. She's terrible. Never forget that she came out and was like, we need to go after hate speech. Remember when she said that? This again, let me grab this here. There's a report in the New York Times I want to bring up because this was pretty damning. And this kind of stuff leaks on purpose. You know, I just want people to remember that. This kind of stuff leaks on purpose. It started to leak about Kristi Noem, right? And then sure enough, Kristi Noem was out. And then within a week, we get her husband likes to shove balloons in his shirt and talk to hookers or whatever. This by the New York Times report. Again, it's the New York Times.
And I'm sorry. Kristi Noem is gorgeous. Like, gorgeous. So any man that's with her and wants to do that crap is insane.
Times, but there's a million other outlets reporting on it. The two top FBI officials, Kash Patel and Bureau's director and his deputy, Dan Bongino, had been pushing for a much broader release of the files after finding little in the files that added to what that was already widely known about President's interactions with Jeffrey. Behind the scenes, this was published yesterday. Behind the scenes, Ms. Bondi began butting heads with Dan Bongino, who repeatedly urged her to release as many documents as possible to stave off a political disaster. Ms. Bondi was considerably more cautious, citing her previous experience as a local prosecutor in Tampa handling these type of cases, saying that releasing a trove of unredacted documents could reveal the details about victims, including kids. Her conflict with Dan Bongino escalated into an angry confrontation at the White House last July when an irate Ms. Bondi accused Dan Bongino of leaking unflattering information about her to the news media. Now, this actually lines up, if you remember, if we look at, remember when, Dan Bongino,
Basically, here's my take on this. Do not ever run for government of any kind anywhere, because anything and everything you've ever done is going to be thrown up against the wall. It's going to be thrown all over the internet. And it's going to be used against you to smear you, to control you. The best thing to do is to walk out there, pull your pants down, and stand like this and say, I am free. Here's my sins. Here they all are. Let them all out there, because that's the only way you're not going to be controlled by these people, unless Jesus is the one pulling the levers and controlling you. That is, but government would not ever be for me. That's just a fact.
There was like, he put out a tweet that he was like, I'm going to be leaving. I'm going to be leaving. This was back in July. I forget where he put out the post. Now, people I know don't care for, people have differing opinions about Dan Bongino, But this lines up with the reporting back in July from Mega Outsider, FBI Insider, who's Dan Bongino. This was in July, right when this lines up with what they're saying. And the article reads that he was considering leaving. And that, again, lines up with reports of what the New York Times reported yesterday. I think that at some point, somebody has to take the fall. Do I think that Pam Bondi is solely responsible for this debacle? No, I don't. But it's, it's irrefutable. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, again, after being part of the swamp, he once railed against FBI Director Dan Bongino was considering calling it quits. This was back in July when he put out, that tweet, and he was like taking the weekend off, and everyone talked about, oh, he's out. He's out. By the way, your boy, Jeremy from The Quartering, said at the time he's definitely out. And sure enough, he did leave. Again, it depends on what exactly people, I said what exactly information the public is going to see. But I think that there are no coincidences, especially in politics. And these reports coming out yesterday, on top of additional reports that are saying, oh, well, we're considering reporting. I wouldn't be surprised if, more bad information comes out against Pam Bondi. Again, here, he's considered Lee Zeldin. He has not made the final decision, but a spokesperson for Bondi referred to Trump's comment, according to the Times, which reported, citing unnamed sources, Trump has been souring on the attorney general amid complaints about her handling of the Jeffrey files. Bondi was recently subpoenaed in the House Oversight Committee's investigation into Jeffrey and has not committed to testifying on the matter, which she previously did in front of the House Judiciary Committee in February when she said, famously, the Dow's over 50,000. She's cooked. She's gone. I think Bindergate should have been basically it. She thought that the American people were stupid and that she was going to run out this ridiculous binder and everyone was going to be like, oh, cool, there are the files we wanted. And it completely backfired. And then both Democrats and Republicans sided against Trump. And it was a huge embarrassment that continues to carry on to this day. Now, if and when she gets replaced, Lee Zeldin is going to have to, whoever she gets replaced with is going to have to deal with the same issues. So whoever it's going to tear the scab off of all of this. There's still a lot of people around, who want more transparency with the Jeffrey files. The fact that she is not willing to comply with the subpoena also tells you what happened right before Kristi Noem was fired. She was testifying too, right? And now Pam Bondi's due to testify. I think she will be removed before. You see also this reported by Dominic Michael Trippi, who posts a lot of nonsense on X. But this was also in The Guardian. Trump has now polled advisors about replacing Tulsi Gabbard. Now, I think Tulsi is more interesting because her scandals, like her failures, have been less public. But Laura Loomer writes here in response to this, I told you Tulsi Gabbard will leave. And then there's going to be a shakeup at the DOJ. ODNI and the Attorney General will be changing leadership soon. Sources tell me ODNI is first, then Attorney General. Tulsi had a meeting with the president. As I previously reported, she was condemned for not defending him during the Senate hearing and was determined that she needed to leave. She will be leaving very soon. I personally don't think she deserves the dignity of a resignation, but she is either resigning or she will be fired. This, again, is supported by reports that Donald Trump has privately asked cabinet officials in recent weeks whether he should replace his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, venting frustration that she shielded a former deputy who undercuts his rationale for the war with Iran, according to two people briefed with discussions. Now, it's not clear if Trump will actually fire Gabbard over the episode. Currently, there's no standout candidate to take the job, and advisors have cautioned that creating a high-profile vacancy before a successor is ready could cause unhelpful political distractions. But Trump's discussions mark an ominous development for Gabbard, given the president tends to poll his advisors when he starts to seriously consider whether personnel changes are necessary. The two people spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private conversations. Trump doubts about Gabbard followed her testimony at the Worldwide Threats hearing on Capitol Hill last month, where she declined to condemn Joe Kent, who had recently resigned days after arguing that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States, the People said. The nature of Kent's departure has criticism of the war already angered Trump, but he expressed particular frustration about Gabbard seemingly defending Kent and appearing reluctant to defend the administration's attack on Iran. Trump is cleaning house. I feel different about Tulsi than I do Pam Bondi, but I mean, something's got to change. And if Trump is still going to be the president, he's got to shake this up. He's got to do it now. He's got to do it quick. And, Pam Bondi, I universally support. Tulsi, I have to know a little bit more about, but stay tuned in here for as news breaks throughout today. I suspect we'll get more information, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of crazy because I didn't think he would be replacing Tulsi Gabbard. Which I'm all for Pam Bondi. I think she was a problem. She likes the attention too much. She likes to play games. But apparently Trump ain't playing those games. Ooh, let's do this.
Why is everyone using Ninja Transfers?
Ninja Transfers is definitely killing.
Would you rather cross, and I'm going to tie it all together, would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
Well, I wouldn't want to compress with the bear.
Okay.
Because that would be my life at stake there.
All
and so it definitely would I'd rather have a man.
Let's get the answers, please.
I would rather have a bear.
Bear?
That's crazy.
Depends on the type of bear. Black bear, bear.
It's a random man or a random bear?
Random bear.
Okay.
What's
what about
wrong with you?
Man.
Random man.
Jesus. What would I rather? Man.
Yeah, I'm going around the table.
A man.
What about you?
A man.
A man.
Okay, so bear. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
This is my thought process in that question is that assuming the bear is aggressive, so that would assume that the man is also aggressive, right? Is that the situation, or are we just doing random?
Hold on. So it's assuming the myriad and varied ways in which bear.
Wait, why are we so stupid nowadays? I mean, is this what we're signed up for, to be stupid?
A bear
Rachel,
or a man
please
encounter
tell them
could
straight.
go. So you would agree that you could encounter a bear, nothing could happen. You can encounter a bear, it eats you to death. You can encounter a man, nothing happens. You can encounter a man, he could punch you. You could encounter a man, he could torture you and do all kinds of terrible things.
If it's just like that, I don't care if I see a man or a bear. I've been hiking and I've seen both men and both bears. But if it's in the situation where I'm assuming they're both hostile and aggressive and want to hurt me, I would.
But that's
choose
not
bear.
granted in the question.
You're more likely to walk away from a man attacking you than a bear
But
attacking you.
I've
Maybe she
seen,
doesn't think that.
No,
though.
but I've seen bears. They've never attacked me. I've hiked in Tahoe. My grandma has a cabin in Tahoe. There's bears outside.
Yeah.
Never been attacked by a man or a bear on a hike. So
I've
I
walked
don't.
past
And then
many
what-
men
what's-
without being attacked.
What's your
I've walked
answer?
past many bears. and
What's your
men.
answer?
Bear. And my answer is that because let's just say that the bear was violent and literally, ended my life. And let's say the man happened to be violent and ended my life. I would be more scared about what a man would do, regardless of just ending my life, what else he might do versus the bear.
But at least he would
the bear's
live.
It's like they took a swan dive out of a stupid tree and hit every branch on the way down and landed on a stupid sidewalk or something. And each hit made them 5 times more stupid than they already were.
No,
Hold on.
no. I'm saying that if I'm assuming that the man does end my life, the bear ends my life, I would rather have it done by a bear because at
Right,
least
but-
that I have the expectation.
The point is the man is not going to kill you most likely. The bear Will Dingbat.
Expectation that that bear is how the bear is going to kill me, end my life.
Okay, but this sort of smuggles in an assumption that in both instances you will be attacked. You also have to do an analysis of the likelihood of an attack.
Yes, so but when this started being talked about on social media, a lot of the reason that women were talking about this is because of the point that I'm saying right now. Not just, oh, men are more likely to attack you than a bear or any of that. It was more so that women were scared about what a aggressive man might do versus an aggressive bear.
Sure.
You guys are leaving the question too open-ended.
What's that?
You're leaving it with too many hypotheticals. Like I said, I've seen a man and a bear, neither of which have attacked me while I'm hiking.
Built into that, you can. So okay, even if you don't make a hypothetical granting of the nature of the person, so
please,
it's just left up to could an attack happen by the man? Could an attack happen by the bear? It could be yes or no in both instances.
If either of them could hypothetically attack me, I hypothetically don't care who I see.
Get the Discord going in the resources. There's a bear segment. I want you to get that ready to go in just a moment. I want to if I were to reframe the question, and maybe this might help. So I guess a couple clarifying questions. Is it okay for women, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over men?
Like, everyone can have their own opinion. They would rather, I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with me, but I think if they want to choose a bear over a man, if they have the reason to do that, whatever. But you guys
what about you?
I was reading the comment.
Yeah, don't read those. Focus on the conversation.
Okay, what was the question?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is it okay for men, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over men?
Okay for women.
Okay for women
Did I
or
say
men?
Yeah, you said yeah.
I'm sorry. Is it okay for women, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over man?
Yes, it is.
Is it okay for is it okay because women have seen crime statistics that indicate that men perpetrate crimes more frequently than women, for women to have a justified or even unjustified fear of men?
If they're afraid,
they can. If someone is afraid of someone, they're afraid of someone.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, a man can be afraid of a woman too.
Exactly.
Like, it goes both ways.
Yeah, sure.
You guys are into just one side so heavily, but it goes both ways, and that's what we're saying.
Chill out. Let me get through it. Hold on. I lost my train of thought when you were prattling. What was the other one? If a woman, say she hasn't had her own experiences of violence, but she's been exposed to many, many TikTok videos or media pieces or news reportings of men who have attacked women, that even if she hasn't had her own firsthand experience, that this would then create justification for her picking the bear over a man.
If that's how she feels, yes, she can
Let
think
me
whatever
ask you,
she wants.
now let me change the hypothetical and you tell me if you find it objectionable. Now, a white person was victimized once or twice or three times by a black person. They now pick, when presented the same question, you replace man in the situation and you replace it with black person, and this person's white. Would you find it racist if somebody were to want to be confronted by a bear over encounter a bear over a black person?
I think racism stems from like an inherent hate for a certain race. I don't think you can I don't think it's a matter of being.
Can you inherently hate a gender?
Yes, absolutely. I don't hate men at all. I've never once said that I hate men, but I'm saying
you said something about racism. I didn't say anything about racism.
But that's basically what you're implying, because you're saying they saw him 3 times to be afraid of a black man. What do you mean?
Wait, so is it sexist to be afraid of a man? And I didn't say black man, I said black person.
I think as long I see sexism as someone who has a deep hatred towards one gender and they act upon those beliefs. As long as they're just thinking it and they're not doing anything to harm anyone, why does it matter what they think?
So is it sexist for women to pick bear?
Sexist for women to pick bear? I think it depends on their reasoning for picking bear, and it depends on the way they're thinking of the question.
Of the 3 things I gave, so either they had firsthand bad experience with a man, they are aware of crime statistics that indicate that men commit crimes more frequently than women, granting that, I guess. And then third, they see like news and media and TikToks about how bad men are, but they haven't had a bad experience themselves.
See, this is almost a waste of time.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you?
I'm
Switch to
pretty
TurboTax
sure.
Full
I'm
Service.
pretty sure.
I don't think it's. I think that is sexist to just assume because it's a man that they're gonna do something bad. But I feel like you can read someone's body language too. Like if they're staring at you a certain way or something like that, then that's one thing. But I do think it is sexist to just assume to choose bear because.
So it is sexist.
I think that is sexist. But
Is
I think
sexism bad?
when most people think of that question, they are assuming both of the part.
No,
both the
I
bear.
don't think they're assuming.
They absolutely are.
They're
And
not
how
assuming that in both instances they will be attacked. It's not granted in the hypothetical.
That's the way I've always thought
Yes,
of that
that is the way that it was intended.
Okay,
on
well
social
then let
media.
me change the hypothetical then. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike? And in this hypothetical, there's not a granting of in both instances you will be attacked. You don't know.
Okay, but this was not the argument on social media.
I
This
think it
wasn't-
was. I think it was. I think it every much was, because it was the whole point was we would rather face a bear than have to worry about you men because we know you men are violent. And we hate you men. You chose the bear, not us.
No. It was. No, because you can't make that assumption.
The point of the hypothetical, the whole point of the man versus bear question is to assess, do women have a realistic risk assessment when it comes to men and
Thank you, Rachel.
their aggressiveness? So like, if you, and here's the reason why. Usually the follow-up to this question is and women will say what you said. Well, the bear's not going to grape me, but the man might. And so I'd rather get eaten by the bear. Okay. And then we go around the table and say, what percentage of men do you think would do that to you if they could get away with it? And maybe we should just ask that because some of the answers are wild. Like, what percentage of men on average do you think would grape you if they thought they could get away with it?
If they could get away with it, maybe
3%.
20%.
Oh, you're insane. No way.
5 to 15.
Okay.
3 to 5, I'll give you. I'll grant.
We've had girls say like 80%.
Yeah,
I'll grant 3 to 5.
That's a bit. That's a bit.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
so
all of the men in my life.
Hold on, but I do want to go back to. But do you think it's okay if a woman picks bear?
She can pick whatever she wants.
You're fine with
But
it. You're fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay for a white person to pick bear over black person?
Or for a white.
Wait, for a woman to pick bear. Yeah.
I think
No,
that's
he
fair.
said white person.
I think if a white
versus
person,
black person.
A white person
I just
picks bear over black person.
I think either way.
You would have to agree.
I feel like the way I've always thought of that question is that, like I've
Well,
said this already, but both of
before
them
you
are
give your
aggressive.
explanation, answer my question.
I don't think if you're asking if it's okay, it's not me personally. They can think whatever they want. I'm not gonna this
Yes.
hypothetical person.
Okay, but
hypothetical,
people can.
If I
yes,
had,
people can think whatever they want, but the question: would you object to their line of thinking?
I would have to be in that.
Do you
situation.
object to racism?
I do object to racism,
Okay, so
absolutely, but I don't
great.
think that's racism.
You don't think it'd be a little racist?
I mean, that is, yeah. That's racist. No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is racist, but also, like, that's like everyone has a different train of thought.
Question.
Like,
How
you
about
guys
this?
are just all hypothetical.
let me
Like,
do-
you're not giving anything.
What do you think? Would you object to a white person picking bear over black person?
I can't really object to something that's going on in their own mind, their own feelings. How can I object?
You can definitely object.
You object to how men talk about women or
What
feel
happened? Do
about
they all have a right to feel how they want to feel?
That they do.
Why is there
exactly
double
where the
standards?
That's not what.
feel inside,
Hold on.
not feel
Wait.
Feel
but
outside, inside, like
you don't object to people having thoughts. That's useless in a conversation that's trying to explore whether something is right or wrong.
I mean, I feel like if I put myself in that situation, I saw 3 black people and they did something bad to me, they attacked me or something like that, and then I saw another black person.
You're adding a bunch of stuff.
I know.
Yeah,
I would.
it's not
You're
But that's,
adding a
I
bunch
can't.
of
I can't.
It's not
I
that
don't choose.
complex.
I don't know their
help you.
thought process.
Okay,
I don't
you
know.
do a lot of this and not a lot of this.
I'm listening
So
to
let
you
me
guys.
help you. You gotta shh. Let me help you. The point of the hypothetical, the reason there's not all these details is to see what your assumptions are.
But these aren't.
And to yes, it is. So it's there to test where does your brain go? What are your assumptions you're going to make? And then what is the logic behind why you're thinking that? That's the point of the hypothetical. If we load it with a bunch of specifics, it's no longer serving the purpose.
I just feel like it has to be specific in order to be accurate.
What?
But
Wait,
life
wait.
isn't
Hold on.
specific.
I know, but
Here,
why
let me
this is
change it.
hypothetical? Like, why?
Here, can I ask you?
That's
let me change
the
it.
point of a hypothetical.
Yes.
That's
I'll
the
change
whole
it.
point of it.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for women to, if say it's at night or whatever, and they're walking down the street
Wow.
and they see 3 men,
I mean,
is it
just
wrong for the
wow.
women to cross the street?
Absolutely not.
Okay. If a white person sees a group of black people, is it wrong for them to cross the street?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's wrong. I think that's
Is it-
that's racist. That is
Okay, so-
racist. I will admit that is
so
racist. But if they and they're like I wouldn't do that. But if that person feels very threatened by black people, then they could cross the street. That's like they can do whatever they want.
Okay, but you
Like you're not asking me personally what I would do. Like that's the
That-
difference.
that's-
Looping. She's
yeah.
just looping.
I
But
don't-
so,
I don't know what you're trying to say.
but
I have a
so,
question.
hold on. And what about you?
The first question was, can a woman cross the street?
If she sees 3 men,
Yes.
is it fine from your perspective for her to cross the street?
Yes.
Okay. Is it sexist if she does it? Is she a sexist?
Tour your next home in Azara.
Someday.
No, today.
Wow.
Post Malone
Again, I'm going to
presents
say
the
it.
Big Ass
They
Stadium
jumped out of the
Tour.
stupid tree and hit
Returns
every
for
branch
part
on the way
with
down.
Special guest Jelly.
And
I don't know.
I don't feel good
Okay,
saying
cool.
that because
If
I have
a
a
white
daughter.
person
but
sees a group of
the
3
internet has
black
not
people,
been good
not
for
specifying
our
their
children.
gender even, is it racist if they're like 3 black people, I'm crossing the street?
That is definitely
most-
a racist thought.
Yeah. In
Is it-
most cases, I believe so.
And is racism bad?
Yes.
Yes.
Is sexism bad?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
well,
yes.
well,
Wait, is
that's
sexism
double
only
standard.
bad when
Exactly.
men do it to women?
double
No.
standard.
No, I mean,
Can women even be sexist?
yes. Women can be sexist, but I
Wait,
think
well, Raven, actually on the questionnaire, you indicated women can't be sexist towards men, and you agree with that statement.
yeah. So I was kind of like going through it, and I was like, technically, yes, women can say sexist things or do sexist things towards men. I just don't think that it equates to the same level.
How so?
Oh,
Because men have always been in positions of power. Men have always like, yeah.
How
What
would
about
that-
now, though?
How would
I mean,
that matter, I guess?
show me an HR department anywhere where there's men. They do all the hiring and all the firing in every Fortune 500 company in the entire world now. Show me one that has a man that's not limp wristed.
I mean, then I'm gonna get into something that's gonna be a whole different topic.
Which is what?
I mean, the reason why the president is who the president is right now. I mean, that's
so you
They-
think that
everyone
Kamala
wanted-
Harris didn't get elected because she's a woman?
yes, because she's a woman
Yeah.
of color.
I do agree with
No.
that. I agree with that.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
What
No, she's
evidence?
not
Do you have
even
any
black.
evidence
Yeah, do you
to
have evidence?
support
She's
that?
literally not
Do you
even
guys
black.
think Michelle Obama's transgender too? Are you guys those?
I don't think
No.
that, but I don't see
Well-
how that's relevant.
I was just gonna say.
Do you know
Terminally
offhand how many
online, bro.
women voted for Trump?
I don't. I have no idea.
Probably
So then
a
how
ton.
can you
A
put your
majority.
2 cents on that?
Well,
a majority of female
Alrighty then.
voters voted for Trump.
Yes, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Why?
But
So
I'm
how
not
is it
surprised by it.
I mean, Roe v. Wade
Is it
Roe v. Wade is being
possible?
overturned. How
Yes,
is that? That
that's
is
that's
taking- that's a
awesome.
step
That's
back.
amazing.
That is
That's
steps back
no.
in society.
It means that we're not murdering babies in record
Thank
numbers.
you.
Think if a woman gets
Yes,
Thank you,
babies.
Rachel.
Okay, what
it
are
means
they?
we're not deleting
They are
babies.
Fetuses.
If you don't want to get pregnant, then don't have
Wait, let me walk them down the
Well, like,
wait,
I'm with
wait.
women, so I'm good.
Let me walk them down the line.
Racism is treating or viewing an individual or group of individuals negatively, solely based on their race, sex, or sexism, regardless of context or circumstance. Power or privilege is irrelevant. It's like saying only people in power can hate. That makes no sense. I agree with that.
Logic tree. Is a fetus a human?
No,
Oh, what is it?
No.
a fetus.
A human fetus. You know that fetus just tells you gestational age and that the species is human. It's a Homo sapiens, right? If it's not human, what the fuck is it?
You're not going to change my belief on this.
I'm not trying to change your belief. I'm trying to walk down the logic tree and see where you get the belief. So if it's
Okay.
not a human, what is
You're
it?
not going to make
A
me not a
fetus.
whore.
A human fetus or like
Essentially.
a dog fetus or a
That's what
pig
that
fetus?
says.
A human fetus.
Okay. If it's a human fetus and you abort it, you're killing a human fetus.
It's not alive yet.
What do you mean it's not alive
If it's
yet?
not alive, how
Why
can
do
you
you have to kill it?
Do any of you?
If
because
it's
why-
not
you know what? It
alive.
will
You
be
can
alive. It will be alive.
literally hear the heartbeat.
It is
within
alive.
The
Okay,
first 2
if
months.
it doesn't even. It's a biologists agree. Okay, don't deny science now. Biologists
Oh my
agree
gosh.
that it's alive. You just think it's not a person, right?
It's not. It's not a. I don't think it's.
She
a
said it's
mortal
not human, which is wild.
Welcome
I did
in,
not say
whoever's
it's not
watching.
You said it's not
Feel free to
human like
comment.
3
It's just me
times.
and you.
Okay, well,
then
and
I
then it's not.
finally got you to admit
It's not a
it.
human being. It's not a
Yeah,
living.
it
it's not
is a
it's not
human
It's
being.
not a conscious person.
No, what? Here's
Oh,
your. You
they
don't even know
absolutely
your
are
own
conscious.
If they have
position.
conscious,
You don't
it wouldn't
even.
be
They don't
alive.
even know their own position. What smart leftists say, not you people, but smart leftists say it doesn't have personhood. It's human. It's alive.
Not you people.
But we don't consider it a person yet. We don't exactly know at what point we do consider it a person or it needs to have consciousness. There's usually like a cutoff point in some kind of consciousness or personhood argument. You guys aren't even smart enough to come up with that. So how on earth did you come up with this idea
I think
that
it's
you're not
really-
killing a human being that is alive?
I think it's funny that conservatives like to attack other people's like.
I think it's funny that little girls like to talk like they're little victims, even though they're the ones aborting and murdering all of the babies in the world.
like character
Wow.
or smarts when it comes to things like this. I think it's funny because you don't really see it.
I think
too
it's
much with the
funny
other
that you
viewpoint.
believe in stuff that you don't even know what you're talking about and that you can't explain
You
when you're
have
asked the
every right
simplest
to
question.
believe that.
I don't think we should
You
ever
don't.
take away
You
these
don't. If you
accused.
believe murder is wrong, then you're killing a human being. I'm going to say you're not allowed to do that. It's not up to your opinion.
Abortion isn't murder, though.
Tell me how.
Absolutely murder.
Tell me how.
If a
Tell me
woman
how
was
it is
murdered while
murder.
she's
It's-
pregnant,
I'll
it's double
tell you how it's
homicide.
murder. It's murder because it's a human being who is alive.
Alive.
Why do you?
And
You
you're
don't do
killing.
anything.
Where do you?
if
Where do
you
you
s-
believe consciousness begins?
It doesn't matter to
That
me
does
where
matter.
consciousness begins. Okay, fine. If there's a person, they're 22 years old, and they have a debilitative disease, and they don't have consciousness anymore. Is it okay for you to kill them?
If someone's brain dead, yeah.
Oh, you can just walk into
No,
the
'cause
hospital and kill them?
If someone is brain dead, don't they get? I don't know much about it, but don't they give you the option? to
Exactly.
let
Well, they're
them
not.
take them
They're
off
not.
life?
Exactly.
They're not,
I'm so
they're
glad
not
you
brain
said
dead,
that.
but they're not
You
conscious.
don't
They're in
know
a coma.
much about it.
Well, I would
That's
argue
not
that
Because
if
it seems that you little girls don't know much about anything.
is brain dead, like they don't. Do you
But
think a
if they
baby?
were
do you think
So
and
let's
maybe
follow
it's
the
a-
logic. You think that if somebody is not conscious, it's okay to kill them. So if Brian has too much to drink tonight and he passes out on the couch, you can kill him because he's not conscious.
Not what I'm saying.
Okay.
at all.
So it's got to be something else. So what makes it okay to kill a human fetus?
Because it is not a conscious being. It is a fetus.
I do have to
Do you
move
know
it
the
on.
definitions?
Hold on, I do got to move it on. We can come back to abortion later.
Base Thor donated $200.
Thank you, man.
At the end of the day, you can trust a bear to be a bear, but
Wow.
you can't trust
I
a
mean-
human man to be humane. We cannot support
Good
this
gosh.
delusion anymore. How would you feel if you
Good
didn't
gosh.
have breakfast this morning?
I mean, wow. I mean, seriously. Wow. Just wow. I'm gonna. Oh man, that was pretty rough. That was pretty bad. Sadly. All right, we're gonna watch one more, and this one's basically a different segment in there. So let's get at it.
And not agree with this, but there is some social current that does seem to point towards certain degrees of alimony and child support as being a bit unfair towards the payer. Like, should you be bound?
The girl in the
for,
pink
imagine,
beside
say
Rachel
you were
looks
married
like she
from
does
the age of
not wanna
20
be
to
there.
31, and then this woman at 31, she divorces him. I'm not saying you did this. Let's say she cheats on him. Legally, she's still owed alimony. I mean, you could even remove the cheating component to it.
She does
but that
not
is a
want to
scenario
be
where
there.
the woman can be at fault for the cause of the divorce and still receive the benefits. But should this man, say 30 years later, still have to pay her alimony? I think not. I don't think, okay, you married at 20, you divorced at 31, it was past 10 years. Sometimes I think it depends on the state. The laws vary.
Yeah.
But I think past 10 years, you can get into permanent life alimony territory. And
Which we didn't. We agreed to just have the alimony go until our son graduated high school. So
well, the child support.
no alimony.
Well,
Alimony and
So you're
child
not
support.
getting alimony anymore, or you're just
No.
getting the retirement?
Just the retirement.
Oh.
Well,
So
that's
alimony.
that's
still
It's
I would-
not
that you
alimony.
get
Well, I
out.
could. Well,
It's an asset.
I would suppose, regardless of how we categorize it, he owes you a financial burden. Like, he has to pay you money beyond the course, like for forever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pretty rough.
Like, if it was if the
Before
world,
we moved to
Ow, sorry,
Japan,
I'm just gonna
we were
readjust my
contemplating
nuts.
getting divorced at that point, and that was when he decided to start going back to church. And I said, you know, if I do go to Japan with you and we do try, it'll put us over the 10-year mark and it'll change things financially afterwards.
oh,
So
you had that
I
conversation.
did have that conversation with him.
And the marriage was in California,
Yes.
and the divorce proceedings, I'm assuming, in California.
Yeah.
California life alimony cutoff date. I don't know if that's gonna prompt it. There's no automatic
Wow.
lifetime alimony for marriages of 10 years or more. The court often keeps jurisdiction indefinitely, allowing support to continue until death of either party. So if 10 years, that in California at least, where you had your marriage and divorce, it is 10 years. So damn, that's yeah, that sucks. That I don't know.
That's the risk of marriage. Everybody has to know that going into
Well,
it.
how
You could
come,
lose everything.
wait a minute. I think everybody at this table, probably besides me and maybe a few of you, but that side of the table is going to say men and women are equal. So why is it only the men that have to pay?
But why do you assume that?
No,
this side of the table
you
is going
don't
to
think that men and women are equal?
I don't believe that men and women are equal in the physical and emotional sense. By scientific biology, we're not. But I don't believe that because of biology, we should be treated any
Legally
different.
equal, though. You believe in legal and political equality between men and women, I would assume. It's pretty rare that I come across women who
Like, I believe that should happen, or do I believe that's what's in
You
society?
believe that's
right
how
now?
it
What do you believe,
I
Bimbo?
believe that is how it ought to be.
Okay, then if you believe
Okay,
that's how
then
it
you
ought
ought
to
to be able to
why-
pay the friggin' alimony just as much. You want equality. This is what equality looks like.
Why is it only the man that has to pay the alimony?
Exactly. Or the child support.
Spousal support.
That's country law. That's belief by
I understand what
difference-
is. Why ought that be the case? Why aren't you saying, look, if we have equality, there should be equality in divorce too?
I believe
and-
that is true, and that's why it's like that's the risk.
So are you going to sign up to do that there, Moana?
If you're marrying with the laws that way, that's the risk you take. Unless you want to deal with that,
The lady
then
in the
don't get
middle.
married.
So
Doesn't wanna be
men
right.
don't get married.
That is like the simple point, and no one wants to have that conversation because like that's wild. Why not get married? But also divorce is a pain, you know.
No one wants to
and-
get married because women have went off the deep end. Men have been off the deep end for a long time, and women said, "Here, hold my beer. I'm going to join them." And now everyone's off the deep end.
I feel like a lot of people don't think through their decision of marriage because, I mean, we're having this conversation right now, like if it's fair or not,
Yeah.
but that was
Well,
the law.
I think the solution is to change the laws. I don't think that marriage
That's-
should even be through the laws
period.
and the courts. It should be governed by the church, but we can get into that later. if you want.
Well, so like
Something-
hypothetically in my situation, say I had been the active duty military member and he had been a stay-at-home parent. After getting divorced, I absolutely would be paying him the money. So it's not the because he was the man, it was because he was the breadwinner, and that was an asset that was earned during
So-
marriage.
So
Wrong.
she is right insofar as it's not the laws are not specifically gendered that says men. It's
Right.
But do men?
But
are
since
men
women have the
typically-
children,
Yes.
women have the children, and so everything's set up that, you know, if you just
And let me ask you this: who by default gets custody if when a man and a woman separate? As far as what, like, you want to come up? Is that what you're getting at?
decide I'm not happy, you just leave, and
Because it's pretty much just you and me.
he owes you for life. I don't know, that don't seem right to me.
I mean, it
Is
was
something-
it was probably more complicated than I just wasn't happy.
Well,
the
is there-
relationship wasn't good.
Well, we're here to talk about relationships,
Yeah.
so like
And
maybe
hi,
you can give us
welcome.
like a hint as to what else was going on, or
I mean, he would yell at me often. Like, I don't think women should tolerate being yelled at by their husbands.
well, I think there's definitely times when your husband might need to set you straight, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. I mean,
Well,
wives yell at their husbands plenty, don't they?
If I was going to be giving somebody constructive criticism to set them straight, do you think yelling at them is going to be the way to have them receive the message, or
I
do
think
you
that
think having
expecting,
a calm,
I think that expecting men to
Sure.
act like
That-
women
it
and
may-
be psychologize
have to stop
everything and
the-
sound like an HR manager. Men are not going
I
to,
don't know.
this is what women need to understand. If you want to get married, don't have the expectation that a man is going to sit down and go,
All right,
now,
no problem.
sweetie, I would like to share with you my feelings about what just transpired, and it's okay if you want to share. I'm going to share. Like, that's not how men communicate. Men are more straightforward, and they'll usually try to talk to you first and go, hey, I don't like this. This behavior needs to change, whatever. And then when we cry or equivocate or give them all kinds of trouble or dance around it or turn it into a 5-day long argument, they usually have enough.
No,
and
you're
then
not
they
going to break
explode.
terms or
And then they
service or
yell.
nothing like that.
Now, maybe
right?
that's not what happened with you, but when women
I
say
mean, I don't
emotional
assume
abuse
so,
to me, the first thing that comes to my head is they're thinking that the man needs to act like a mommy. He needs to act like a girl. He needs to communicate like a female would. And that's not fair to expect from men. And I think that if you want that, you should marry a woman. I mean, don't marry a woman because that's not a thing, but
I
you
feel
know,
like in our relationship, I was probably more
it's not marriage
in his mommy role versus his wife role, because it's like, hey, the lawn needs to get mowed. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. And it's like, hey, can you just see that the lawn needs to get mowed and I'm doing the XYZ, and
That sounds
we have
like
a young
every-
child.
That's
I know,
literally
but it's
every
like-
marriage.
It's like,
Because you have to grow together. You're not a finished product when you first get together. He's not a finished product. I'm in my 40s and I'm far from a finished product. You grow together. I mean, to think that you're going to come up and someone's going to have a finished product at the start is kind of insulting, really.
I don't think it's too much to ask for
A
another
finished
grown
product.
adult to actively be participating in the home instead of
it isn't, but is
Like-
it worth breaking a family up over because the grass is a little long? Like you really, this
No,
is,
I
this
mean,
is the
that
thing.
was
You gotta
that
like
was
really
just one
pick your
example.
battles. Well,
That's just one example.
what I used to do this myself when I was younger. I used to do this too, and I've seen all the women in my life do this. You're watching the man and you're going, he didn't see does he not see that the grass needs to be mowed? And did he not see that he dropped his socks on the bathroom floor?
Hello.
And I've told him to for a
Hello.
million times.
1 second, let me
He
get you up
care
here.
about me.
There you are.
I've told him I don't
thank
like
you.
that.
How's,
That means
how's
he
my audio?
doesn't care about me. He doesn't.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, mate. Thank you. How's my audio? Is it okay? Going
You
through?
sound great, my brother.
Oh, thank you very much.
You sound great. Well, I'll
Oh.
turn this down that way it's not
Love
so
me.
loud.
That's emotional abuse.
No
But
problem.
in men's minds, they're going,
Yeah.
I got to go to work. I
Just
gotta deal
just
with my
looking
boss,
at the
I gotta make sure my
insanity
bill
that
gets
is
paid.
men and
I'm
women these
exhausted.
days.
20 other
Trying
people
to
are
date.
calling me with
I'm
things that they
myself.
want.
I'm married,
I'm
so
gonna
don't get me
get to
wrong.
it's
I'm not
just
in that
fucking
game,
grass. You know, in
my
a man's
my sons
mind,
are,
it's just
and
socks. It's just
you
grass.
know,
Like
it's
they're not
it's
trying
it's
to
not
say,
something I
I
envy. I'll
don't
tell
love
you that.
you. And if you can
Oh yeah,
understand that,
it's all
and go,
changed
it's just grass.
nowadays.
We'll
Big
get through
cultural
the
shift.
grass. I had this.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
26.
26? Are you married?
Not yet.
Not yet. Any prospects?
Well, I am definitely going to look at getting married one day. I'm not one of those where it's like go around and sleep with everyone.
That's awesome.
Mm.
That's good. Yeah, me neither. I got lucky, you know, because I'm in my 40s, so I found a woman that was I don't know. Once upon a time, it's kind of like your mom and your grandma and your aunts and things of that nature.
Mm.
Who not necessarily that men or women are equal, but that it takes a cohesive unit, you know, back and forth for both of us. You know, it's kind of the same thing I said a minute ago. Neither one of us are going to be a finished product. The moment you get married, you're going to have to work on yourself, and she's going to have to work on herself. But I'm glad you're you know, liking the fact that you're going to, you know, actually one day try and look forward to it. I don't envy it because to date in this day and age kind of seems insane, but you know,
Oh,
at the
yeah.
same time, you know, that's good.
Mm.
So what do you do? Tell me about yourself.
Oh, with myself, I just now and then go on YouTube, look for like open panels and streams. Come
Right.
across your one, just figured if I could jump up as well.
Okay, cool. Good deal, man. Well, glad to have you. My
No,
name's
thank you
Phil.
for having me. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Not a problem. Yeah, we'll keep it going. I've been going for quite a while. I was going to shut it down here soon, but you're literally the only person who's been in here for a while. So,
Big
hey, I'll
aha
keep it going
moment
for
with
a
my
little while.
husband years
Awesome.
and years ago where we were fighting over something small and
Yeah.
stupid. It was so small and stupid that I don't even remember what it is. And I just wouldn't drop it. I was probably on my period, to be perfectly honest, because I only get like that when I'm, you know, that time of the month. And finally, he just looked at me and said, "Are you going to divorce me over this? Is it that important to you that you're going to divorce? Are you going to walk away and divorce me?" And I went, "No." And he was like, "All right, then drop it." And I was really mad in the moment, but when I walked away and calmed down, I went, you know, he's right. Like our marriage, our family together is way bigger than whatever this petty thing is, or even a bunch of petty things. And maybe I should try to be more understanding of like where his mind has to be, what it takes to be a breadwinner and a provider, all of the things that he carries on his shoulders that we don't really think about. And I think women, we process everything through our own experience and our own feelings, and we personalize stuff so much that when men do little things like that, and I've just seen this happen to so many of my friends and family members, like a couple I know got divorced because, and the woman said, he sets his coffee down on the counter every day and it drips and it leaves a ring. And I've told him a million times that bugs me. And he just won't wipe all he has to do is wipe the coffee. And that's how I know he doesn't care about me. Okay.
I will say this. One thing to look for when you start looking for a potential wife is a woman that will take accountability. There's nothing more frustrating, speaking for myself, obviously, but there's nothing more frustrating than a man or a woman that will not take accountability. We are all flawed, obviously. We all mess up. But the only way to learn is to acknowledge that you've done something either in error or by mistake or even intentionally, but with you know, a mischaracterization, I guess you could say. But be willing to learn, you know, because some people are They're sitting there and they're listening and they're waiting, especially if you're having a discussion or an argument, and they're waiting and they're waiting and they're listening to you, but they're not listening to you. They're waiting for you to finish so that they can start talking. That's one thing I would say avoid, because that's one of those scenarios where it's like you can't win. Now, maybe you can change that type of person eventually, but if you're going into it having to change someone, you've already lost. And if they're going in it thinking, well, I can change this person, well, they've already lost. I mean, because like I said, you're never really a finished product. You're going to grow together as you go, you know.
Oh yeah, of course.
My son's 20. He's fixing to be 21. And he told me recently, he's like, Dad, you know, it's insane. These girls, they just look at their phones. They don't treat you with respect. They don't have any dignity. They show their body parts all over the place. They don't, you know, serve the Lord. They don't serve themselves. They don't have any respect for themselves or their parents or anything. And you know, the only thing I can really say is you just gotta stick at it, because there's definitely one out there. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
For sure. So don't get discouraged. All this red pill stuff, like you were talking about, you know, about going out and sleeping with randoms. I think that's a mistake. It's not for me to say, but I did my share of that when I was young, and I regretted it. I mean, you know, and as you grow and evolve, you start overcoming bad traits that you have, and you tend to look back and say, well, I wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish I wouldn't have done this, you know, and I wish I wouldn't have done this. And a lot of times it's better to not be doing those things to begin with, you know. So, but
once you make the mistake, you can realize, that was a mistake.
Exactly. Exactly. But definitely, if you can find a woman who's able to admit when she's wrong, forgive herself when she's wrong, because you're going to mess up, and sometimes you're going to be mad at yourself and you're angry at yourself, and you'll have to forgive yourself. I mean, you know, it's just part of it. And the same with you. I mean, you have to be able to admit when you're wrong and grow. Like I said, you have to grow together. Just like you have to be listening and not just waiting for your opportunity to speak. You need to be listening to listen to. So it's a reciprocal, you know, like I said, like a piston, you know, type deal. It just reciprocates.
Yeah.
But like I said, I do not envy you or any young people in this day and age. My wife and I were discussing it last night, and it just seems like, you know, if something were to happen to her or I, and I don't wish it, I think I would have to be single, you know, because I wouldn't know where to begin, you know. But so, are you in school or anything?
No, just working a normal job for myself.
Okay. What country are you from?
United Kingdom.
UK. Okay. Well, glad to have you, brother. For sure.
Thank you.
Obviously, I'm from the deep south of the rebel United States, you know, but, you know, definitely glad to have you, brother. Definitely glad to have you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
But at the same time,
what I mean?
if he's the breadwinner and you're staying home, like you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're being the traditional wife, then like, I'm not gonna lie, he's out there making all the money, paying all the bills, then like it's okay. You can pick up the socks. Like that's your job.
I agree, you know, with you 100%.
Like you can win
maybe you can't mow the lawn, and maybe if he's truly too busy or he just really hates mowing the lawn, maybe go to him and go, you know, would it make sense to pay somebody to come and mow the lawn? Can we afford that? Maybe that would be better. I just think I think it's a lot of cultural influence that tells us to constantly keep track of everything the man's not doing and every little infraction that he makes, instead of being like really generous and going, you know, men have a lot on their plate. They don't cry about it. He's not going to come tell me all his problems. He's going to keep it in here and try to deal with it. So I don't know.
And we call it being an independent woman, and they just call it being an adult and go about their lives. And I find it really interesting that, as a majority, women obviously love testosterone when it comes to paying for things, providing, protecting, putting their life on the line in the bedroom. And I know that because even though the majority of the brainwashed feminists online say they hate being controlled by a man, statistically, what's funny is when they are alone in their rooms at night, the most viewed adult content topic is what? Being controlled by a man. So it's almost like they're denying their biology so hard, and then when they're alone, it just comes out and they can't deny it. But it's kind of unfair that we're willing to enjoy the benefits of testosterone, but then unwilling to nurture it when it comes to us needing to be kind and understanding of those things. Like, they are tenfold because our emotions are haywire, which we can admit through, it seems like, silly memes like, oh, I said that crazy thing on my period, but when we're asked, it's like, no,
I'm sorry about what I
vote for
said
her
when
for
I was
president.
hungry. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, no, vote for her for president. It's okay if she bombs Texas when she's PMSing. Like, no. So none of that makes sense to me. And it's not hard to just wipe up the ring, call someone to mow the lawn, or do it yourself, or, you know.
And to be fair, though, our generation, we're about the same age. Our generation, especially the boomers, that everybody born between like 1960 and 1990, we had movies, TV, magazines, radio programs, everything in the media, everything in the pop culture was like men suck. Think of every sitcom. Homer Simpson, Everybody Loves Raymond, like all the men are idiots. They're
I knew she was fixing to go there because it's so true. They have made men look like bumbling idiots for the last 30, 40 years. I remember that as a kid. I grew up in the 80s, and literally every dad on every show was a moron. And thank goodness the mom was there, you know, to set him straight, to keep him from walking into walls and to feed him, because otherwise he'd died. There are elements of that stuff that's true, but I love Rachel Wilson. She definitely hammers it home on some of these things.
fools, and the wife's just like, oh, this guy is so stupid, and I have to take care of everything, and he just wouldn't be able to live if I didn't do every little thing. What an idiot. And it's like, we just really got bombarded with that propaganda, and I think it made all of us look at our relationships and constantly count everything that we think he should be doing that he's not doing, or all the little ways that he didn't take into account our feelings or nurture our emotions or things like that. And the truth is, like, marriage is a lifelong commitment. You're going to have a lot of ups and downs. You're going to disappoint each other. You're going to say bad things to each other. You're going to get into bad habits that you got to break. And it takes, you know, wanting to work through that stuff. But I just feel like when I hear emotional abuse, more often than, like, real emotional abuse would be something like, he wouldn't let me speak to my own children. He wouldn't let me leave the house and, you know, see my friends, or like something.
See, and that's true, because there are some men that actually give men a bad name. And, you know, they, especially here in America, I know you guys don't have like the Second Amendment and all of that stuff as far as, you know, guns and weapons and stuff. I watch a few UK YouTubers, and they say, like, you'll get in trouble if you use your knife if someone breaks in your house. So, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to react in a scenario like that. But in here, like, if someone breaks in your house, you shoot them, which, I mean, you know, and I know that's crazy, but some men, like, controlled, back when I was growing up, when I was a kid, would control their wives, like, and I mean, like, with animus, like, viciously. And those kind of men literally give men a bad name. But at the same time, modern women, in a lot of ways, give women a bad name, because my mom is a great lady. Obviously, my grandmother, my sisters, my wife, I couldn't ask for a better woman. And I know that, and here's the thing for you to realize, all women are not like this. You know what I mean? All women, they're not. You're going to find a great one. It's just, you know, like, if you go out there, like, and granted, you know, we don't get our water out of wells anymore, mostly. But if you know that someone's went out there and put poison in the well, you definitely don't. And that's what's happened to a lot of the young women. and the young ladies, even the young men, a lot of it with the young men too. But more, I would say, the young women. So
yeah, they've definitely been poisoned by the way today's culture is and stuff. It's shifting so rapidly in one direction with no leeway to the other, and it's just setting a lot of them on a bad path.
Have you thought about any ways to kind of correct it? Because I mean, I've racked my brain, and I can't really come up with anything other than good parenting and coaching, life coaching kind of things. But I mean, that's only if the person wants it. You can't force anybody, you know.
In fairness, that was my answer as well. Just good parenting.
Okay. Well, sorry to steal the thunder there.
No. Yeah, it was just you hit the nail on the head. That is the biggest and best solution I could come up with. There just needs to be better parenting at home, because for me, I don't think today's generation were just made like that. They were obviously molded like that from the households.
Right. Well, you know, and I don't know about the whole world, you know, but I know here in America, back in the 60s, if you've ever heard about President Kennedy, and the assassination, the president, he was actually the vice president at the time, Lyndon Johnson. He's the one who basically turned the state into a welfare state, like immediately after the assassination. So me, myself, as you know, because you know, you've heard that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, obviously. Me, myself, as someone who grew up, and granted it was in the 80s, but they taught us all about that stuff. I blame him my whole life for why the world is the way it is. However, or well, at least America, but you know, America is a cultural hotbed of influentially. It used to be the UK, obviously. Every place you guys went, you're like, okay, you're now ours. You're ours. You know, you guys ruled the world for a time. That's for sure. But for whatever reason, America is like a culture hotbed with movies and music and art, and a lot of places are. Don't get me wrong, but the internet, just. But you've also got the negativity, pornography, deception. You know what I mean? There's just a bunch of dumps. Video games. There's a bunch of cool things and a bunch of bad. What, you know, all of the good and all of the bad, you weigh it out. And a lot of places follow suit with what America does. And that's a blessing and a curse. If you've got someone good at the helm, trying to lead people to prosperity, to righteousness, to goodness, to holiness, it's a wonderful thing. But when you've got people like Hollywood, I hate to say it, they have been propaganda machines for the last probably 60 years, 70 years. So
yeah.
You know, when you have that sort of thing, it's a huge detriment, not only just to the American society and the American people, but to Mexico, to the Philippines, to the UK, you know, all of Europe, really. The only ones who really block against it is the Chinese, and that's because they're so strict culturally that they don't let a lot of our culture come in there. And in a lot of ways, it's smart. You know, it's not for me to say because I'm not like worldly traveled or anything like those lines. So what I would know is definitely from the internet, but it is smart because of America. Like I said, it's like a two-headed snake, you know, one side could be good, I guess. And the other side, but it just eats itself, you know, every time. So as bad as it sounds, don't lose hope because there is some good ladies out there. And I almost guarantee you'll find one.
Yeah, definitely.
Major like that, not like I told him to mow the lawn and he said he would do it tomorrow and then he didn't.
So an example of something that would probably fit a little bit more with what you're saying is he liked to kind of buddy up with whoever my closest girlfriend was and like try and talk bad about me and like try to like you know,
So you have taste in beta men and
poison
beta
their.
femmes.
Well, that would be legitimate.
Yeah.
That would be legitimate.
And then
Because
you
I tell
mentioned-
women, I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should get together with your friends and talk shit about your husbands
Absolutely
either.
not.
So
no, what
I
you
don't.
do with your partner stays with. Like, if you have an argument,
Yeah.
you're not gonna go tell your friend. What is wrong with you? It's not a relationship with you, your partner, and your friend. It's between you and your partner. It's private. So
I would say
And
that
you're
is-
gonna forgive. And then you mentioned
That's not a
everybody
good
loves
friend
Raymond.
either.
Raymond
Yeah.
was horrible about using weaponized incompetence. About like, I'm gonna just do this so badly that she doesn't ask me to do it, and it's like, I mean.
The show worked. It made you
And
hate
then-
men.
The lady in the
then-
purple shirt and the one with the gray
as
hair
a
both
mom,
seem like they have good
my
heads
job
on their
never
shoulders.
ends. Like, am I allowed to be like, oh, yeah, I've been playing with the kids all day, or I've been feeding them, or, you know, do all the mom stuff, and like, hey, can I have a day off? Like, are you gonna, like, most
No moms get days
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah.
had 5, so if I only had one, that would seem like literally a vacation to me. I don't think that one would ever have given me. Although, actually, now that I think of it, having one is harder than having 2 or more, because when you only have one, you're like their whole world. You're their only person. You know,
Yeah.
until they're much older. So it can be really tough up until they're like 6 or 7. But I don't know. I just feel like. What do you think it was worth it now, like investing all that time and then and getting divorced, or do you wish you could go back now and do things differently?
You know, having had a child with somebody else, my son's dad was definitely a much more hands-on dad. I don't have any complaints about his participation in like the parenting aspect of it.
Oh, that's good.
You know, I felt like I was his arm candy. Like he liked me because he thought I was hot. Like,
It's a big part of our value.
It's Google Gemini.
That's
with
crazy.
the-
She thought he was just into her because she was pretty. That doesn't last long, and that's another thing. Like when I was young, I was shallow and superficial with things. The looks don't last long for either side. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna go downhill no matter for everybody. So, I mean, once you find someone that you love that actually loves you, you don't care if they get fat, you don't care if they go gray. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't care if they let themselves go. Now, obviously, you don't want them to, but you're still gonna be there for them, and especially if you know they're gonna be there for you, because it's like I said, it's a give and take kind of thing.
Your disagreements. You think, considering who his wife is and how she has multiple, or he has, she
I
has
was
multiple baby mamas, daddies, whatever.
Yeah.
You think his views are hypocritical?
Well, I would assume that your view as being a Christian woman would be that you're supposed to be with one partner for life and you have your kids and you make your big happy family. But to my understanding, you have multiple baby daddies and you have had multiple relationships.
Yes. So you probably heard a bunch of stuff on the internet.
I did, and that's what I mean.
You're
That's what I
assuming that
heard.
it's
That is
all
what-
correct.
yes.
Okay. What do you think a baby daddy is?
Someone that you are no longer with, who you have a child with.
Because when people say baby daddy, I'm thinking like a rando that you have a kid with, not somebody you were married to. Is somebody who you were married to a baby
Well, what would
daddy?
you consider him now that you're not together?
An ex-husband?
Ex-husband?
But what about
or the
what's-
father of your children?
I still think it's a baby daddy.
Okay, but would it be wrong?
See, this is just the
Why
influence
are you
of
assuming
young
that it's
kids.
wrong that I had kids with somebody else?
I'm absolutely not assuming it's wrong. My understanding, just from based on what you have said and what I've seen your husband say, that you would be in the position that you are supposed to be with one person only.
Yes,
your
you
own-
are.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But sometimes people abandon you, and sometimes they actually physically abuse you.
Yeah.
And in that case, you don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
So is it wrong if that happened to me and then I come out and say, I still believe that you should
No,
be
absolutely
married?
not.
Okay. So
Absolutely not.
I have a question. Okay, so if you feel that way, you don't have a choice because he physically abused you, which I'm sorry. What about women who were raped and want to have an abortion?
it still doesn't make it okay to kill another human being because the person who was conceived is not the person who did the crime.
Right.
So
And it's such a low percentage.
What if it was like their dad or their brother or something, and there's a very high chance that that baby will have genetic issues?
Actually, so I've done some research on that. The odds of you having like actual genetic problems from one generation of incest is very, very, very low. It usually only happens after multiple generations. So like a lot of the Islamic world has a lot of genetic problems because they've had first cousin marriages for multiple generations. So the odds of that happening would be extremely low. Just because there's a chance that a baby might have a genetic problem is also not a reason to kill it.
Do you think that, so you think a woman that has been raped gets pregnant, she should have to bring that baby to term? What about she brings the baby to term, has the baby, and she can't even look at that baby? She is so sad. It just reminds her of what
Adoption.
happened to everything.
No, adoption.
Do any of you guys have adopted kids? Why do you think everyone should just adopt?
Well, actually, everybody can adopt. Did you know that there's a waiting
she knows
list
what she's
of
talking
people
about.
who are waiting for newborn?
Exactly. Like it's like she doesn't realize that some people, once they reach a certain age, and a lot of it's going to be women that want jobs because, you know, I don't know how familiar you are with it, but the woman's clock runs out it starts really getting like negatively impacting the child at about 38.
Oh yeah.
38 to I would say 52 is what they call geriatric pregnancy, and every single year past 30. Now, granted, my sister-in-law just had a surprise baby, and she's 40. So, and thank God everything went great. The baby's 2 now. So
that's good.
Yeah, I mean everything was great, but if you when you do that, I mean it's scary, you know what I mean, for everybody involved. But it was a surprise, you know, obviously. But some people can't have babies, and their only option is adoption. So there are plenty of people that would love to adopt babies, you know, and for her to sit here and say that, like, I don't know, it's kind of. I said before you come in, I don't know if you heard me. It was kind of like that she stood up in the top of a stupid tree and jumped and hit every branch, and each time she hit one, it just made her more stupid. I mean, it's kind of crazy about this stuff. I hate it because I feel like it's the phones and the internet and the scrolling mentality that they have that's made us this way. And it's young guys too. Now, don't get me wrong. And it can be older ladies and older guys as well. Because I mean, when I was growing up, a phone had a cord on it. You know, it had a cord. It was attached to the wall, and you know, you couldn't go far. You know, so that's the way it was.
Newborn babies always get adopted.
I just feel like the mother's right should come first to be able to
kill
choose.
someone.
And I don't.
Do you
I
know
don't- it's not
anybody that's
common.
been raped
Okay,
and has
I've got
had
a
the
great
child?
hypothetical to test your logic on this. So you might have heard that they're expecting we could have artificial wombs in the future, right?
What are artificial wombs?
Literally an artificial womb.
Oh, womb. I think I said wound.
No, artificial wombs. So they're saying maybe within the next 10 years. So let's say they have artificial wombs, and a woman goes to get an abortion, and the abortion doctor says, great news, we now have
sorry
another
to jump
option. We can
No, you're good.
Yeah, no, I've just realized like my battery hasn't been charging. It's nearly dead. So I'm gonna jump off the stream and let you wrap up. But thanks for having me for like the half hour, Chief.
Thank you for coming, brother. God bless you,
Oh,
man.
God bless you. Take care, mate.
Come by anytime, brother.
this into an artificial womb where it can be grown to term and then be adopted out by someone else. Would you like to do that?
Great.
If
I was in that situation,
do you think
I
we
would put it in
still
artificial womb.
but do you still think we should have legal abortion if that option became available?
I think it's very situational. Like,
What would be a reason to still kill the baby?
Multiple generations of inbreeding, or
that wasn't the
situation. Okay, barring the most bizarre freaking outlier of multi-generational inbreeding. Okay, just any other, because the vast majority of abortions are just elective and just because of reasons like I don't have the money or it's not a good time for me.
Yeah.
So if there was an option to transplant the fetus into an artificial womb, do you guys, both of you guys who are pro-choice, do you think we should still have legal abortion?
I think I would have to think about that. I've never heard of that, but I would have to think on that. But I do think abortion should never be used as a form of birth control. If you're having consensual sex and consistently getting pregnant and consistently going and getting abortions, that's not okay. But I think abortion should be available to the people who have been raped or people that how physically detrimental to their body to have a baby. I think they should have an issue. They should have a reason to. But if someone is in there 5 times in a month getting abortions, I know that wouldn't happen, but that's not okay.
What about you? What do you think? If there's an artificial womb option and we can just transplant the fetus, it can be born at full term and adopted out, should we still have abortion rights? Should you still be able to abort it anyway?
What's the cost of this?
It's free. No cost
It's
to you.
free. What I would personally do is I would, of course, put it in the artificial.
But do you think that women should still have a legal option to terminate the fetus?
Dirt. I love uncanny.
Well, how would the procedure look?
It would just be like
a C-section.
Let's say it probably wouldn't even be like a full C-section, just based on what I know about that sort of thing. It would depend on the age too. But let's say that there was a way that they could do it endoscopically. So you don't even have to have a big scar. It's just a tiny incision. They can endoscopically go in, just like they would to do genetic testing on a fetus. They can just remove it, place it in an artificial womb.
And does the woman have any responsibility to that?
No legal or moral responsibility.
I might have to think about that a little bit more, but that sounds like a good solution.
Okay. I was curious what you might say to that because I've asked other women that question and they'll still emphatically say that we need to have the right to just kill it because and this one girl told me, I don't want some person with half my DNA walking around out there. It's my right to kill that person.
That's
and what I think
That's not how, yeah, that's not.
It's not a little
That's
insane.
not-
It's a lot of
Can we
insane.
tie her tubes?
It's a lot of
I
insane.
don't see a fetus as a human being. I know they're a human. I know they're human, but I don't see them as
Would you be okay with a cat having an abortion?
Yeah, absolutely. A cat. They do that sometimes, but it's just expensive. Like if a cat has an abortion, a cat actually is pregnant. Absolutely, a cat can have an abortion.
Well, what I think this question kind of proved to me is that both of you, when given the option to just not have the responsibility, not be a mother, not go through the pregnancy and the birth, you did recognize that there's something of value there that should be saved.
I didn't say that. I said I need to think about it.
Okay, but you did not just immediately say, oh, it's just a clump of cells. Why would I even bother? You paused and said, I probably would. So that tells me that something in your mind knows that there's something in there of inherent value.
So me personally, that's not really what I was thinking. I was thinking more so that there are women who do struggle when they get an abortion. They struggle with the decision. It's not just like something they take lightly. I think that it would help a lot of women who don't want the baby, don't want to go through the pregnancy, any of that. I think it would help them to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, but doesn't that also prove that maybe there's something of inherent value there? Maybe it's a human life and maybe that means something. Maybe it's
Maybe having an abortion is a negativity upon them. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel negatively. That's the point.
maybe I can't just dismiss it. Like the clump of cells thing worked when I was a kid, before we had 3D and 4D imaging of fetuses and embryos and things where people could see what is in there and that it looks human, that it moves and that it has a heartbeat and a circulatory system, even at 6 weeks old. I don't think the clump of cells works anymore. Everyone knows it's not just a clump of cells.
I think I have my answer on that. I think the woman should always still have the right to choose if she wants to. if that hypothetical does come into play and there is an artificial womb, I think the woman should still have the right to choose if she wants an abortion or not, but I think it should be circumstantial. So if like a woman was raped or there was incest involved, then she can choose to abort it. But if it's someone just coming in because they got pregnant just on a whim, then they should have to put it into the artificial womb. And
Okay,
not
why?
because I feel like the emotional damage of knowing that someone who raped you has
No.
your
I'm saying why in the case of for the sake of the conversation, I'll just grant rape and incest. Okay. We're talking about everybody
I have a
else,
question on
elective abortion. So
Very quickly.
why should somebody just going in for an elective abortion have to choose the artificial womb option?
because that is their own, like, that was their fault.
But if it's just a clump of cells, it's not even a person, it's just tissue, why do we care? Why bother?
I mean, if that's the argument, I would say she should also have the right to abort. I think a woman should they should
Well,
be
that's
able to choose.
that was what you initially had first said. So are
Yeah.
you rethinking the whole it's just
Well, I
tissue?
do think it's just a clump of cells and tissue.
Then
but
why
following-
would you say she has to choose the artificial womb option?
I don't know, because I don't think she should have been pregnant in the first place. She
There's
should have been
something
using
in your
attention.
mind that's conflicted. There's something in your mind pulling you in two separate
I
directions.
think my whole stance on abortion isn't necessarily about like, is it a clump of cells or is it a fetus? It's more of it's a woman's body and she should have a right to choose with what she wants. It's not about like if
Well,
she.
but
What if
don't
the
they-
fetus is a woman?
What woman doesn't have, what woman in 2026 doesn't know how to avoid getting pregnant?
No, they all do.
Yeah.
They all do,
So
absolutely.
so they did choose. They did have the right to choose and they chose to risk it and then they got pregnant. So why should they be allowed to kill a live human being? Even if you personally don't think it's a person.
Because it's not a human being.
It
It's
is a human
it's a
being.
fetus. fully developed the baby is, that's one thing. But if it's like,
okay, so
you've been pregnant for a week, like that's, are you saying that is a human being?
It's
That-
a living human being. Definitionally and biologically, you can't disagree. That's a fact. That's like me saying this is a white table and you going, I disagree.
Yeah, I would
It
say-
is definitionally a living human being. So what is it that makes it okay to kill it?
Because it's not conscious. It's not.
But if it's consciousness, so we're gonna walk through this.
It's
'cause
not. It's not conscious. What's the better word for it? Like,
yeah.
not
what's-
conscious, but like their brain, like they don't have. I don't think babies are in the womb that like when they're just at that stage, they're not forming thoughts. They're not like
they could
feeling
recognize
things.
their mother's voice.
I don't at 1 week, 2
So
weeks.
you think that they're
Yeah.
well? First of all, I think you can only take the pill up until like at 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can have the surgical option until at least 8 weeks, if I remember correctly. But okay, if it's just that it's not conscious and it can't form thoughts, once again, somebody in a coma. We should be allowed to just kill them. If I'm a caretaker,
They had a whole life though.
so
A
my
baby-
husband was in a car accident. He is now in a coma. He's in my home. I have to like change his, IV bag. I have to change his tube. I have to take care of him. But he's unconscious. Why can't I just kill
because
him?
he had a life ahead of that, and you've known him, loved him his entire life.
Why does that mean?
Because
what does that have to do with whether or not it's okay to kill a human being?
He's been alive, and yeah.
The baby has also been alive.
It's not though.
But it is alive. Maybe it hasn't. So you think you have to have experiences?
When does a baby's heart
Hey, you think a baby's not alive?
like start beating in the womb?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Five or 6 weeks.
Well, then why don't we just make it so abortions can't happen until after 6
Because
weeks?
almost nobody knows they're pregnant and can get in to get an abortion before 6 weeks. Most of them have to happen after that. The only way you can do that is with the abortion pill.
Well, I just think that women should have
So,
the right to
so
choose
what we've
either way.
found
They
through
should-
this inquiry is that you have arbitrary metrics based on your feels. That's what you have. You don't have any justified reason
Oh,
for
Miss
choosing,
Fifties.
this is the criteria of when it's okay to abort and when it's not. You're like, I just don't think it matters because I just don't.
I have a question in regards to that actually. So I am someone that has been in like a crazy accident, a freak accident, 1 in a million thing. I broke my back I'm lucky to, I mean, every day I'm grateful and I'm very happy to be alive, but I was supposed to be paralyzed from the waist down. So pregnancy for me, I mean, I obviously, I have an IUD and I am very, very careful, but pregnancy for me is something that could leave me like rendered in a place where let's say my nerves decided to, fuck up during my pregnancy, and then it leaves me rendered in a wheelchair the rest of my life. Do you think that that is in a case of, where it'd be okay?
I wouldn't say it's okay
So
because you do have the option to just not get pregnant. Like that's always a choice.
Let me give like a really specific case here. I have an IUD, right, which is over 99% effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the rare case that I was to get pregnant or have an even what is it called, like an ectopic pregnancy, where it's
Ectopic.
That's
So in the case of things like ectopics, that's not a viable pregnancy. The baby can't be. There's only one documented case of like an abdominal ectopic pregnancy accidentally making it close to term without the fetus or the mother
Okay, well,
dying.
let's say that it did, regular in the uterus where it's supposed to be, and I still did get pregnant, and even though I've been very careful, let's say it happens, because it does happen. It does. And especially in cases like mine where it would leave me then rendered in a wheelchair for the rest of my life just because I would be forced to have a child.
Are you certain it would do that? Because I'm
no,
not.
but there's a chance, and I'm not willing to take that chance.
But that right there
and
shows
if that's selfish, that's okay.
So
And
then
I'm
you shouldn't
selfish.
have sex. If you're not willing to take that chance, a lot of people jump into having sexual relationships and they don't actually understand the risk, because if
No,
you're
I do. That's why I have an IUD, and it's very effective.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
I would
99%
get
is
my
not
tube
100%.
side if I were you. If you,
yeah.
No, but I do want to have a child at some point. But I'm planning on just having a surrogate. So,
Well,
But
there's some
you could
issues with
still
that
have
too,
your
but
tubes.
we don't need to get
Well,
into
that's okay.
that
I'm
for
a
this
very
podcast.
scientific person,
But
so,
the thing about those kind of things, if I had $5 for every time I was told by a doctor, this is what's wrong with you, and they were wrong, like I'd be rich.
Oh, yeah,
I had a
absolutely. I
doctor
agree,
tell me after number 5 that I was never going to be able to lift weights or walk again, and I should just get a walker. Idiots. Well, they have to tell you things based on liability.
Mhm.
So if there's like the tiniest minuscule chance something could go wrong, they will try to like enforce that to you so that you can't come
Sure,
back
but
and
then
sue them. But
in my brain, like knowing that, we're supposed to trust the doctors, right? I mean, there's
I do not. I'm sorry. Call me the conspiracy theorist Daryl Gribble, but I do not. I can't help it. And I'm married to a nurse, but I still don't trust the doctors.
a whole bunch of fallacies with that whole system and everything like that. We're not going to get into that. But like in my brain, I know it's a possibility that it would leave me rendered in a wheelchair. So for me, that is something that after a certain
I think
time,
for the
obviously, there's
if we were having like a hardcore abortion debate, I think it'd be fine to spend time on that. But I think for a dating podcast, taking like the really far outliers, I don't know.
I was just curious on your views on it, because that is me.
My personal view is I would not kill a baby, even if there was a risk that I could. I mean, there's all kinds of risks for healthy, normal pregnancies.
Sure, absolutely.
They're
Absolutely.
low. They're very low, but they do exist. And I took the chance, multiple times. So, I had an epidural that went horribly wrong and could have left me paralyzed, and luckily it didn't. Great for me, yay! But I don't know. Let's see. What else do you guys want to talk about? Does anybody else have a
Well,
like a
I
topic
wanted to
thing?
add something real quick because in my experience, talking from my own experience, I did want to abort my son because after subconscious thought, after understanding myself, it was because I was scared to take commitment, to take accountability for actions. I'm a teen mom. Had to go to my parents with that, had to tell them, hey, this is what I did. And I was scared, and I didn't admit that I was scared. I wanted to take an easy way out. And
I'm glad you didn't. If you didn't, God bless you.
for most cases, because great babies are not as statistically, that doesn't happen to the norm of everybody else who are having abortions.
Yeah.
And going
Agree.
by and going by that statistic, it seems like society just doesn't want to take accountability. Women who get pregnant don't want to take accountability
100%,
because and this is the argument I hear, that men
Because women never want to take accountability for anything. But if you did have the baby, I'm very glad, and God bless you.
don't want to take accountability. And that's the fault I'm not saying that you deserve what happens to you. I'm not saying that it was okay, but it's still you as the adult making the conscious choice to be in this relationship, knowing that you could get pregnant. That happens. Doesn't matter your birth control. I had birth control after getting pregnant, and I was still talked to about the risk of getting pregnant right after already having a baby. There was no doctor told me, yeah, this is going to be fine. Go ahead, have unprotected sex. It does, like you won't have a baby with this in there. They gave me a list of birth controls, a list of disclaimers. This is not the only thing that will protect you from having a baby is abstinence. And no one wants to really agree with that because of instant gratification.
obviously.
I want to have sex. And that's fine. We're humans. We're, we have that animal instinct, but it's also the understanding, the whole idea about abortion is the argument of if it's a baby or if it's not a baby, I feel is useless because the real issue is accountability. Yeah. Are you somebody that can make a conscious choice and stick to that? Hey, I had sex, I got pregnant, and now I'm going to do the hard work. That's just how it is because that's your responsibility. And we talk about it being women's bodies, your choice, then you should already have that choice. Okay, if I'm going to choose to have sex and get pregnant, I should commit to that.
Jim, we need a decision.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Move to another one. See what else we can find. I already did some on this. It's only 18 minutes. I'll go there, but man, I don't want to.
Of secularism.
Yeah.
Or not secularism, I'm sorry, liberalism.
Wait.
Liberalism is what we're discussing here. So
Okay.
we'll pull back up on the notes since we went down that whole train of nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's foundational philosophy. Phil
okay.
101,
You're-
really. It's
you're-
kind of important.
you're right.
And you like to weaponize it for your dumb audience against mean people
Dumb audience.
to innocent OnlyFans girls to be see, their belief system isn't justified. And it's no one says
Name
at
a single
foundational
time when I've
level.
done that.
Every time you were on the show.
Yeah, so give me, do you have one?
Yeah, when you debate any secular person, when you debated Charlie, when you debate Destiny, when you debated Naima, when you debated Xena, when you debated et cetera, et cetera.
No, my argument is
you
actually
usually go,
that
your
if
belief
you're-
system's unjustifiable.
That's a dire
And it's
thing.
your
I do,
beliefs are
I do the
unjustifiable.
opposite. I start at the end. I just say if it's the case that it's just preferences, then you have absolutely no criticism.
And he
from
does that
opposing
every
mind.
single time.
Most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, wouldn't say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of we use, if they're utilitarian, they would use utiles.
These are all
if they're-
preferences.
Not really. These
Yeah,
are
really.
there's no more preferences than you preferring God.
That's my point.
But then all of this is empty.
That's right.
That's the point. That is literally the point. So, having said that and having worked this in, why don't you put your titties up? You're supposed to be debating, not showing your tits.
So your
So then
arguments
you
are
would have-
wait, but then you have to grant that your arguments are just as empty as theirs.
That's the point.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, we could, because then we could just use reason and logic and evidence of what seems to
Preferences?
benefit people.
Your preferences,
Yeah,
just my
I think
preferences?
it's reasonable to assume that I prefer that people are
Preferences, you just got finished saying, I prefer.
people experience less harm, right? I think that's a reasonable preference
Why?
to have because I want it.
Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to say no.
I didn't say it's unreasonable.
Then there's nothing to.
Yeah, I can't do this one again. I've actually seen this one, and she is, she makes my head hurt. We could do religion. We'll do age cap. We'll do this.
31-year-old guy. That to you, no go, right?
Yes.
Can the 18-year-old, though, override the vote of the 31-year-old guy? She can nullify his vote by just voting against him.
I wouldn't agree, I guess.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
so how is she informed enough to do that? She's informed enough to vote against him for all social issues in society, but is not informed enough to date him.
Because I think that relationships and voting for a society are two different
Yeah, one's
things.
way more important, and that would be
One-
voting for societal issues, right?
involves a-
Not saying that I would. I'm just pointing out this contradiction.
A disagreement you have with the show is age gap relationships.
Yes.
You're against them for a multitude of reasons. Why is that?
Because of the natural imbalance that can happen within a age gap relationship for both genders. Naturally, someone who's much older is going to have more education. They're going to have more life experience. They're going to have a bigger income. And because of that imbalance, there is a higher risk for abuse or manipulation. That's why I'm against them. And I will add that I am a child of an age gap relationship. My father is 19 years older than my mother. And I have several family members that are in age gap.
And yet you're sitting here on the internet with your titties completely out, mind you.
Gap relationships, and I have seen them negatively be affected by them.
Should your parents get divorced?
Yes, my mother was 21 when she divorced my father.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, okay. Not were they divorced? Would you recommend that all of your friends who are in age gap relationships get a divorce?
I think it depends per relationship and the amount of age that the gap is. So for
I love how because her titties are completely out and sitting down on her waist, Andrew is just looking to the right and up to the ceiling. I love that. I mean, I hate that he has to do that, but I love that he's a respectful male and he's doing that because it's kind of, you know, it is what it is.
example, if it's 10 years or younger, that's
So let's
fine.
say you had one that are in a 15-year age gap relationship, a friend.
Mm-hmm.
They've been married for 5 years and they have 2 kids together. Would you recommend that they go ahead and get divorced?
If the woman is being any kind of abused or is
Well, no, she says that she absolutely adores him and he says the same thing and they have kids together and they seem happy. Should they
then
get a
I
divorce?
wouldn't recommend a divorce if they're happy.
Then age gaps themselves are not the problem then.
Exactly. Are not the problem.
I would still say it's a problem just because of all of the reasons I listed earlier of like the older person having a power imbalance.
What is the power imbalance?
Like I said, they have more money, they have more life experience. It's
What if
easier
they
to
don't,
manipulate the younger person into believing, okay, I'm this perfect like partner that's going to, do all of these things for you, and then in the end they're maybe like not paying all the bills. You're trying to make sure that
But
you're
can't that
staying
happen
home.
in an age similar relationship?
Okay, I can give you a perfect example. My mother immigrated here with my father at 18, pregnant with me. My father was the provider. My father went out and worked. But a lot of times the lights would go out because he wasn't paying the electric bill. He was gambling. My mother, it wasn't until my mother started speaking full English and was able to go get a job that we were able to reliably stay in a home.
What does that
Well,
have
hold on.
anything to do?
Those things could manifest themselves in an equal age relationship.
Well, that's also culturally informed. So they were coming from which nation?
Lebanon.
Yeah, so there it's
Where
very
age gap
common.
relationships are very
Yeah,
common.
not only very common, but so are incestuous relationships, right?
Yes.
Also very common.
Cousins get married
So,
there.
First cousins.
Yes. Yes, they
So
do.
the thing is like the idea of having the cultural information, being culturally informed. Don't you think that here in the United States, there's a huge distinction between they're 16, 17, 18 in Iran and they're marrying a 30-year-old because that's part of how they keep legacies together with their first cousins or whatever and various things like this. And
That's hilarious. I'm going to back up because that one I have saw before. Let's go to this one. This one's pretty much, horrible.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours.
You're a bad
I
fit
have
the
come
entire
here
night.
to say exactly what I believe in, which is I think that, I believe in traditional relationships and marriage. I think that women, and nowadays we have a different role for women. And I think you can have a career and also be traditional. That's all that if people are watching now, they can run it back and see. Nothing is extremist or out of the ordinary. And I think that just has not been very well received. But again, this is that kind of a podcast, and you believe traditional has to be trad wife, and anybody outside of that is, not traditional, not conservative. And I'm just here because I want to mend relationships between men and women. In fact, I want to give men tips on how to land a woman and get married and that kind of stuff. I've had really good success with advising people on it. And I guess men are watching this show this late at night because they want to know what women think, right?
No, we know what women think. We're watching because we're completely disassociated. Well, I say that. Obviously not. Men are completely disassociated with women nowadays. And it's because they're sitting there with their chests half hanging out.
How women think so that they can get into a relationship with them. That's what we're here to do. Do you want more marriages? Do you want more relationships to happen? Or are you trying to divide the sexes with your show? Or do you think that your show helps unite the sexes or divide the sexes?
I want people to have great relationships.
Do you think your show helps do that?
I'll say I want
do.
people to come to my show with clothes on, fully clothed. This is not a beach. But at least 2 of them are sitting there with their tits. 3 of them, really. 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree with that. That's why I'm here, because
You disagree.
yes, but I like to go into the wolves' den. I don't like to preach to the choir.
Let's see. The red shirt and the maroon shirt, and I guess the white shirt behind Andrew, have at least enough decency to put on clothes and cover themselves. Cheers, ladies. This is a real clap. It's not fake. Thank you. God bless you 3.
Choir. I think
How does
that
it?
that's-
What evidence do you have that it is divisive? And do you have anything that would back up this assertion?
Yes, I think that women are very often, devalued on the show. I think that the show.
What does it? Oh my God, you're all over the
I
fucking
think that
place.
the show
Your
mis-
claim is it broadly like societally divisive to the viewers or to the audience?
Sure. So I'll put
what
one
does that have to
example.
do?
One example.
What does
right?
that have to do with the women at the table?
One example. I'm very impressed at the show's ability to gather this kind of an audience. There's a lot of women here that do sex work, right? And they're a very small percentage of the population. So they're not an accurate representation at all of most women.
How's that
Most
relevant
women
to
are
your-
not.
irrelevant?
Most women
I'm
are
gonna
not.
be like a lawyer. You know when the
Most women are
you
not
know how
sexually
lawyers just like
promiscuous.
what are the other things? Irrelevant.
Most women are not sexually
argumentative.
promiscuous. Most women.
Well, what
yes.
is-
Hold on. That's not true.
Yeah. What do you
In your
consider
opinion,
promiscuity?
right?
Not just my opinion.
Well, hang
But-
on. Let her define
but-
it. What is
but if you are
what is
trying to-
promiscuity? How many bodies is promiscuous?
I can't put a number on it,
She
but I
So
will
then how can you say most
So then
women
how can
aren't
you
that if
say
you
they're
can't put
not?
a number
I will say
on
that
it?
I think the point of
I
the
will
show-
say that I need you to answer the question.
Sure. What was your question?
What when you say promiscuous, what does that mean?
Having sex outside of solid relationships, I think that is being more sexually liberated or promiscuous. Yes. Does
Okay,
that-
now I'm
does
not
that-
And you're saying you're a Christian? A TPA Christian? You're a FemCon. This is a FemCon.
asking about more. I'm
Let's get that a
asking
good
what
definition.
is promiscuous?
Anything that, one night stands or, unprotected sex or, just sex.
So as
with
long as a
random
woman's having
individuals.
protected sex, she's
No,
not
I'm
promiscuous?
saying additional examples to that.
Okay.
I think the ideal should be sex in a committed relationship where you first
Okay.
vet the person.
If
so that
a
you
woman's
don't-
had
How about man and wife? I mean, what is there anything wrong with husband and wife sexual relations and everything else stopped? Because that would fix the world. That would fix a lot of the problems, whether you guys realize it or not.
Sex with
started.
if a woman's had sex with 20 men,
Mhm.
do you consider that promiscuous in and of itself?
If I ask that question to an 80-year-old woman and she tells me 20, I'd probably be like, probably not, Grandma. You had your years.
Okay, so
you know?
20 bodies is not
In
promiscuous.
80
okay, so
years.
20 bodies is not necessarily promiscuous.
No, would you say
30, hang
so?
on, 30 bodies?
It depends. I, again, don't want to be the person to judge that, but my original question was.
Well,
I
hang
don't
on.
think-
The blonde has been obnoxious and selfishly interrupting and hogging the convo all show. I feel sorry for the other guests. The Belarus cutie is more conservative than her.
The original question doesn't make sense unless we have an answer to this question
Do I
because
think
we
30
don't know what you
bodies
mean by
is high
promiscuous.
Or promiscuous?
Is it promiscuous?
I personally put that more on the promiscuous side. Yes.
At about 30.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but not 20.
If it's grandma who lived her life. and
She's 50.
80, then
She's 50. Is a 50-year-old with 20 bodies promiscuous?
How about
She just won't take a stand on anything or put labels on anything. There's no point in
wait, how about a
arguing.
20-year-old?
Mhm.
How about a 20-year-old who has 20 bodies?
I think that they made very difficult, bad choices.
Are they promiscuous?
Yeah. You
How
know,
about 10 bodies?
at 20 years old, you know,
Are they promiscuous?
I think so personally for my standards.
5 bodies.
I'm gonna head out. I'm sorry. I do have to drive 2 hours, but I really enjoyed being on the show.
Do you want to stay for your notes?
My what?
Your
we need
notes.
to do your notes. I'm going to try to wrap this soon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But my original point is
Well, I answered
this
the
show
question. Hang
doesn't
on. Is
help
5
the-
is 5 at 20 promiscuous?
this show doesn't help bridge the gender war
I think it
gap
does. It's
by telling men that
This-
most women are sex workers.
Well, hang on.
Whoa,
It
again with the
doesn't do
fucking
that.
straw man, bro.
It doesn't do that.
Or that this is
That's such oh my god.
or that this
bro.
is a valid
No,
representation
no.
of most women.
When have I if any let's make a bet. Repeat what you just said. This show says that most women are sex workers.
No.
That's don't fucking lie. Repeat what you said.
And that's see the tone. Don't fucking
Yeah, because
lie.
you're lying
have
about
I said
me.
that
You're
to
literally
you?
slandering. If any, let's make a bet. Repeat what you just said.
Men that
This-
most women are sex workers.
Well, hang on.
Whoa,
It
again with the
doesn't do
fucking.
that.
doesn't help bridge the gender war
I think it
gap
does. It's
by telling men that
This-
most women are sex workers.
Well, hang on.
Whoa,
Wait a minute.
again with the fucking straw man, bro.
It doesn't do that.
or that this is
That's such. Oh my god.
or that this
bro.
is a valid
No,
representation
no.
of most women.
When
But
have
it's
I?
not.
If anybody, if any, let's make a bet. Repeat what you just said. This show says that most women are sex workers.
No.
That's don't fucking lie. Repeat what you said.
And that's see the tone. Don't fucking
Yeah, because
lie.
you're lying
have
about
I
me.
said that?
You're literally
Yes.
slandering my fucking show. You're lying.
I'm not
Yes,
slandering the show.
men have issues with lies. I know maybe you don't,
I
but
do.
men. Okay, so repeat what you said
I said that this
and don't change it.
this show has mostly what a great
That's
percentage.
not what you're such a fucking pathological liar. Repeat what you
this
said.
show gathers surprisingly a large amount of sex workers.
That's
who
not what you
represent
said.
Not what you
most
said.
women.
You
Is
said
that not
that's
what
not
I-
what you
convinces
said.
men
that's
You're
what
a
I-
most
liar.
women are
Is
sex
that not what I
You're a liar.
originally said and
No.
opened this entire
2 points.
conversation with?
2 points.
What did
Great
you-
straw man. You're a liar. Let me clarify.
Rewind the
She's
tape.
not a liar. That is what she said.
That's
No,
not
it's
what
not.
she
Not
said.
what she said.
You're a fucking liar and a gaslighter.
Everybody
I'm
is.
not
So
gaslighting.
you're literally
Play it
gaslighting.
back.
I'll
Play it
tell you.
back.
Okay.
No, but let's do
We
a
should,
bet.
but
Let's
we
do
should.
a bet.
We should
Will you
play it
pay
back.
me?
What she said,
You pay me
though.
$100,000?
I don't have $100,000, but I know that I opened
Do you
up.
have 10? Do you have
But I opened up
$10,000?
this argument by saying that a
no.
great majority of women in the show
That's
are
not
sex
what you
workers
said.
That is what she said.
That is
and
not
are
what you said.
representative, and that
No,
is
it's
very
not a majority.
representative.
Hold on. 2 points.
Yes.
So first we'll get into the straw man. You were saying that I think that a majority of women are sex workers. Is that what she said?
If,
Angie?
No.
if I said that, if
What
I
you
said
said
that,
at
Hang on,
if
hang on.
I
I'll
said
tell you.
that, I misspoke.
What
That's
she,
what you
what she
fucking
said
said.
is you're
If I said that, I
teaching
misspoke.
you're teaching men that the majority of men or women
women
are
are
sex
sexually
workers.
Yes.
No, you
promiscuous
said
and-
sex workers.
Oh, okay. So I misspoke there. Promiscuous.
And
Sexually
okay,
promiscuous.
and so to that point,
They
are.
when we say sexually promiscuous,
Sure.
what does promiscuous mean to you?
For my standards,
Yeah.
I think it's having sex outside of committed, stable relationships. And
So if you've
the
had
i-
5, if you've had 10 stable,
and
yeah.
another additional qualifier
Yeah.
to that is that the point of those relationships is marriage, not just dating to date.
Okay, so
But
you've
wait.
had 10. Let's say
Mhm.
you're 26. You've had 10 committed relationships. They all failed pretty quickly.
That's
Is that
very bad-
promiscuous?
That's
Is that promiscuous?
I think that's bad decision.
But is it
making.
promiscuous though?
And yes, I would qualify it as that.
Okay.
Personally,
7 at 26.
I don't know. At 26, it depends how early on you
The
started
whole. So here's the
relationships.
problem. What you're doing is you're
Do
utilizing.
you think it's high?
Yeah.
27
You're
and
utilizing. Yeah.
27 and
Yes.
26?
Yes.
Can
Of course
somebody
it
in the
is.
Discord
Okay.
What you're doing is
for
you're
me? Put it in
utilizing.
the research tab.
You're
Put
utilizing
it in the research
equivocation.
tab. Somebody in the Discord.
You're utilizing equivocation. So when you say that you're teaching women that, or teaching men that women are promiscuous, right? And then you say most women are not promiscuous.
Yeah.
Stop letting the TP reject dom the convo. She's actually outperforming the femdoms by trolling this whole time. Don't let Andrew 1v1 her. I don't want to read his obituary afterwards or anyone reading mine after watching it. Meeting this bag out of California.
You fail to actually identify to us what the numbers are for promiscuity. So how could we even check the claim? Like if I were to say most women at
How about
25,
Brian
hang
Google
on,
it?
stop. If most women have a body count at 25 of above X,
Yeah.
would that mean that most women are promiscuous? You won't actually commit to that position.
I have my personal opinions on it, but you can Google, I guess, based on surveys, because there's no way to find this out for sure.
Mhm.
But you can Google based on surveys how many average amount of sexual partners men
We
and
can.
women have had. And you can look that up. And then I am curious to know if you believe that number is high. The
It is
average amount
high.
for men, per male, per female.
Mhm.
And then we can have an honest conversation, because that number is actually not very high.
What is it?
I don't know. I think it's about 3, 4 per.
Are you trying to say that
Bro,
modern society is
I don't
not
know what
promiscuous?
kind
3 or
of-
4.
That's
This girl
wild.
lives in Miami too. Those Miami girls are. That's crazy.
That is wild.
She lives in Florida, bro. Women will have a body count of
Just
10.
because you live somewhere does not make you.
Women will have a
promiscuous.
body count of 10 by the time they graduate high school.
Yep.
Not
Some
all
women.
women, not all women, but like a liberal girl,
Most women don't.
a liberal, hold on. In 2026, a liberal girl who goes to like, let's say a medium-sized college, by the time she's done graduated, not all women, to be clear.
Most women is my opinion. Why don't you Google
Ah.
what's based on surveys? What's the average?
You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this right now because she is clearly lying. So let's see. What is the body count in most women in the US? It's not going to give. Let's see. Four to 7 is what it's saying, but that's not true. Modern. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Show's been hijacked by women lying. It's just going to keep.
Average body count. For
Women surveys are not helpful at all.
Because they're not true.
Because you can't have a factual.
10 at 26.
Between 4 to 10 at 26. That's what he said.
That would be promiscuity.
Which, in your opinion, is.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
No.
Of course, you wouldn't admit it on the show.
No,
You'd
but I have
probably lie.
not. So
Right.
if you think
Have you ever?
I'm
How about
lying-
this? Have you ever slept with a man or done anything sexual with a man within 24 hours of meeting him?
No.
Doubtful. In any case.
Okay, so again,
I'll explain to you
my personal character.
Yeah, well,
and,
just like
and
you
you're
slandered
lying
me.
too.
Yeah, just like you lied and slandered about me. So
What part of that? What did I say? that
yeah,
was a
so here's the
slanderous
slander.
lie?
You think that the
Why
majority.
don't you name it? Because
Yeah,
you just told me that I'm lying about one night
I'm
stands
about
and
to.
I'm not.
I'm about
So
to.
what did I
So
do?
yeah,
You're
the
so
slander
combative.
here is you're basically misrepresenting the guest selection
She's
that we
so
have on the show.
combative.
You claim that the majority of the guests we've had on the show are sex workers. This is just factually completely untrue. The minority of our guests are sex workers, and we've taken statistics on this.
Okay.
It's 15 to 20% of all our total guests are sex workers. Now you might look around and you're like, well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. We've had 2,000 guests on the show.
Okay.
Have you done record keeping? Have you looked back at all our shows and
I see
made a determination? Just because you see,
Yeah.
hold on. If this panel was all black people, would that mean we've only brought black people on the show?
No, absolutely not.
Right. So logically, just because
Mhm.
we have sex worker, sex worker, sex worker, sex worker, sex worker,
That's a majority
and we-
already.
that wouldn't.
Plus the ones that
so
left.
so because they're.
What was the percentage of this
wi-
panel, Brian?
The women who hold on, the women who left were not sex workers. So actually, we have a majority now, but the majority prior.
One of them was
Who? There were.
the bikini girl.
Kayla?
She sells photos of herself in bikinis
Well-
on a sex worker website.
That's not sex.
I think it was like a
She-
It's like a family friendly.
I think. Okay,
Weird.
maybe it's a gray area for her, but the other girl who left, not a sex worker.
Yes.
In any case, I don't see how that would establish. So here is this the logic? Well, the majority of the women tonight are sex workers. Ergo, the majority of all the guests you've ever had on the show must be sex workers.
From what I've seen in the past, yes, I have not followed the Whatever podcast
Okay,
from its initial stages.
We keep statistics.
So maybe at the initial stages, it was a lot less, I guess the percentage of women that work in the sex industry,
one is
it was a lot less. But as the podcast went on, then
Hang
maybe
tight for the rest. We need to do your notes.
then maybe you realized you probably get a lot more views by having women
It's not
on
true at all.
that have a
It's
past
a total
in
straw
working in the
man.
sex
It's again a
industry.
total straw man. It's a total fabrication.
No,
it's
I
a
see
total lie.
clips on social media
God.
and they're
It's so impossible to argue with somebody like this. You've seen clips.
Mhm.
This is the metric I would use. Our most viral moments
Yeah.
were not with women who were sex workers. Some of our best discussions were not necessarily with women who were sex workers. So again, it's a total misrepresentation. It's a total straw man. And I'm providing the facts to you directly as the person who oversees the show, who does the guest booking, who does the guest procurement. It's 15 to 20%.
15 to 20%.
That is correct.
Which is still much higher than the less than 1% of women that
That's a
actually
great
are
Maud and
sex
Bailey. Thank you for
workers,
shifting
right?
the goalpost, Maud and Bailey.
No, that's a big percentage difference.
Yes, it is higher than the population. Although technically, if you're looking at like between the ages of 18 to 25, something like 10% of.
My original argument
Hold
was
on,
that this
stop
this
interrupting.
podcast misrepresents the actual amount of women that do have these
No,
kinds
it
of
doesn't.
backgrounds.
I see.
No, it doesn't.
As far as representation goes, you
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. Here's the thing. You're exploring modern dating, right?
Mhm.
Now, did you see what you did there? You said that the podcast does not adequately represent the amount of total women who are sex workers. But what is the amount of sex workers in the age demographic that Brian has on? And is that overrepresented? Because that would be the real question, wouldn't it?
The age
Like
demographic. So you want like
hang on,
older-
stop. I'll explain. Okay, so let's assume that the average age of the woman who comes on here is between 18 and 22. Let's just assume that. Do
Okay.
you think that the odds of them being a sex worker greatly decrease when you're not actually modeling that against the entire population of women, but only the 18 and 22-year-olds?
I think most
Answer that
people-
question.
I don't know those. I don't
Exactly.
know
So
those
how could you say it's an overrepresentation? You don't
Yes,
even know.
because most women that are most of the women that do work in the sex industry
Yeah.
are also in the younger category
Uh-huh.
for sure.
So how do you know what can you look up real quick, Brian? What is the actual
He says there's a reason she's got a boyfriend and not a fiance, and a reason why she's doing a RW grift, I guess a right wing grift. She's chasing the bag, and the bag is full of shekels. Ooh. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that.
percentage of women in that age bracket who are sex workers?
So I actually
much higher.
I know it offhand. So it's 18 to 24. It's 10%. So yes,
10%.
Of women 18 to
To
35 or to what age? 18 to 20.
Twenty-four who are sex
18% of women are sex workers.
I see.
Is that a statistic?
No,
that you
she said
stand on?
10%.
Say it again.
I said 18. Okay. Women between the ages of 18 to 24, 10% of them have OnlyFans or are sex workers.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a that sounds like a wrong statistic and an over exaggeration. But I don't have a laptop in front of me or my phone to
Okay.
verify those claims. So
She has to question all of our stats, but we have to unquestioningly accept
No.
every single
Would you-
bullshit that she
okay,
spewed
but
tonight.
can you at least admit that within that age group, it's going to be much higher than the sample
yes,
against the
because
entire
women are more
population of women?
attractive very attractive
then
at that
how would you
age.
even know if it's an oversampling in comparison to the age group, which is most commonly
Here.
represented on
Hey,
whatever?
Nathan, can you just ask ChatGPT? Here's the question you're going to ask. % of women 18 to 24 who do OnlyFans.
Or sex work in general. You can make it broader.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just keep it to OnlyFans,
Mhm.
which would probably lower the percentage. My AI overview here says recent data estimates that approximately 1.2 to 1.4 million women aged 18 to 24 in the US are active creators on OnlyFans. This represents roughly 10 to 14% of all women in that specific age group. Nathan, can you pull it up?
One platform.
Oof.
I would love to see
Okay.
that.
Some social posts and community estimates suggest that around 1.2 to 1.4 million American women aged 18 to 24 have OnlyFans accounts. If you assume there are about 10 to 10.7 million US women in that age group, that would imply roughly around 10% to 14% of OnlyFans.
Wait, I'm confused. 10 to 14%, and isn't it only about 15%?
15 to 20, but it's closer to 50.
Wow, that sounds like it's completely a representation, then, doesn't it? Boy, you fucked that one up.
No, I thought.
Boy, you fucked that one up,
I
lady.
thought the number. I will admit, I thought the number was a lot.
And by the way,
lower.
it's actually even better because not all of the OF girls who come on are between the 18 to 26 percentile. So because of that, it actually would lower the amount of OnlyFans girls in
Well,
that
I'm
percentile. So it actually is very possible that he roughly has exactly the representation of OnlyFans girls on.
The truth is, this girl, she's a Turning Point USA chick. She was not, is not, and cannot be ready for Andrew. Andrew had her number, and she hates it. You can see by the look on her face, she absolutely hates it. Look at that. She cannot stand the fact that he has her number, but he has it, and there's nothing she can do about it. The other girl over here, Anna or Anka or whatever her name is, she's
versus non-OnlyFans girls,
Well,
wrong
not if
age
you count-
demographic.
Not if you count the age bracket of women that you have here. I'm 32. She's 36, you said. So
And
why
are-
don't you increase the age bracket and check the
Are either of
percentage
you
again?
sex workers?
No.
Okay, so then it seems like
telling me
you're
the
representing
percentage would be a
it
lot
just
lower.
should, and it is. It's 0%. Look, it's 0% right now.
So again, out of the women
No,
here, we
but-
go up to the age of 36.
See, but she,
So why don't you put that same? So why don't you put that same age bracket right now
Hold
on
on.
your laptop?
We're-
The youngest girl.
but
and
now
the
we're
oldest
getting
girl.
now we're
And
getting
we'll
into the
see.
weeds. You're shifting the goalposts.
No, I'm
You're-
not.
Yes, you
This is
are.
not a
You're
progressive conversation.
hold on.
This is a
I'm
numbers
almost done.
conversation.
I'm almost done. So, man, let me see. This is what's frustrating. Like, let me. If I'm going to engage, can you guys just let me speak and you don't have to chatter because now we're wasting 5-10 seconds. Okay. Your original claim, which was false, was that I'm suggesting that the majority of women are sex workers or that the majority of the guests that we have on this show are sex workers. It's not, the majority.
They definitely.
You said majority.
If I did, then I
You were
misspoke.
right,
But it
not
is definitely.
misspoke. You
But
were
it's
mistaken.
definitely an overrepresentation of sex workers.
Okay,
naturally
but so
with-
even
with-
if it's
with women.
5% over, it's like,
Uh-huh.
so who gives a fuck?
If it's
Who gives a fuck?
5%
Whatever.
would be very
Don't care.
low. I agree. 5% would be very low.
Who cares?
So let's put the bracket then
full of
between
crap.
18
I'm not
to
interested in
36
exploring the data
Playing in
further.
a
and actually
You were just incorrect.
Right.
actually looking up the number. I think it'd be closer to maybe 5% or
full of
2%
crap.
of the population. That's a small percentage.
Are we
Yeah,
gonna include
but-
80-year-olds?
Why do you keep on?
Not 80-year-olds, but you have on average up to 40 maybe on this podcast. So that would greatly
But
decrease
I'm
the
not
percentage.
attempting to paint women in this light as if they're all sex workers. I can sit here right now. So if you're just curious as to my actual position, the majority of women are not sex workers. I don't know the exact numbers total. If we were to look at a different age range, 18
Yep.
to 34, 40, whatever, it's a small minority of women who are sex workers.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That chick is insufferable, man. Her husband has to want to blow his brains out with a shotgun.
position, so I'm not putting out there, by the way, guys, like 70% of women are degenerate OnlyFans girls. That's not what I say. So you're contending with
agree.
a
I've never
position
said that you said that.
that isn't even forwarded by me.
I've never said that you said that. I say that this
You
show
literally-
overrepresents the amount of women in the industry.
We
that's
do not
just-
represent women.
But we
In
haven't
my
even
research-
demonstrated that,
women as a
though.
whole.
in my in my
workers,
research of your
honestly.
podcast and watching different videos and clips, I personally just noticed that there were a lot of sex workers, and I thought that maybe you cast sex workers preferably because it is, entertaining or
Because it's a
interesting.
huge sampling of the population who are in dating age.
It is not entertaining. It is degrading.
Of 18 to
Yep, dating age.
26.
Yep.
It's a massive,
surge.
massive percentage of the population of women who are in the dating age of 18 to 26. So not only is it not a massive overrepresentation, which we just literally established 5 seconds ago, because we know the percentage of total sex workers who've been on. We could even reduce that by 18 to 26 and it would still be less.
If somebody on the street asked me, hey, can you describe the whatever podcast? What kind of people do they bring on? What
Then you
is
would
their
be wrong.
backgrounds? Do you think that it'd be wrong and people would just, say that no, they don't bring
That's
greater
a fallacious
representation
argument. You're
of
making an appeal to
sexual
majority.
workers?
You're making an appeal to majority.
Disingenuous,
What's disingenuous is making an appeal to majority.
Wait, I got the perfect thing. Did you
Yes.
vote for Trump?
I did.
Are you okay? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So if I were to poll the majority of people in California as to do you think that Trump is a rapist? They'd probably say yes. Is
Okay.
it true that he is a rapist?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
great.
So just because, if I were to poll the majority of Californians,
That's a really good point, Brian. I don't know if this TPUSA lady can understand and give you ground on this, because I think that's a defeat for her argument. That's a really good point, Brian.
hey, do you think ICE is there's massive amounts of misconduct amongst ICE?
I think she knows it.
Law enforcement
Ooh, yeah, she
officers,
knows it.
and they're like, yeah, I think that there's a lot of there's a lot. Would that actually prove that it's true or mean it's true?
No, but you're making my argument for me. The fact that just because a majority of people say that they believe Trump is a rapist, it doesn't make it true. Just like if you have a larger representation of women with a sex background, it doesn't mean that most women are promiscuous as a whole.
That would be your argument.
Wait,
that would
no,
be
no, no.
Brian's argument.
Your argument that you forwarded was, well, do you think if I ask people on the street, what they think the whatever podcast is about, and if it has a whole bunch of OnlyFans girls on it?
She's defeated. She's defeated. This is what a defeated femme con looks like. A feminist wolf in sheep's clothing pretending to be a conservative. This is what it looks like. Look at them eyes. Them eyes cut. You know why them eyes cut? Because she's defeated.
And it's like the majority.
No?
Okay, so regardless of if
she refuses to be defeated,
even if they did,
does it mean it's true?
Yeah, that's the question.
So if people out there on the street say, yes, I think that a majority of the women who go on the whatever podcast are OnlyFans girls, does it mean it's true?
You have the numbers, I don't. So you're telling me
Answer the question.
You're telling me it's not
Answer
true.
the question.
You're telling me it's not true because based on the entirety of the show's history, that has not been the case. And you have the stats, so you could
That
be
is
right. From the
Not
shows,
just I could be right, I am right.
okay, from the shows that most people have seen recently, I'd say that the brand of this podcast is having women with a background in
That's
some
not
kind
the
of sex.
brand. How could that possibly be the brand if the minority of our guests are sex workers? The majority of our guests are not sex workers.
Okay, well, I guess that's a PR issue. Might want to work on that.
Period. Moving on. Moving on.
Totally
Moving
logically-
on. Moving on, please, for the
logically
love of
incoherent.
God.
But so, okay, you do acknowledge that even if that's the perception, perception doesn't mean truth.
Yep, absolutely. You have the numbers, I don't, and you're saying.
But so
that
why
they're
would
not.
you have forwarded the argument of, well, what do you?
I don't understand. You can't possibly believe this because now the logical entailment of your argument is tens of thousands of people are going to think you're a hooker.
No, I think
Then why are you on a podcast?
Ooh, what a good point, Andrew. What a good point. Why would you go on here? Why would you go onto the show if tens of thousands of people perceive it as everyone on there as sex workers? That's a great point.
That's where everybody thinks only hookers go on the podcast.
Mostly. That's the
Mostly.
PR. I'm telling you guys.
What do you mean?
The image of
Why
the
would you
PR
go
that
on a
have.
podcast that you think has the PR that only hookers go on
Because
if
I
you
love-
didn't want people to think you were a fucking hooker?
Because you sporadically do have women that aren't hookers. You've had Lila.
Oh,
you've
wait,
had Lila
that's
Rose
really
on.
weird.
You've had
The
excuse me.
PR.
Wait, so the reputation.
The reputation is only hookers go on. I better go on that podcast.
You've had Lila Rose on.
Holy
who is
fucking
on.
brilliant. Boy, look at the big brain on Sam over here. Woo.
All right.
All right.
You've had like
That is a roasting if I've ever seen a roasting. We're going here. I'm not watching 10 hours of this crap. But until dinner, we'll watch until dinner.
Peter Van here. You know, I thought growing up would be the worst.
Animal-based diet, so the majority of my food is from everything from raw meat, raw organs, raw eggs, raw dairy.
So you won't cook a steak. You'll just is it even a steak at that point? It's just is it still a steak if it's not cooked?
Yeah, because I mean, you still go to the store and you say, "I'll have that steak."
Okay, so you'll eat a raw steak.
Yes, like steak tartare, for example.
Okay, but you'll just have there'll be a slab of meat, like some center cut tenderloin or something, and you'll just eat it completely raw, uncooked. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can go for it, including pork, including chicken.
Would you like cook it as a cheat meal?
Quicker.
I do have
Not
cooked.
you.
No, I do have cooked meat on occasion, but again, raw animal based. So the majority of meat I eat is raw.
Wait, can you clarify on the chicken real quick?
Yeah. So it's a very different kind of belief than what is generally. It's based in terrain theory. So you actually want to increase salmonella exposure, which is something generally people would be not too privy to. So having everything from raw eggs to get more salmonella exposure and also raw chicken.
I was going to say, do you start with like raw eggs to build up that exposure?
I didn't need to. I went from over a decade of vegetarianism and veganism, and then I went straight into the raw chicken and haven't looked back.
Have you gotten sick?
No, it's been 3 years and I have not gotten sick.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Strong immune system.
Yeah.
So you'll just leave meat out overnight too, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's different kinds of fermented meat that's called high meat. So you can ferment it up to weeks and eat it. Same with eggs, same with milk, same, raw dairy, you can ferment a lot. But it is good if you leave it out overnight because it gets more bacterial exposure.
What about parasites?
Yeah, exactly. What about parasites?
Yeah.
So
He's still looking
again,
forward.
within terrain theory, this is completely different than germ theory, which is the standard narrative. And
Still
the
looking
idea is that
forward,
parasites are not necessarily a negative. There's a lot of benefits that you can have to them, and parasites being used as beneficial because they're actually able to eat dead tissue within the intestines.
some people detox, like go through a parasite detox using wormwood.
No,
specifically not to have any kind of parasites within them. So I haven't heard your theory, but I'm willing to learn about different things. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm surprised you're here, so that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. I'm still kicking.
Yeah.
I anticipate to continue kicking, but I can get more into that later and into the history of it and to kind of how I got into that way of eating.
But like if somebody just jumped into it, like could a normal person just eat with you in the sense that like you've maybe
Really appreciate out of someone, needs that we need fulfilled, certain needs we don't need fulfilled as aggressively.
I notice that you're wearing some crystals this evening.
Yes.
You like crystals?
I enjoy crystals. Yeah, this is a labradorite. This is definitely a man-made cutesy little, I don't know, it could be
What's
a
your
quartz
favorite? What's your
underneath.
favorite color crystal?
My favorite color crystal. I wouldn't say I have a favorite color crystal. Maybe green. Green's my favorite color. Labradorite's really beautiful because it's got lots of green and blue tones, and it's kind of iridescent.
Does that go with the goddess stuff?
I think
so.
crystals are very beautiful, and they go with that and much more. I mean, they have many purposes to them other than their beauty.
Okay.
So
I think women
Next.
collect crystals like men collect cards, right? Something like that.
Go ahead.
Crystals are a gift from God. I am in a monogamous relationship. So I've been with him less than a year now. But
So why are you
What
not
was the longest
single?
relationship you've ever had?
the longest relationship that I've ever had was probably about 3 years.
Okay. What about you? Hi. What about you?
I am currently single. I've been single for a year.
'Cause you want what
I'm
you tend to.
polyamorous. I am currently seeing someone, and I also have a sex slave.
Okay. When you say you're poly, so are you dating multiple people?
Yes. So with polyamory, even when I'm single and I'm not in a relationship, I still consider myself polyamorous. And then if I'm in a relationship, I'm still open to more than one relationship. And I have had 2 partners at once.
You said you're a dominatrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is your sex slave a paying client then?
No, actually, we started out as just friends, became friends with benefits. And then I asked him if he would be interested in being my sex slave, which actually helps me with my work.
Doesn't that kind of like destroy the whole idea though? Like if you're going to have a sex slave, isn't it not supposed to be consensual? Isn't that where like the real slave driver energy is, right? Is like they don't want that. That's what makes them a slave.
I think it depends on the submissive because and the dominant. Because for me, he's giving me consent within that amount of time to have my way with him.
So who's really in charge?
The submissive, ultimately. The submissive has
So
all
then
the
you're
power.
then you're the submissive.
Not exactly, because I'm leading the scene,
Yeah.
but the submissive has the right and the opportunity to end the scene at whatever time. So I like to describe it like this. When I negotiate with someone and I start to get consent from them, it's like they're drawing an outline of a book, like a coloring book.
Yeah.
And then they're giving me the colors that I'm allowed to use. And then I'm coloring in the page. And that's how we create the experience together.
Okay.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can explore the neighborhood or live like a local.
Wow.
Unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. With IHG's 20 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
I mean, gross. Seriously gross.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Gum. Yes to fresh.
I'm single, and my longest relationship was probably like, I don't know. He would probably call it like 3 years, but in reality, it was like 9 months because he wasn't really just dating me. So, yeah.
But you were with him for 3 years.
Yeah, on and off, but I think it was a lot of like just me being the one dating, and he was just doing what I think he was telling people we weren't dating, but had a lot of messy relationships.
So it was on and off.
Yeah, I would.
Were you
that's
seeing
probably the
other
best.
guys?
I was
at
not,
all?
but he was seeing
Well,
other girls.
but you said there were off periods. During those off periods,
like
were-
in his eyes, but in my like it was like 3 years, but I mean, like I don't think for him it was like 3 years.
So you were completely exclusive to him
Yes,
for the
that's
entire
correct.
duration of the 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. How long you been single?
Maybe like 2.5 years or so, I'd say. 2.5 years.
2.5
yeah.
years. Okay. What about you?
I would like to say I'm in a relationship, but technically we broke up in the beginning of this year. So it's kind of complicated. But my longest relationship was almost 5 years.
Is that the currently complicated one?
No.
I'm a little confused. So you'd like to say that you're in a relationship?
Yeah, like it's complicated. We're technically not together though.
Oh, you're still smashing.
We are.
I mean, right? Isn't that usually how that goes?
We still hang out, and
Okay.
we're on good terms.
But wait, hold on. You I'm a bit confused. When's the last time you saw the guy?
Like a couple days ago.
Did you guys hook up?
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Wait, is it the 5-year guy or this is a different guy?
No, the 5-year was when I was like a little younger.
Okay, but the current guy where it's complicated, that's been 1 year. Have you, at any point, have you called each other boyfriend, girlfriend?
Are you saying with this last guy?
The current
Yeah.
complicated
So the
guy.
current complicated situation, I've known him for about 2 years, and yeah, we were dating, but we broke up in the beginning of this year.
Okay, dating but broke up at the beginning. So in January. Who broke up with who?
More so him. It was kind of mutual though, mutual understanding.
But more so him.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound that mutual.
Okay.
No.
He's still down to fuck though. Love that.
Okay. Sorry guys, I'm getting distractions behind the scenes here. Okay, so you are you dating other men?
No.
Is he dating other women?
I don't know what he's doing.
Okay.
If you had a guess.
I'm not sure.
Are you just letting him like fuck basically?
I just like I'm at a point where when I'm in a relationship, like I basically train myself to only be able to be attracted or interested in one person. And
but if you're not sure that he's loyal to you and you're like in this ambiguous unknown space of I would like him, but I don't know if he likes me, I don't know if he's dating me, why do you do that to yourself?
Are you just like weaning off?
Yeah.
It's like a complicated situation.
Was he mad?
We wish you the best.
Was,
Thanks. Yeah.
was he mad about the
Very-
content stuff?
No.
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 So there was other contributing factors.
Yeah, it was a bunch of different things.
So he's a coward.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna say it. Any man who would be with a woman who would do sex work of any kind and not be upset is a coward. Is a coward, straight up.
I'm just confused. Usually when you break up with somebody, it's like you don't continue fucking.
Yeah, it's over, but like I just don't see the benefit of going around saying I'm single.
What do you mean? Even though he's not with you anymore.
Correct.
Well, but
He's a good guy.
Well,
and
it's
I like him
not
still.
just that. I mean, you guys are continuing to sleep together.
Yeah.
Do you guys live together?
No, not currently.
Doesn't that hurt your heart?
No.
Oh my God. Can you stop, Chloe? Stop distracting my producer, please. If you're going to leave, just leave. What's the deal? What's the deal?
On May 8th. Get over here! Summer begins with Combat.
Get over here. Sorry. I don't want any copyright infringement on my channel. If I can help it. Even though I'm not monetizing.
Okay. We got a show to run, Chloe. What do you want to do? You need to make a decision. It's either stay or go.
I was trying to leave.
We're not holding you captive. The door is that way. Nathan, please, behind her. You can take that seat then, I guess. All right, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single for like 5-6 years since 2020. My longest relationship was 2 years.
Okay. What about you?
Single for I think like 2.5 years. Longest relationship was between 2 to 3 years, somewhere around there.
All right. What about you?
I am happily in a relationship with a fantastic man. He's my boyfriend.
For how long?
For about, say, half a year now.
Good luck getting married, you femcon demoness. I hope you change your ways. I really do.
Do you have? Were you previously married?
Yes,
How long were you married for?
6 years.
6 years. Okay. Who initiated the divorce?
It was, again, mutual. It was a no-fault divorce, so no lawyers involved, and both people at the courthouse signing together. So very clean, and we wished each other the best. So I think it's the cleanest divorce in history. So.
Okay. Who?
And yet you say you're a Christian and a conservative? I don't think you're either one of those things. I think you're a feminist wolf playing sheep conservative. That's exactly what I think. Liar.
Doesn't someone typically have to file the paperwork though?
In Florida, you can just go to the office together and sign paperwork together. Yeah,
Okay.
pay $407 and that is it. So,
Okay. Did he have to pay you alimony?
nope,
Did you have to pay him alimony?
nope.
Okay. All right. Sounds pretty clean then. What about you? Next.
I am currently married. I've been married for a while.
How long?
We've been together total for 6 years in June. And previously I have an ex-husband. We were together for 13 years total. We were married for 9.
Okay. You have an ex-husband, you said.
Yes, sir.
So you've been married twice. Is that correct?
This is my second
Marriage. Okay. Who initiated the divorce for the first marriage?
I did.
Yep.
It was an unhealthy situation. I'll just say that. And it was mainly for my safety. So,
Okay.
and there's other factors.
Any
but-
kids?
No, sir.
Your ex-husband, did he pay you alimony?
No,
Does he
sir.
pay? No alimony?
No, sir.
Okay. What about you?
I am single. My longest relationship was 2.5 years. I was single for a little while and then very briefly saw a guy, and that ended about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago. Okay.
Yeah, it lasted a total of 4 days. So I think one
4
of the shorter
days.
ones.
Who broke up with who?
I did. Unfortunately, I think we wanted different things. I don't think he was honest about all of his intentions in the
get up quick.
interaction. Yeah.
What do you mean?
He wanted more sexually than I wanted to provide.
How so?
Just, I didn't want to do the things that he wanted to do. And he, yeah.
Kind of want you to spill the tea.
Well, so it was like specific sex acts that you were uncomfortable with. Is that a fair way to categorize it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to do any of those kind of acts, especially like we had been together such a short period of time. But he, wanted something else. And then when I found that out, I was like, okay, well, I'm not really interested in that department then.
So it wasn't a hesitation on your part to have sex, but it was the specific, perhaps specific acts that you were just not comfortable with. Is that?
No, I mean, I didn't want to have sex, period.
Oh, period.
Mhm.
Okay, so he wanted to have, maybe it's more simple than that. He wanted to have sex and you didn't.
Yeah, and just to like more sexual things that I just, do not want to do so early into a relationship.
Not an anal
but-
girl.
One could say that.
Um,
I get it.
You, so how did you meet him?
We originally met online.
Dating app?
No, from what I do, social media. He had messaged me and we just talked and got to know each other.
Were you guys in like the same city, or was it like long distance, or?
No, and we were friends for quite a while. There wasn't.
Okay. So how long did you
anything.
know him?
I'd say probably about 9 months or so.
9 months. Okay.
Before then, we started.
But then
dating.
there was only romantic component for 4 days. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so together. So like you went on one date? I'm just a bit confused.
No, we had gone on 4 dates.
Each day?
Yes, yeah, we hung out for 4 days straight, and I was like, wow, this is so awesome. And then I was like, oh,
Okay. I
maybe
see.
it does not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No. He ate raw meat too, so it wasn't about the raw meat.
Could you date a guy who wasn't quite on your level with the diet, I guess?
I mean, there's like variance to it, but I think it makes most sense to date somebody who has a similar lifestyle. Maybe they don't need to eat in the exact same way that I do, but I think it for compatibility.
Well, how about
it
this?
wouldn't be similar.
No raw food, but they were carnivore. So cooked eggs, cooked meat, cooked other
That just wouldn't make very much sense to me. I guess if they're willing to convert, but if you're already on like the carnivore train, why wouldn't you want to eat it raw?
Seasoning
health,
is why.
Probably.
Seasoning. Who said that you can't season?
And a good sear.
I do have a question. I want to know where you found another person that also eats raw meat.
Oh man, there are so many of them.
Yeah.
They are hiding out there. There's actually quite a few. I got introduced to it all from 3 women that I knew, and there was a pretty decent primal community in where I was living. It's called the Primal Diet, and there's a decently large community for it online as well.
Okay, so
Is that a good place to find each other and maybe like date other people that only eat raw food?
I mean, maybe, but there's a lot of interesting figures in that community that, I mean, it's people eating raw chicken.
know.
Some of them are cool, and then some of them I think are a little dove off the deep end.
I'm curious, genuinely. What is the deep end of not cooking your food and just eating like raw? Everything?
There's this one guy who his name is Godis online, and he's done a lot of activism, some might say, to promote the diet. But he also has wild takes like throwing acid on women. So that would be the rabbit hole.
What about like
What kind of
Liver
acid?
King?
What kind? Yeah, what kind of acid? Acid that will burn them.
So he's in jail?
No, he's on the run.
And he's an influencer at the same time, or?
He's not presently making videos, but he is probably the person with the largest online following for the raw meat
Do you
community.
think the parasites got to his head?
Yeah.
the brain.
I think he was just, some people are just born with something inside of them.
Or they ate it.
Or they, I mean, you could say that too, but
Yeah.
I don't think that was necessarily a contributor. There's a lot of people who are part of the raw community, who have been part of it for decades, who are normal, practical, happy, healthy people.
I would argue the more famous one is like Liver King, right?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps.
I feel like everyone's heard of Liver King.
Yeah. But he's not
But
necessarily.
he's also psycho.
I've heard
Yeah,
that.
in the primal community, I would say, because there's a whole thing with steroids and whatnot, and generally the primal community has a
Yeah.
focus on naturalism. So staying away from those kinds of things. But I mean, everything's intermeshed nowadays, so I guess Liver King could be the
Brian's just checking out over here.
biggest
most
guy,
well-
but
Wait,
Audimus Vonderplanitz
so
is
you
the
would
curator.
not, whoever you're gonna date, they have to get on your page diet wise. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, ideally they would already be there. I don't want to like force somebody to do something they're not comfortable with. But my last relationship, which was, the longest relationship, not the 4 days one, he very much did not eat raw meat. And throughout the relationship, I did.
But it makes sense to probably tell somebody like, hey, by the way, first thing you should know about me before we even go on a date is I eat everything
literally
raw. And if you
taking over
don't
the
eat
conversation.
things raw, then this isn't going to work out. Is that what you usually do? Or
I don't know. I mean, I'm not very experienced with dating, to be frank. So I'm not really like, okay, full disclosure,
So if you went to a restaurant and you would tell them not to cook your food?
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can order, like steak tartare, for example. That's pretty popular. And I'm also very specific about the kind of meat I do eat. I don't want to eat anything that was factory farmed. So that limits the kinds of restaurants you can go to. Generally, those are going to be more higher end farm to table, which almost always have a raw dish available.
They'll know before they pick the restaurant.
Yeah,
Well,
they'll know.
So a
Let 'em
couple
know.
things here on this, a couple things here on the whole raw situation. Really quick though, you said you don't have much dating experience. Can you clarify what you mean by that?
I just haven't gone on many
Well,
dates,
have you been? Well,
I suppose. I mean, I have dating experience in the sense that,
have you had relationships?
yes, I said I had the relationship for 2.5 years.
But is that your only relationship that you've had?
No, I've had 2 relationships. And the first one was a year and a half.
Speak straight into the mic.
Yeah, the first one was a year and a half, and then the next one was 2.5 years. So I've had 2 relationships.
Okay, I see. Well, with the raw stuff, I mean, this is like 0.00001% of the population.
I'm just gonna say it. Eating raw food is kind of crazy. I can't do it. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. But we're gonna call that a day and call that a stream. I think that's gonna be time. So check it out. Peace.